Story 1. The armadillo on the shoulder of Highway 281 marked mile 42 of my ill-fated journey. It was belly up, cold and utterly still, a grim omen I chose to ignore. My Aunt Millie had left me her Pekin farm in Junction, a dusty inheritance I felt obligated to claim. I, a city guy with a penchant for overpriced coffee and air-conditioned apartments, was now navigating the vast, unforgiving landscape of Texas. The sun beat down mercilessly, the heat radiating from the endless fields of sunflowers. Their heavy heads drooped, facing eastward, as though mourning the setting sun. A shiver crawled up my spine. It wasn't just the oppressive heat, there was a thickness in the air, a stillness, like the calm before a storm, that prickled my skin. My phone buzzed with a text from my best friend, Mark. "You alive?" "Send pictures," he demanded. I chuckled, typing a quick reply about the abundance of roadkill. As I hit send, the service bars vanished. No signal. Typical. Junction was still hours away. I pressed onward. The only sound, the low hum of the tires on the asphalt, and the rhythmic click of the turn signal, abandoned in the upward position. The landscape grew stranger. Fields of sunflowers gave way to gnarled mesquite trees, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes, like skeletal arms reaching out to grab me. Twilight blurred into the sky, painting it in hues of bruised purple and sickly green. Then, I saw it. A flicker in the distance, a pulsating light that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. Curiosity warred with unease. I slowed the car, my foot hovering over the brake. As I drew closer, the light intensified, revealing a cluster of structures. Not houses, not barns, but something in between. Low, squat buildings made of some dark, unidentifiable material. They huddled together like frightened animals. A sign, barely legible, swung from a rusty pole. Sterlite Peach Orchard. Ooh Pick, open 24 hours. Peaches in the dead of night. It seemed odd, but the idea of fresh peaches was tempting. I parked the car, the gravel crunching beneath the tires. A sound amplified in the unsettling quiet. The air was thick with the cloying sweetness of overripe fruit, mixed with something else. Something metallic, something wrong. As I stepped out of the car, I noticed the ground was damp, almost sticky. My sandals made a soft, sucking sound with each step. A figure emerged from one of the buildings. A woman, tall and gaunt, her face obscured by the shadows of a wide-brimmed hat. She wore a long, shapeless dress that seemed to blend into the darkness. "Welcome to Starlight," she rasped, her voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "Care for some peaches?" Her smile revealed teeth that were too sharp, too pointed. I swallowed, a knot forming in my throat. Yes. "Please," I managed, my voice barely above a whisper. She gestured towards the orchard, her long, bony fingers beckoning me forward. The orchard was even more unsettling up close. The peach trees were small and withered, their branches laden with fruit that was almost black, the skin split and oozing a thick, viscous fluid. The ground beneath the trees was covered in the same sticky substance. Flies buzzed lazily around the rotting fruit. The woman handed me a small basket. "Pick your fill," she said, her voice laced with a chilling sweetness. I hesitantly reached for a peach, my fingers recoiling from the slick, decaying skin. As I looked closer, I noticed something embedded in the fruit. Small, white objects like teeth. My stomach lurched. I glanced up at the woman, a scream building in my chest. Her eyes, now visible beneath the brim of her hat, glowed with an unnatural light. Suddenly, I heard a rustling sound behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest. Two more figures emerged from the shadows, their bodies as gaunt, and their smiles as disturbing as the woman's. They carried baskets overflowing with the grotesque peaches, the teeth embedded in the fruit gleaming in the faint starlight. They advanced towards me, their movements slow and deliberate. Terror seized me. I dropped the basket, turned, and ran. I ran as fast as I could, my sandals slipping on the sticky ground, the sickening sweet smell of decay filling my nostrils. I could hear them behind me, their rasping ladder echoing through the night. I scrambled back to the car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped away, leaving the horrifying orchard and its inhabitants behind. I didn't stop driving until the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, a stark contrast to the nightmarish darkness I had just escaped. As I pulled into a gas station, shaking and exhausted, I saw my reflection in the window. My hair was matted, my clothes stained with the sticky residue from the orchard. And then I noticed something else. Something small and white, wedged beneath my fingernail. A tooth. Story 2. The Texas sun beat down, baking the cracked asphalt of Highway 183. My knuckles were white against the steering wheel, gripping it tight as I navigated the endless, flat expanse. I was on my way to Terlingua, to settle my great-aunt Millie's estate. A sprawling ranch, she'd called it. To me, it sounded more like a lonely sentence. A flicker of movement at the periphery of my vision pulled my attention from the road. At the edge of a vast field of sunflowers, several figures stood motionless, their forms strangely elongated against the setting sun. Their heads seemed disproportionately small. I squinted, trying to make out details. They wore what looked like tattered burlap sacks. An uncomfortable prickle ran down my spine. I chalked it up to fatigue and the shimmering heat. As darkness fell, the landscape grew increasingly desolate. I passed through towns with names I couldn't pronounce, each one seemingly more deserted than the last. Gas stations stood empty, their pumps shrouded in cobwebs. Dilapidated diners displayed faded signs advertising specials from decades past. The air grew thick with an unnerving silence, broken only by the hum of my tires against the road. Miles stretched into hours, and the feeling of unease intensified. I pulled over at a roadside rest stop. A single, flickering fluorescent light illuminated a picnic table covered in graffiti. A chipped porcelain sink dripped steadily, the sound echoing in the stark stillness. I splashed some water on my face, the coolness a temporary reprieve from the oppressive heat. As I returned to my vehicle, a low, guttural growl resonated from the surrounding darkness. I froze, my heart pounding against my ribs. My eyes darted around, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. I saw nothing. Dismissing it as a brush wolf, I quickly climbed back inside, locking the doors. The rest of the drive was punctuated by fleeting glimpses of movement. Shadows danced in the fields. Strange, twisted shapes seemed to materialize and disappear in the rearview mirror. I tried to convince myself it was exhaustion playing tricks on my mind, but the growing dread in my stomach told me otherwise. Finally, I reached the turnoff for Terlingua. A weathered wooden sign, barely clinging to its post, pointed down a long dirt road. As I drove down the bumpy track, the landscape transformed. The sunflowers gave way to scrub brush and gnarled, twisted trees. The air hung heavy with the smell of dust and something else. Something faintly metallic, like old blood. The ranch house came into view. It was a low, rambling structure made of adobe bricks, its windows dark and empty. A single porch light cast a weak, yellowish glow. I parked the vehicle and stepped out, the silence of the desert pressing in on me. As I walked towards the house, I heard a rustling sound coming from the nearby trees. I paused, my hand hovering over the pepper spray in my pocket. The rustling stopped. I continued on, my footsteps crunching on the dry earth. The front door creaked open as I reached for the knob. The interior was dark and dusty, the air thick with the smell of decay. I fumbled for the light switch. The overhead fixture flickered to life, revealing a sparsely furnished living room. Dust motes danced in the dim light. I explored the rest of the house. The rooms were filled with old furniture draped in sheets. Family portraits lined the walls, their subjects staring back with vacant eyes. An unsettling feeling of being watched settled over me. As I entered the kitchen, I noticed a small, wooden box on the table. It was intricately carved with strange symbols I didn't recognize. Intrigued, I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried herbs, was a small, obsidian figurine. It was shaped like a grotesque, humanoid creature with elongated limbs and a disproportionately small head. It was identical to the figures I'd seen in the sunflower field. Suddenly, the lights went out. The house plunged into darkness. A chorus of guttural growls erupted from outside, surrounding the house. My heart hammered in my chest. I fumbled for my phone, its screen illuminating the obsidian figurine in my hand. The symbols on the box seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. Then, the front door burst open. Silhouetted against the moonlight stood the figures from the field. Their burlap sacks hung loosely from their gaunt frames, revealing skin that was stretched taut over bone. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural, yellowish light. They advanced towards me, their growls growing louder, closer. I screamed, dropping the figurine, its obsidian surface shattering against the tile floor. The last thing I saw, before darkness consumed me, were their elongated, skeletal fingers reaching out. Their heads tilted at unnatural angles, revealing faces that were both human and undeniably something else. Something ancient, something evil, something I could never have imagined existed in the heart of Texas. Story 3. The Big Bend sun beat down on us, baking the exposed skin of my arms. A truly Texan welcome, I thought, wiping a bead of sweat from my forehead. This camping trip was supposed to be a relaxing escape. Just me, Sarah, David, and Emily. 4 friends, 1 overstuffed Jeep, and miles of desolate desert. How bad could it get? We set up camp near Balanced Rock. The enormous boulder perched precariously on its base seemed to defy gravity. Just like this trip, I mused, was defying all my attempts at relaxation. David kept narrating every detail of his latest cryptocurrency investment, and Emily wouldn't stop taking selfies with the desert landscape as a backdrop. Sarah, bless her heart, was mediating, her voice calm and soothing. She was the glue that kept our little group from unraveling. As dusk settled, painting the sky in shades of bruised plum and blood orange, we huddled around the campfire. The flames crackled, spitting embers into the encroaching darkness. It was then that I heard it. A faint whisper, carried on the desert wind. My mother's voice, calling my name. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice tight. The others exchanged glances. "Hear what?" David asked, his brow furrowed. "My mom," I replied, my unease intensifying. She called my name. Sarah gave me a reassuring smile. "You're probably just tired, Han," she said. "The desert can play tricks on your mind." I tried to dismiss it. Tiredness, stress. Yes, that must be it. But deep down, a sliver of doubt lingered. My mother was hundreds of miles away. She couldn't be here, could she? Later that night, nestled in my sleeping bag, I heard it again. Clearer this time. My mother's voice, laced with worry. "Daniel, where are you? I need you." I bolted upright, my heart thumping against my ribs. I looked around. The fire had died down to glowing embers, casting long, distorted shadows that danced across the rocks. David and Emily were asleep in their tents, but Sarah was gone. "Sarah," I called out, my voice trembling. Then I heard it, Sarah's voice, coming from beyond the ring of firelight. "Over here. Daniel, come quick. It's my dad. He's hurt." My gut churned. Something felt profoundly wrong. The tone of her voice, the urgency. It wasn't like Sarah, armed with a flashlight. I cautiously moved toward the sound of her voice. It led me away from the campsite, deeper into the darkness that clung to the desert like a suffocating blanket. "Sarah." I called again, my voice strained. "Daniel, hurry," she pleaded. Her voice sounded distorted, somehow, almost inhuman. Suddenly, the beam of my flashlight landed on something. A figure. Standing amidst the scrub brush. It was Sarah. But different. Her silhouette seemed elongated, stretched unnaturally against the starlight. Her head was tilted at an odd angle. "Sarah, what's going on?" I asked, taking a hesitant step forward. The figure turned. And that's when I saw it. Its face. It wasn't Sarah's face. It was a grotesque mockery of her features. stretched and contorted. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural, predatory light. A wave of terror washed over me, a cold dread seeping into my bones. This wasn't Sarah. This was something else. Something pretending to be her. And then I heard David scream. His voice, filled with unimaginable terror, echoed through the darkness, followed by Emily's piercing shriek. I whirled around, my flashlight beam frantically searching the darkness. I saw them. 2 figures silhouetted against the backdrop of the starry sky. One tall and imposing, mimicking David's build. The other smaller, like Emily. Their heads were twisted at unnatural angles. They moved toward me, their limbs jerky and unnatural. Their mouths opened, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. And then they spoke, in unison, in the voices of my friends. "Daniel," they hissed. "Come join us." I turned and ran. Adrenaline surged through me, propelling me through the darkness. I didn't look back. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps swift and silent. Their voices echoing in the night, calling my name, mimicking the voices of my loved ones, luring me deeper into the desert. I stumbled, falling to my knees. My flashlight flew from my grasp, its beam illuminating a patch of sand before flickering and dying. I was surrounded by darkness. Utter, consuming darkness. And then, I heard it. My mother's voice right beside my ear, whispering my name. "Daniel," it breathed. "I'm here." I squeezed my eyes shut, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that whatever this was, it wasn't my mother. I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. Its fingers, long and bony, dug into my flesh. "Daniel," it whispered again. Its voice, a grotesque parody of my mother's, sent shivers down my spine. "Don't you recognize me?" And then, everything went black. Story 4. The sun, a molten orange eye, sank below the flat. Endless horizon. My thumb, sore and blistered, hurt from hours of fruitless effort. Water, lukewarm and tasting faintly of plastic, sloshed in my reusable bottle, a reminder of my dwindling supplies. Finally, twin points of crimson light cut through the growing twilight. A pickup truck, its chassis low and growling, slowed to a stop beside me. Hesitantly, I approached. The driver, silhouetted against the dying embers of the sunset, was an unsettling figure. Broad-shouldered, almost too large for the cab of the truck, its head seemed strangely small in proportion. The red points of light, I now realized, weren't headlights. They were its eyes, burning with an unnatural intensity. Swallowing my apprehension, I asked, "Headed east?" The figure made a sound, a low rumble deep in its chest that vibrated the very air around me. It gestured toward the passenger seat with a hand that seemed far too long, fingers tipped with something sharp, almost claw-like. I climbed inside, the metallic tang of something unfamiliar clinging to the worn upholstery. As we drove, the landscape outside became increasingly alien. The sparse vegetation gave way to twisted, skeletal trees, their branches reaching like grasping claws. The crimson glow from the driver's eyes illuminated the cab, casting strange, shifting shadows that seemed to squirm and pulse. My thirst intensified, but I hesitated to drink my remaining water, a strange premonition holding me back. The silence inside the cab was oppressive, broken only by the low growl of the engine and a faint, rhythmic clicking that seemed to emanate from the driver itself. I tried to make conversation, asking about its destination, its job, anything to break the unnerving quiet. It responded only with that low, guttural rumble, never once taking its burning gaze off the road ahead. Hours crawled by, marked by the slow descent of the moon and the increasingly bizarre terrain. We passed formations of rock that resembled contorted faces, frozen in silent screams. The clicking grew louder, almost a frantic tapping now, as if counting down to something terrible. The air inside the truck grew heavy, thick with a metallic, almost coppery odor. I felt a prickling sensation on my skin, as if unseen insects were crawling across me. The truck finally veered off the main road, onto a dirt track barely discernible in the moonlight. We bumped and jolted along for what felt like an eternity, before stopping in front of a low, rambling structure that seemed to melt into the surrounding darkness. The clicking stopped. The driver turned to me, and for the first time, I saw its mouth. It wasn't a mouth at all, but a gaping maw filled with needle-sharp teeth, stained a dark, almost black color. It made a gesture toward the structure, its claw-like fingers beckoning me forward. Terror, cold and paralyzing, gripped me. I shook my head, trying to form words, but only a choked gasp escaped my throat. The driver reached out, its hand closing around my arm with surprising strength. Its grip tightened, the sharp points of its claws digging into my flesh. I was dragged from the truck, stumbling across the uneven ground. The air was thick with the coppery smell, now overpowering, nauseating. As I was pulled closer to the structure, I saw flickering lights within and heard a low, rhythmic chanting that resonated deep within my bones. The driver pushed me forward, and I stumbled through the doorway into a large, dimly lit chamber. The chamber was filled with figures similar to the driver, all with glowing red eyes and gaping maws. They stood in a circle, chanting in unison, their voices a low, guttural drone that vibrated the very foundations of the structure. In the center of the circle, a fire burned, casting flickering shadows that danced across the walls. And on a makeshift altar, beside the fire, lay something that made my blood run cold. It was a human form, strapped to the altar, its limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Its eyes were wide with terror, reflecting the firelight like pools of blood. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied. The figures began to move closer to the altar, their claw-like hands reaching out. I understood then. This was not a road trip. This was a sacrifice. And I was the next offering. I screamed, a primal shriek born of pure, unadulterated terror. I lunged for the doorway, desperate to escape. But the driver was there, blocking my path. Its burning red eyes fixed on me, and its maw opened in a silent, predatory grin. The chanting reached a crescendo, and the figures closed in on their victim. The last thing I saw, before darkness consumed me, was the glint of sharp, metallic claws descending. Story 5. The sun, a molten eye in the brassy sky, baked the Texas earth as Amelia and I drove deeper into the Big Bend. We were chasing ghost towns, places swallowed by the desert, names whispered on faded maps. Terlingua was our base camp, a quirky artist haven clinging to the edge of the world. But we craved something more remote, more forgotten. Amelia, ever the adventurer, had discovered a cluster of abandoned quicksilver mines, marked only with cryptic symbols on a tattered geological survey. It was a fool's errand, probably, but the allure of the unknown was a siren song we couldn't resist. The paved road soon surrendered to a rough track, and the SUV grumbled in protest as we jolted along. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of bruised plum and blood orange. The landscape became stark, jagged peaks clawing at the darkening sky. Then, nestled in a hidden valley, we saw it. A collection of low, squat structures, almost swallowed by the shadows. It wasn't on any map. We parked at the edge of what might have once been a town square. A strange quiet descended, broken only by the whine of cicadas. The buildings were constructed of a dark, unfamiliar stone, almost obsidian. No windows, just narrow doorways like vacant eyes staring out at us. Amelia, armed with her trusty camera, was already halfway across the square. I followed, a prickle of unease dancing on my skin. The air was heavy, thick with an almost metallic scent I couldn't place. As we neared the first structure, a faint, rhythmic clicking filled the air. It seemed to emanate from the buildings themselves, a soft, steady pulse. We cautiously entered one through a low doorway. The interior was pitch black. Amelia switched on her flashlight. The beam landed on an altar. Upon it sat a collection of smooth, white objects. They looked like polished river stones, but something about their perfect uniformity felt unsettling. The clicking grew louder. We turned to leave, but the doorway was gone. The smooth obsidian-like stone had sealed shut, trapping us in the oppressive darkness. Panic clawed at my throat. Amelia, ever practical, kept her flashlight beam steady, searching for another exit. Then, from the darkness behind us, a voice, soft and raspy, whispered, "Welcome." The beam of Amelia's flashlight revealed them. They were humanoid, but their skin was the color of polished charcoal, their limbs elongated and thin. Their eyes, enormous and black, reflected the flashlight beam like polished onyx. They moved with a strange, gliding motion, their bare feet making no sound on the stone floor. More voices joined the first, a chorus of whispers that seemed to vibrate through the very stone of the building. They circled us, their clicking growing louder, faster, a frantic drumbeat in the suffocating darkness. Amelia, bless her brave heart, raised her camera and took a photo. The flash momentarily illuminated the interior, revealing more of the creatures. Dozens of them, their black eyes gleaming, their mouths open in silent, predatory smiles. And in their hands, they held more of the smooth, white stones. We realized what the clicking was. It was the sound of the stones, clacking together, a rhythmic, ritualistic percussion. As the clicking intensified, the creatures began to chant. A low, guttural drone that vibrated in our chests. A sound that seemed to burrow into our bones. The chant rose in intensity, the clicking becoming a frenzied clatter. The creatures pressed closer, their smooth, cold skin brushing against us. They lifted their hands, offering the white stones. Amelia and I exchanged a terrified glance. We knew with a chilling certainty that these stones were not offerings. They were something else entirely, something far more sinister. The creatures pressed the stones into our hands. They were cold, smooth, and surprisingly heavy. As our fingers closed around them, a searing pain shot through our arms. We cried out, but the chanting drowned out our screams. The pain intensified, spreading through our bodies like fire. We looked down at the stones clutched in our hands. They were no longer white. They were stained crimson, the color of blood. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me was the creatures' smiles widening, their black eyes gleaming with a terrifying, predatory light. The clicking stones, the chanting voices, the searing pain, it all merged into a single, overwhelming sensation. Then nothing. I woke with a gasp, bathed in sweat. The memory of the obsidian room and the clicking stones still vivid in my mind. Sunlight streamed through the model window, painting the room in warm, reassuring hues. Beside me, Amelia slept soundly. I cautiously got out of bed, my legs shaky. I walked to the window and looked out at the vast expanse of the Texas desert. The sun was high in the sky, the air clear and bright. It was just a dream, I told myself, a nightmare. Then I looked down at my hands. Clutched tightly in my fingers were two smooth white stones. Story 6. The endless, flat Texas landscape blurred past, punctuated by the occasional, stunted mesquite tree. Amelia, Emily, and I, David, were on our way to Marfa. Not for the minimalist art scene, but for the Marfa lights. Those unexplained. Flickering orbs that danced on the horizon. We were armed with cameras, tripods, and a healthy dose of skepticism. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of bruised plum and burnt orange. The temperature, which had been scorching all day, plummeted. An uncomfortable chill settled in the air. We arrived in Marfa just as twilight deepened, finding a viewing area easily enough. A handful of other curious onlookers were already there, their faces illuminated by the glow of phone screens. We set up our equipment, our excitement mounting. But, as the sky grew darker, an unsettling quiet fell over the small crowd. The usual chatter ceased, replaced by an almost palpable tension. The lights appeared. Not as dramatic as I'd expected, but undeniably strange. Small, flickering orbs of white and yellowish light, hovering just above the horizon. Then, a clicking sound. Faint at first, almost lost in the desert wind. But it steadily grew louder, a rhythmic, unsettling click, click, click. It seemed to be coming from the desert beyond the viewing area. Several of the other onlookers shifted uneasily, their eyes darting towards the darkness. "What is that?" Amelia whispered, her voice barely audible. I shrugged, trying to appear unconcerned. "Probably just some rocks," I said, though I didn't believe it myself. The clicking intensified, accompanied now by a low, guttural drone. A sound like a pack of dogs growling, but deeper, more resonant, more primal. Suddenly, from the darkness, figures emerged. Tall, lanky figures, their outlines barely visible against the night sky. They moved with an unsettling, almost gliding motion. Their heads seemed too small for their bodies, their limbs elongated and strangely jointed. And, in their hands, they carried smooth, white stones. Stones that clicked together with every stride they took. Panic erupted among the onlookers. People scrambled to their feet, grabbing their belongings, fleeing towards their vehicles. We joined the exodus, our hearts pounding in our chests. As we ran, I glanced back. The figures were closer now, much closer, and I could see their faces. Pale, almost luminescent, with wide, predatory smiles. Smiles that revealed rows of sharp, pointed teeth. We piled into our vehicle, fumbling with the keys, the engine roaring to life. We sped away from the viewing area, leaving the clicking, droning figures behind. But the terror didn't fade. The clicking sound seemed to follow us, echoing in the darkness. We drove through the night, desperate to put as much distance as possible between us and Marfa. We tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Hallucinations brought on by exhaustion and the strangeness of the lights. But, deep down, we knew better. We stopped at a small, deserted gas station to refuel. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting long, distorted shadows. As I filled the tank, I noticed movement in the periphery. A flicker in the darkness beyond the edge of the light. I turned, my heart pounding. One of the figures stood there, silent, motionless. Its pale face and wide smile illuminated by the harsh, artificial light. Its hands, long and skeletal, clutched the white stones. Click, click, click. I screamed, scrambling back to the vehicle. Amelia and Emily were already inside, their faces white with terror. We sped off again, the image of the figure burned into my mind. The clicking followed us. Relentless, inescapable. We drove for hours, the landscape outside the windows a blur of darkness and fear. The clicking grew louder, closer. We were being hunted. As dawn approached, the clicking finally stopped. The landscape began to take shape, the endless, flat plains giving way to rolling hills dotted with scrub brush and stunted trees. We pulled over, exhausted and terrified. We hadn't slept, hadn't spoken, just driven. We were safe, for now. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the figures, the clicking stones, the predatory smiles, would haunt me forever. The Marfa lights had drawn us in, not to a display of unexplained phenomena, but to something far more ancient, far more terrifying. Something that lurked in the shadows of the Texas desert, waiting for its next victims, and we had been chosen. The clicking stones, still echoing in my mind, were a constant reminder. A chilling souvenir of our terrifying Texas road trip. Story 7. The Caddo Lake brochure promised enchanting beauty and a return to nature. It failed to mention the giant, hairless ape currently wading through the murky water. Its eyes fixed on our rented paddle boat. I, Amelia Hayes, gripped the flimsy plastic paddle tighter. My husband, David, blissfully ignorant of the impending doom, hummed off key and admired a particularly gnarled cypress tree. Our daughter, Emily, was glued to her phone, probably updating her followers on the rustic charm of East Texas. The creature, easily twice the size of a grizzly bear, moved with surprising grace for something so bulky. Its skin, a sickly gray, clung tightly to its bones, giving it the appearance of a drowned cadaver that had spent far too long in the lake. It didn't swim so much as glide. Each movement was deliberate, silent, predatory. "David," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. "David, look." He glanced over, squinting. "What is it, Amelia?" Another aigrette. You know, those things really are magnificent. No, I hissed, pointing with my chin. The creature had gotten closer, close enough that I could see the way its nostrils flared with each breath. Close enough to see the long, yellowed claws on its hands. That. David finally saw it, and the color drained from his face. The humming stopped. Emily, sensing the shift in atmosphere, finally looked up from her phone. Her eyes widened. What in tarnation is that? She drawled, true Texan that she was. Before either of us could answer, the creature emitted a low, guttural growl. It wasn't loud, but it resonated through the still air, vibrating in our chests. It was a sound that promised pain. Paddle, I urged David. Paddle, paddle, paddle. He snapped out of his stupor and began to row, his movements jerky and panicked. The paddle boat, never designed for a quick escape, moved at a glacial pace. The ape, however, seemed to pick up speed. We reached the shore, scrambled out of the boat, and ran. We ran through the dense undergrowth, thorns tearing at our clothes, mosquitoes swarming around our heads. The growls continued, echoing behind us. We stumbled into a clearing, finding ourselves face to face with a dilapidated shack. The windows were boarded up, the paint peeled, and a rusty swing set creaked ominously in the slight breeze. It looked abandoned, but anything was better than being ape-show. David kicked open the warped door, and we piled inside. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and something vaguely metallic. Dust motes danced in the single shaft of light that filtered through a crack in the boarded-up windows. We barricaded the door with a rotting chest of drawers we found in the corner. Then, huddled together in the center of the room, we waited. We listened. The growls eventually stopped. Silence descended, heavy and suffocating. Maybe it's gone, Emily whispered, her voice trembling. I wished I could believe her. Hours passed. The light outside faded, plunging the shack into an oppressive darkness. We whispered stories, trying to keep our fear at bay. Emily told us about her latest cryptocurrency investment. David reminisced about his high school football glory days. I just listened, my heart pounding against my ribs, my mind replaying the image of the creature's blank, soulless eyes. Suddenly, a rhythmic clicking sound echoed from outside. It was a slow, deliberate click, like stones being tapped together. It started softly, then grew louder, closer. We held our breath, straining to hear. The clicking stopped just outside the shack. A moment later, something heavy slammed against the boarded-up windows. The wood groaned. Another slam. And another. The creature was trying to get in. David pushed the chest of drawers harder against the door. It wouldn't hold for long, then Emily gasped. Look, she whispered, pointing to a small, dirt-covered window near the ceiling. The window wasn't boarded up. It was just large enough for a person to fit through. Our only chance of escape. We clambered onto the chest of drawers, then boosted Emily up to the window. She squeezed through, disappearing into the night. Then, it was David's turn. He was halfway through when the door burst open. The creature lunged forward, its claws outstretched. It grabbed David's legs, pulling him back into the shack. He screamed. I didn't see what happened next. I didn't want to see. I scrambled through the window, dropping to the ground outside. I ran. I ran blindly through the darkness. The clicking stones a terrifying soundtrack to my escape. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road, where I flagged down a passing pickup truck. The driver, a grizzled old man with a handlebar mustache and a Stetson, looked at me, at my torn clothes, at the scratches covering my arms and legs. What happened to you, little lady? He asked, his voice thick with a Texan drawl. Caddo Lake. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. The ape. It got my family. He chuckled, shaking his head. The Caddo critter. Folks talk about it. Say it's just a story to scare the tourists. Guess you found out different, huh? He offered me a can of lukewarm Dr. Pepper and a ride to the nearest town. As we drove away, I looked back at the dark silhouette of the cypress swamp. The clicking started again, faint but distinct. A chilling reminder of the horror I had just witnessed, and the family I had lost. The enchanting beauty of Caddo Lake had become my worst nightmare. Story 8. The Davis Mountains, jagged violet teeth against the fading Texas sunset. I, Amelia Hayes, amateur geologist and solo road tripper, had come seeking solitude and intriguing rock formations. Instead, I found something far more disturbing. Tucked away in a secluded canyon, almost hidden by a curtain of twisting juniper, was a shallow cave. Its mouth, a dark, gaping maw, seemed to exhale a chill that had nothing to do with the desert evening. Inside, illuminated by my headlamp, were paintings. Ancient pictographs in ochre and charcoal, depicting scenes of hunting, gathering, and something else. A tall, spindly figure with the head of a goat. Its limbs, elongated and unsettling, seemed to twist unnaturally. In its hands it held what looked like polished river stones, clicking them together in what I assumed was some kind of ritualistic dance. I took photos, fascinated and a little creeped out. I convinced myself it was just folklore, the product of an overactive imagination from a long-gone civilization. The next day, I stumbled upon a small, almost deserted town. A single gas station, its pumps draped in faded yellow crime scene tape, served as the only sign of life. A weathered wooden sign proclaimed it, Barstow. I filled my reusable water bottle, noticing a small group of locals huddled near a pickup truck. They eyed me with a mixture of suspicion and apathy. Their faces were etched with a wariness that seemed to run deeper than the wrinkles around their eyes. I overheard snippets of their conversation, whispers about the clicker, the goat man, the stones. I dismissed it as local superstition, but a prickle of unease settled in my stomach. That night, camped out under a blanket of impossibly bright stars, I heard it. A faint, rhythmic clicking, almost like stones being tapped together. I told myself it was crickets, the wind anything but what my gut told me it was. The clicking grew louder, closer. My heart hammered against my ribs. I zipped my tent closed tighter, holding my breath, waiting for the sound to fade. It didn't. Instead, it stopped abruptly. An unnerving quiet descended. Then, a shadow fell across my tent. A tall, spindly shadow. My blood ran cold. I spent the following days driving, putting as much distance between myself and Barstow as possible. The clicking sound haunted me. It seemed to echo in the canyons, whisper on the wind, infiltrate my dreams. The goat-headed figure from the cave paintings was no longer an ancient image. It was a vivid, terrifying reality. The landscape outside my car window became increasingly bizarre. Twisted, stunted trees clawed at the sky. The normally vibrant desert flora was replaced with withered, almost black vegetation. The air grew thick with a cloying sweetness, like overripe fruit rotting in the sun. I pulled into another deserted town, hoping for gas, maybe a distraction from the creeping dread that had taken root in my soul. The town, if you could call it that, consisted of a handful of squat, adobe buildings. The windows were dark, empty. A single, flickering fluorescent light buzzed overhead in what looked like a general store. I hesitantly entered. The air inside was heavy, stale. The shelves were bare, except for a few cans of dusty peaches. And then I saw them. 3 figures, standing near the back of the store, shrouded in shadow. Their heads seemed disproportionately small for their lanky frames. They were clicking stones together, their movements slow, deliberate. The goat-headed figure from the cave paintings superimposed itself over their forms. I stumbled backward, my breath catching in my throat. I ran. I didn't look back. I drove until the sun rose, painting the sky in shades of blood orange and bruised purple. I stopped at a roadside diner, desperate for coffee, human interaction, anything to break the spell of terror that had enveloped me. The diner was empty except for a woman behind the counter. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and unfocused. She didn't speak, only stared at me with an unnerving intensity. I asked for coffee. She didn't respond. Instead, she reached under the counter and placed a small, smooth stone on the countertop. It was white, almost luminescent. She clicked it against another stone in her hand, then offered it to me. My stomach lurched. The clicking sound, amplified in the quiet diner, seemed to vibrate through my very bones. I backed away, my heart pounding against my ribs. I fled the diner. The image of the woman and the clicking stones burned into my memory. The Texas landscape, once beautiful and intriguing, was now a terrifying backdrop to my worst nightmare. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every sound a warning. The clicking followed me. It was always there, faint, then loud, a constant reminder that I was not alone, that I was being watched, hunted. As the sun began to set, I found myself on a long, deserted stretch of highway. The clicking grew louder, closer. I looked in my rearview mirror and saw them, silhouetted against the fiery sunset, 3 tall, spindly figures. Their heads were small, dark, goat-headed. They were gaining on me. They were clicking their stones, their pace quickening. My foot slammed on the gas pedal, but it was no use. The clicking grew louder, the figures closer. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was the end of my journey. The Davis Mountains, once a place of solitude, had become my tomb. The clicking stones my terrifying soundtrack to oblivion. Story 9. The Devil's River, they called it. Amelia, ever the optimist, said it was named for its treacherous currents. David, always the cynic, muttered something about the things that lived beneath the surface. Maya, just wanted to enjoy my spring break. We'd piled into Emily's beat-up Jeep, intent on escaping the suffocating suburbs of Austin for a few days of riverside camping. We set up camp a few miles from the main road, a secluded spot shaded by gnarled pecan trees. The air hung heavy with the scent of juniper and something else, something vaguely metallic that I couldn't quite place. It made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. The uneasiness intensified when we discovered them, the footprints. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen. 3 thick toes, splayed wide, imprinted deep in the damp earth. They led away from the river, deeper into the scrub brush and mesquite, towards a part of the wilderness that even the most seasoned park rangers warned against. Probably just some weird feral hog, Amelia offered, but her voice lacked its usual cheerfulness. Even she seemed disturbed. David, however, was intrigued. "Come on," he said, already grabbing his ever-present camera. "Let's investigate." I wanted to protest. I wanted to pack up our things and drive back to civilization, back to the safety of streetlights and locked doors. But a part of me, a morbid curiosity I couldn't ignore, kept me rooted to the spot. We followed the trail, the 3-toed prints our only guide. The deeper we ventured, the more unsettling the landscape became. The pecans gave way to twisted, thorny acacia trees, their branches intertwined like skeletal arms. The metallic scent grew stronger, almost overpowering the juniper, and the air grew thick, making it difficult to breathe. Then we heard it. A rhythmic clicking, faint at first, but growing steadily louder. It sounded like stones being struck together, a steady, unnerving percussion. David, ever the documentarian, pressed on, his camera rolling. The trail led us to a clearing, where a sight that will forever be seared into my memory greeted us. 3 figures stood there, their backs to us. They were tall, impossibly tall, their limbs elongated and strangely jointed. They wore long, shapeless robes of what looked like burlap, their heads covered by hoods. And in their hands, they held smooth, white stones, which they clicked together in a hypnotic rhythm. The clicking stopped. The figures turned slowly, deliberately, and I saw their faces. Or what I thought were their faces. The hoods shadowed their features, but I could see their smiles. Wide, predatory smiles that revealed rows of pointed, violet teeth. Their eyes, visible even in the shadows, glowed with a sickly yellow light. Terror, pure, unadulterated terror, seized me. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like lead. David, though clearly shaken, kept filming, his camera shaking in his grip. Amelia let out a small whimper, and Emily, ever the pragmatist, grabbed Amelia's hand and whispered, "We need to go. Now." We turned to flee, but the figures moved with surprising speed, their long limbs carrying them across the clearing in a few gliding strides. They blocked our path, their smiles widening, the clicking of their stones starting again, louder now, almost deafening. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Their smiles, their eyes, their very presence spoke volumes. They were not human. They were something else, something ancient, something malevolent. The clicking intensified, the violet teeth gleamed. The yellow eyes burned. They closed in. David dropped his camera, the clatter echoing through the clearing. He grabbed my hand, and we ran blindly, desperately, through the thorny acacia trees. The clicking stones pursuing us, the violet smiles haunting our every step. We stumbled through the darkness, thorns tearing at our clothes, the metallic scent filling our nostrils. We didn't stop running until we reached the Jeep, Emily already behind the wheel, the engine roaring. We piled in, Emily flooring it, leaving the clearing, the clicking stones, and the smiling figures behind us. We didn't speak as Emily drove, her knuckles white against the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. We just drove, away from the Devil's River, away from the three-toed footprints, away from the clicking stones, away from the things that smiled in the darkness. Even now, years later, I can still hear that clicking. I can still see those smiles. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that somewhere out there, in the unforgiving wilderness of the Devil's River, those things are still clicking their stones, still smiling their violet smiles, still waiting. Story 10. The Texas sun beat down, heavy and oppressive, even through the rolled-down windows of Amelia's beat-up Jeep. Dust devils danced across the parched landscape, swirling reddish-brown against the bleached horizon. I adjusted my glasses, wiping a bead of sweat from my brow, and consulted the tattered map spread across my lap. According to this, I announced, my voice slightly hoarse from the dry air, the ranch where those goats were supposedly drained dry is just a few miles ahead. David, our tech expert, fiddled with the GPS, a frown etched on his face. "My signal's spotty out here, Sarah, but yeah, looks about right." Emily, our resident skeptic, snorted. "Spotty signal, spotty evidence. I still say this whole chupacabra thing is a hoax." I ignored her. Years of chasing cryptids had taught me to trust local legends. There was always a kernel of truth buried beneath layers of exaggeration and folklore. We bumped along a barely there dirt track, the Jeep protesting with every rut and pothole. The vegetation grew sparser, the mesquite and cacti giving way to dry, brittle scrub. Finally, a ramshackle structure appeared on the horizon, more a collection of haphazardly assembled boards and corrugated iron than a proper building. A single, bare bulb illuminated a peeling sign that read, simply, "Peaches." We parked the Jeep, the silence amplified by the emptiness surrounding us. The air hung thick and sweet, a cloying aroma of overripe fruit mixed with something vaguely metallic, something I couldn't quite place. "Hello." I called out, my voice swallowed by the vast stillness. No response. We cautiously approached the structure, the loose boards creaking under our feet. The front door hung open, revealing a dim interior. Hesitantly, I stepped inside, David and Emily close behind. The room was sparsely furnished, a rough wooden table dominating the space. Baskets overflowed with peaches. Their skin bruised and glistening, the sweet smell almost suffocating. Suddenly, a rhythmic clicking sound echoed from the back room, regular and precise. We exchanged uneasy glances. "Hello," I called again, my voice tighter this time. The clicking continued, unwavering. We moved towards the sound, passing through a doorway draped with faded burlap sacks. The back room was smaller, lit by a flickering kerosene lamp that cast long, dancing shadows. 3 figures stood huddled around a low table, their backs to us. They were abnormally tall, their limbs elongated and thin, almost skeletal. Their heads, covered in what appeared to be burlap sacks, seemed disproportionately small. Their hands, long and bony, clicked smooth. White stones together in a steady rhythm. "Excuse me," I began, forcing a calmness I didn't feel. The figures didn't react, the clicking continuing its hypnotic cadence. "We're looking for the owner of this ranch," I continued, taking another step forward. Slowly, deliberately, the figures turned. The burlap sacks covering their heads fell away, revealing faces that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Their skin was stretched taut over sharp bones, their eyes sunken and black, devoid of pupils. Their mouths were stretched into wide, unsettling smiles, revealing rows of pointed violet teeth. The clicking stopped. A low, guttural growl resonated from the figures, growing louder, building into a chilling chorus. One of them lifted a hand, its long, skeletal fingers tipped with what looked like polished obsidian. The figure pointed a finger at me, then at the table laden with peaches. The sweet, metallic scent intensified, and I realized with a sickening lurch what it reminded me of. It was the smell of blood. The figures began to chant, a low, droning sound that seemed to vibrate through the floor and into my bones. Their smiles widened, revealing more of their violet teeth. The peaches on the table pulsed with a faint, inner light, a sickening, purplish glow. They weren't just peaches. They were something else entirely. Something far worse. I understood then. They weren't guarding the peaches, they were feeding them. And we, it seemed, were next on the menu. I grabbed David and Emily, pulling them towards the doorway. "Run," I screamed. The figures lunged towards us, their growls intensifying, their obsidian claws outstretched. We scrambled back through the house, bursting out into the blinding sunlight. The jeep felt miles away. We ran, our hearts pounding, the chanting growing louder behind us. I risked a glance back. The figures were emerging from the house, their elongated forms silhouetted against the sickly yellow light. They moved with surprising speed, their long strides eating up the distance between us. We reached the jeep, fumbling with the keys, our hands shaking uncontrollably. I threw the door open, scrambling inside as David started the engine. Emily jumped into the back, her face white with terror. The figures were almost upon us, their violet smiles haunting, their obsidian claws glinting in the sun. David slammed the jeep into reverse, tires spinning in the loose dirt. We lurched backwards, narrowly avoiding the outstretched claws of the nearest figure. Then, we were speeding away, leaving the horrifying orchard and its inhabitants behind. The clicking sound faded, replaced by the roar of the engine and the frantic thumping of our hearts. But the image of those violet smiles, those elongated forms, those glistening peaches, stayed with me, burned into my memory. A chilling reminder of the true horror that lurks beneath the surface of the Texas landscape. A horror far more sinister than any mythical beast. Something far more ancient, and far more hungry. Story 11. The shimmering heat rising from the Texas asphalt warped the distant messes, making them dance like mirages. The endless, flat expanse of scrubland pressed in on me. A tangible weight of solitude. I was miles from anything resembling civilization, regretting my impulsive decision to take this backroads route to El Paso. A flicker of movement at the roadside caught my eye. A hitchhiker. He held a battered, turquoise lunchbox, its paint chipped and faded. Against my better judgment, fueled by a pang of loneliness in this vast emptiness, I pulled over. He shuffled towards the car, his gait slightly uneven. He was tall and thin, his face obscured by the brim of a stained, straw cowboy hat. He nodded a silent thanks as he climbed in, settling the lunchbox carefully on his lap. He smelled faintly of dust and something else, something almost metallic, like old pennies. "Headed west," he rasped, his voice dry as the landscape. I nodded, already feeling the prickle of unease. He didn't offer his name, nor did he ask for mine. He simply stared out the window, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the hum of the tires on the road. I tried to make small talk, commenting on the vastness of the sky, the stubborn resilience of the desert plants. He offered only grunts in response, never taking his eyes from the view. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues of orange and purple, he shifted in his seat. I glanced at him, my unease intensifying. His skin seemed to be changing, becoming rougher, almost feathered. He clutched the lunchbox tighter, his knuckles bone white. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice a nervous tremor. He turned towards me then, and the straw hat finally shifted enough to reveal his face. It wasn't human. It was a beak, sharp and hooked, like a hawk's. His eyes were huge and black, reflecting the dying light with an unnatural sheen. A series of clicking sounds emanated from the lunchbox, a rhythmic, unsettling percussion. Panic seized me. I slammed my foot on the brake, the car skidding on the loose gravel. He let out a guttural shriek, the sound like metal scraping against metal. Feathers sprouted from his skin, his limbs elongating, twisting into something avian and monstrous. He lunged for me, his talons extended, the clicking from the lunchbox growing faster, more frantic. I screamed, throwing my hands up to protect myself. He struck, his talons tearing through my jacket, a searing pain ripping across my arm. I fumbled for the door handle, desperate to escape. He shrieked again, the sound echoing across the desolate landscape. I managed to yank the door open, stumbling out onto the gravel. He followed, his transformed body moving with surprising agility. I ran, blindly, the setting sun casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to mock my terror. The clicking from the lunchbox pursued me, a relentless, terrifying soundtrack to my flight. I tripped, falling hard onto the unforgiving ground. I looked back, my breath catching in my throat. He stood over me, his silhouette a grotesque parody of a human form against the fiery backdrop of the setting sun. He raised the lunchbox, and as he opened it, I realized the source of the clicking. Inside, nestled amongst what looked like dried berries and seeds, were dozens of human eyeballs. They clicked against each other, moist and glistening in the fading light. He reached into the box, pulled one out, and with a sickening crunch, popped it into his beak. He smiled then, a horrifying, beaked grin that revealed rows of needle-sharp teeth. The metallic scent intensified, thick and cloying. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me, was the glint of the setting sun reflecting off the wet, glistening surface of the eyeballs in his lunchbox. The clicking continued, a steady, rhythmic promise of my impending demise. Story 12. The Texas sun beat down, baking the cracked asphalt, a shimmering marriage ahead. Amelia, ever the optimist, pointed at a hand-painted sign proclaiming, "Starlight Peach Orchard, next exit." David, our designated driver and resident cynic, grumbled something about tourist traps. I, Emily, the self-proclaimed documentarian of our ill-fated road trip, clutched my camera, hoping for a shot more interesting than dried-up gas stations and endless fields of sunflowers. The peaches were grotesque. Swollen, almost bursting with a sickly sweet nectar, they dripped with a viscous fluid that attracted swarms of flies. The orchard itself felt wrong. The trees were too perfectly spaced, their branches heavy with fruit, yet oddly silent. No birds sang, no bees buzzed. Even the air itself felt thick, cloying. The only sound was a faint, rhythmic clicking coming from somewhere deep within the orchard. A small group of figures stood near the back, their heads covered in what looked like tattered burlap sacks. They were abnormally tall, their limbs elongated, and they moved with a strange, gliding motion. They never spoke, never turned towards us, but their presence radiated a palpable unease. They were clicking smooth, white stones together, the sound echoing through the unnatural stillness of the orchard. David, ever the skeptic, dismissed them as local eccentrics. Amelia, always drawn to the unusual, wanted to approach them, to ask about their strange ritual. I, caught somewhere between morbid curiosity and creeping dread, filmed them from a distance, the camera shaking slightly in my hand. something felt profoundly wrong. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and burnt orange, we decided to leave. The clicking followed us, a steady, unsettling percussion that seemed to vibrate through the car. The landscape outside, once vibrant with the fading sunset, transformed into a stark, unforgiving wilderness. Twisted mesquite trees clawed at the darkening sky, their branches intertwined like skeletal fingers. We drove for what felt like hours, the clicking stones a constant, terrifying soundtrack to our journey. The landscape became increasingly desolate, the few buildings we passed boarded up and abandoned. We found ourselves on a rough, bumpy track, barely discernible in the growing darkness. The GPS sputtered, lost its signal, and a wave of panic began to rise within me. Finally, a light appeared in the distance. A single porch light illuminating a ramshackle structure that seemed to rise organically from the parched earth. We pulled up, the silence amplified by the sudden absence of the engine's hum. The clicking had stopped. Hesitantly, we approached the house. The front door stood ajar, a sliver of sickly yellow light spilling out into the darkness. A coppery smell, almost metallic, hung in the air. David, ever the brave one, pushed the door open. The interior was sparsely furnished. A wooden table dominated the room, its surface covered with what looked like dried herbs and small, polished river stones. The walls were adorned with strange symbols, crudely painted in a dark, almost black color. And then we saw them. The figures from the orchard. They stood motionless in the corners of the room, their burlap sacks still covering their heads. The clicking started again, louder this time. And the figures began to move, their movements jerky and unnatural. They circled the table, their stones clicking in a hypnotic rhythm. The coppery smell intensified, and a sickening sweet smell, like overripe fruit rotting in the sun, filled the air. Terror, raw and unadulterated, seized me. I stumbled back, the camera slipping from my grasp. David, his usual bravado gone, muttered something about getting out of there. Amelia, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination, remained rooted to the spot. As the figures closed in, their clicking stones reaching a frantic crescendo, I saw their faces. The burlap sacks had fallen away, revealing faces that were not human. Elongated, almost skeletal. Their skin stretched taut over sharp bones. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and their mouths were filled with rows of sharp, violet teeth. David screamed, a guttural, animalistic sound that echoed through the small room. He lunged towards the door, but the figures moved with surprising speed, their elongated limbs carrying them across the room in a blur of motion. They surrounded him, their stones clicking against each other like the gnashing of teeth. Amelia shrieked, a high-pitched sound of pure terror. I wanted to run, to scream, but I was paralyzed, frozen in place by the sheer horror of the scene unfolding before me. The figures descended upon David, their clicking stones a terrifying soundtrack to his demise. The coppery smell became overwhelming, and the sickly sweet smell intensified, becoming almost suffocating. I saw a flash of violet teeth, a glimpse of sharp, bony fingers, and then darkness. I don't remember what happened next. I only remember the clicking stones, the coppery smell, the violet smiles. They're burned into my memory, a chilling souvenir of a Texas road trip gone horribly wrong. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I can still hear the clicking. A rhythmic promise of something ancient. Something malevolent, something that lurks beneath the sun-drenched surface of the Lone Star State. Story 13. The San Antonio skyline shrunk in the rearview mirror, replaced by the monotonous scrub and mesquite of Highway 281. Amalia, Emily, and Davis, my college friends, filled the car with their usual boisterous energy. I, Maya, gripped the steering wheel, already anticipating the quiet solace of my grandmother's ranch near Marble Falls. This annual pilgrimage was my escape from city life, a chance to reconnect with a slower pace. We were miles north of San Antonio when we saw him, thumb outstretched under the oppressive June sun. He was lanky, dressed in faded denim, with a shock of white hair escaping from beneath a worn straw hat. Amelia, ever compassionate, insisted we stop. He introduced himself as Silas, his voice a low drawl, thick as honey. He claimed to be heading north, towards Johnson City, a story that aligned conveniently with our route. Initially, Silas seemed harmless enough, regaling us with tales of local lore and eccentric characters. He spoke of hidden springs, forgotten caves, and the strange, shimmering lights sometimes seen dancing in the hills after dusk. His stories, though odd, held a captivating quality. It was Davis, our resident cynic, who first voiced suspicion. He questioned Silas's vague details, his wandering gaze, and the unsettling way his smile never quite reached his eyes. But Silas brushed off Davis's skepticism with an easy charm, attributing it to city folk paranoia. As we drove, Silas's stories grew increasingly bizarre. He described a place he called the Orchard, where the peaches grew fat and heavy with a sickly sweet nectar. He claimed the fruit held a strange power, capable of bending time and revealing hidden truths. His descriptions became vivid, almost hallucinatory, as he spoke of the orchard's guardians, spectral figures who tended the trees and offered the fruit to worthy travelers. He spoke of them using white stones. I glanced at Davis in the rearview mirror. His usual jovial expression was replaced with a deep frown. Even Amelia, normally the most receptive to such tales, seemed unnerved. Emily, bless her heart, was asleep, headphones clamped over her ears, oblivious to the growing tension in the car. Miles blurred into an endless expanse of sun-baked highway. The landscape outside began to warp and shimmer in the heat. I felt a growing unease. It wasn't just Silas's stories. It was something in the air, a strange, almost metallic scent that seemed to grow stronger with every mile. Silas pointed to a dirt track branching off the highway. "The orchard," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's just beyond those hills." His smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too pointed, for a human mouth. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I felt a strange compulsion, a pull towards this place. I wanted to see it. No, I needed to see it. I slowed the car. "Are you sure?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Silas nodded, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. "They're waiting," he murmured. I pulled onto the dirt track. The car jolted and swayed, the rough terrain a stark contrast to the smooth asphalt of the highway. The air grew heavy, almost suffocating. The metallic scent intensified, mixed with the cloying sweetness of overripe fruit. The orchard came into view. It wasn't what I expected. The trees were gnarled and twisted, their branches laden with grotesquely large peaches, their skins bruised and glistening. A small group of figures stood motionless among the trees, their bodies draped in long, shapeless robes. They held smooth, white stones in their hands. I stopped the car. Silence descended, broken only by the buzzing of insects and the distant, rhythmic clicking of stones. Emily steered, blinking in the strange, yellowish light that filtered through the trees. "Where are we?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. Before anyone could answer, Silas opened the car door and stepped out. He turned, his smile now a grotesque parody of human expression. "Welcome," he said, his voice echoing strangely in the stillness. "They've been expecting you." The robed figures began to move towards us, their movements slow, deliberate, almost hypnotic. Their clicking stones intensified, resonating deep within my chest. I felt a terrifying awareness, a visceral understanding that something was profoundly, horribly wrong. My hand fumbled for the door handle, but I found myself frozen, paralyzed by a fear so primal, so intense that it stole my breath. Davis screamed. He lunged towards Silas, but the robed figures were too quick. They descended upon him, their white stones glinting in the strange light. A sickening crunch echoed through the orchard as the stones connected with flesh and bone. Amelia shrieked, a high, piercing sound that was quickly cut short. Emily scrambled for the back door, But the figures were already there, their faces obscured by the shadows of their hoods, their white stones raised. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to obey. I could only watch, frozen in terror, as the figures closed in, their clicking stones a terrifying soundtrack to the unfolding horror. The last thing I saw, before the white stones descended, was Silas's smile, wide and violet, against the backdrop of the setting sun. The clicking of the stones grew louder, filling my ears, my mind, my very being. And then, there was only darkness. Story 14. The peeling paint on the Starlight Peach Motel. Sign should have been my first warning, but the exhaustion clinging to Amelia and me after 12 hours traversing Texas back roads dulled my senses. The motel, nestled between a dusty peach orchard and the unnervingly empty expanse of the Texas killing fields, was our only option. Silas, the motel owner, emerged from the shadows of the porch, his smile too wide, too eager for such a desolate place. His handshake, though firm, felt strangely cold, like polished marble. Silas's enthusiasm was unsettling. He spoke of the Starlight Peaches, their unique sweetness amplified by the mineral-rich soil. He insisted we try some, his eyes glinting with an almost fanatical light. The peaches, displayed in a chipped porcelain bowl on the dusty reception counter, were indeed enormous, almost grotesquely so, their skins bruised purple and emitting a cloying aroma. I politely declined, claiming a full stomach. Amelia, ever the adventurous one, took a bite, her expression shifting from delight to a subtle grimace that she quickly masked. Our room, number 7, was sparsely furnished. A double bed, a rickety chair, and a chipped dresser comprised the entirety of the decor. The air hung thick and heavy with the sickly sweet smell of the peaches. I tried to open the window, but it was painted shut. A single bare bulb illuminated the room, casting long, distorted shadows. I lay on the bed, my unease growing, while Amelia, seemingly unaffected, unpacked her turquoise lunchbox, a relic from her childhood. It was filled, not with sandwiches, but with smooth, white stones, each one perfectly round and cold to the touch. She explained she collected them, a peculiar hobby I'd never fully understood. Later that evening, we sat on the porch swing, the silence broken only by the rhythmic chirping of crickets. Silas joined us, carrying a pitcher of what he called peach nectar, a thick, viscous liquid that shimmered strangely in the dim light. Again, I declined. Amelia, however, accepted a glass, taking a tentative sip before placing it on the table beside her collection of stones. Silas watched her with an intensity that made my skin crawl. As the night wore on, I became aware of a faint clicking sound. It seemed to emanate from the orchard. I dismissed it as insects, but the sound grew louder, more rhythmic. I glanced at Amelia. She was staring at the orchard, her eyes wide, almost glazed over. The clicking intensified, accompanied now by a low, guttural chanting. I shook Amelia's shoulder, trying to break her trance. She blinked, seemingly confused. The clicking and chanting stopped abruptly. Silas, who had been sitting silently beside us, rose, his smile vanishing. Time for bed, he said, his voice flat, devoid of its earlier warmth. Back in our room, I bolted the door, my heart pounding. The clicking started again, closer now, accompanied by the rhythmic thud of footsteps approaching the motel. I peered through the grimy window. 3 figures, their bodies draped in what looked like burlap sacks, were moving towards us. They carried baskets overflowing with those enormous peaches. In the faint moonlight, I could see their hands, long and skeletal, clutching smooth white stones identical to Amelia's. The clicking was the sound of the stones striking each other. Terror seized me. I understood now. The stones, the peaches, Silas. This wasn't a motel. It was a harvest. Amelia, still in a daze, began arranging her stones on the dresser, mimicking the clicking sound from outside. I shook her again, harder this time. "We have to go," I hissed, pulling her towards the door. The chanting grew louder. The figures were almost at our door. I fumbled with the bolt, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The door burst open, revealing Silas, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace, his hands, no longer cold and smooth, but gnarled and claw-like, reaching for us. Behind him, the robed figures pressed forward, their clicking stones a frantic, terrifying crescendo. I grabbed Amelia's hand and pulled her towards the bathroom window, the only other exit. We scrambled through, landing on the hard, unforgiving ground. We ran. We ran through the peach orchard, the sickly sweet smell now a suffocating miasma. The clicking stones pursued us, a chilling soundtrack to our desperate flight. We didn't stop running until we reached the highway, the distant headlights of a truck our only hope. We flagged it down, collapsing inside, the image of Silas and his harvesters, their violet teeth gleaming in the moonlight, forever seared into my memory. The driver, a kindly trucker, offered us water and listened patiently as I stammered out our story. He didn't seem surprised. He just nodded sadly, saying, "The Starlight Peach Motel. Locals warn against it. They say the peaches have a strange power." He looked at Amelia, her turquoise lunchbox clutched tightly in her lap, and his eyes widened slightly. "Those stones," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Veer, did you get those stones?" Amelia simply smiled, a vacant, unsettling smile, and began to click them together, softly, rhythmically. The clicking filled the cab of the truck, a chilling promise of something terrible yet to come. Story 15. The Starlight Peach Orchard. It sounded idyllic, romantic even. Amelia, our designated photographer and social media guru, had found it online, a supposedly abandoned orchard north of Austin. "Perfect," she declared, for some authentic Texas road trip content. Silas, our resident skeptic, grumbled about allergies and trespassing, but Emily and David, ever eager for adventure, were already packing their bags. I, ever the agreeable friend, went along for the ride. 12 hours later, the Texas landscape blurred outside the window. Scrub brush and mesquite trees gave way to rolling hills dotted with live oaks. The orchard itself was down a dirt road. Barely discernible, the track branching off from the main highway almost hidden amongst a thicket of twisting juniper. A strange premonition held me. Something felt profoundly wrong. The orchard was a grotesque mockery of its name. Twisted, gnarled peach trees clawed at the sky, their branches heavy with grotesquely large peaches, almost bursting with viscous, shimmering fluid. A sickening sweet smell hung in the air, thick and cloying. Several figures stood motionless amongst the trees, their bodies draped in shapeless, burlap sacks. They held smooth, white stones, clicking them together in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. The sound echoed through the otherwise silent orchard. My unease intensified. David, ever the brave one, hopped out of the car, camera already rolling. "This is amazing," he proclaimed, narrating every detail for his non-existent audience. Amelia, turquoise lunchbox clutched tightly, followed close behind, snapping pictures of the strange scene unfolding before us. Silas and Emily stayed in the car, exchanging uneasy glances. I hesitated, torn between morbid curiosity and a visceral understanding that something terrible lurked beneath the surface of this idyllic scene. The clicking of the stones continued, a constant, unsettling percussion. I joined David and Amelia, forcing a reassuring smile. "Those things really are enormous," I commented, trying to sound nonchalant, gesturing toward the peaches. The figures didn't react, didn't even turn towards us. They simply continued their strange ritual, their white stones clicking against each other in a steady rhythm. The sickly sweet smell intensified, becoming almost suffocating. David, oblivious to the growing tension, wandered deeper into the orchard, camera shaking slightly. Local superstition, he muttered, more to himself than to us. Probably updating some ancient image of fertility. He chuckled, but the sound lacked his usual cheerfulness. Suddenly, the clicking stopped. An unnerving quiet descended, broken only by the buzzing of unseen insects. The figures turned, their hoods shadowing their features. Their movements were jerky, almost mechanical. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my forced composure. I grabbed Amelia's arm. "We should go," I whispered, my voice trembling. Amelia simply smiled, seemingly unnerved. "Just a few more pictures," she murmured, her eyes fixated on the figures. Before I could argue, one of the figures lunged towards David. Its burlap sack fell away, revealing a face that wasn't a face at all, but a grotesque parody of human features. Its skin was bruised purple, stretched taut over sharp bones. Its mouth was a gaping hole filled with rows of violet teeth. Its hands, long and skeletal, ended in yellowed claws. David screamed. A primal shriek that echoed through the orchard. A terrifying soundtrack to the unfolding horror. The other figures descended upon him, their claws tearing through his clothes, their growls intensifying into a guttural rumble. Amelia shrieked, her turquoise lunchbox clattering to the ground. I grabbed her hand, pulling her away from the horrifying scene. We ran, blindly, through the orchard. The sickening crunch of overripe fruit under our feet a chilling reminder of David's fate. We stumbled back to the car, Emily and Silas scrambling inside. Emily floored it, the tires spitting gravel as we fled the orchard. The clicking of the stones started again, echoing behind us, a terrifying promise of pursuit. We drove for hours, the Texas landscape outside becoming increasingly desolate. The silence inside the car was thick with unspoken terror. Amelia sobbed quietly, clutching her lunchbox. Silas stared straight ahead, his face pale. Emily's knuckles were white against the steering wheel. As twilight deepened, we saw a single porch light illuminating a ramshackle structure in the distance. Starlight Peach Motel, a faded sign proclaimed. We exchanged terrified glances. We had no choice but to stop. The motel owner, a broad-shouldered woman with a handlebar mustache and a strangely jointed hand, greeted us with an unsettling smile. Her teeth, I noticed, were slightly pointed. We took a sparsely furnished room, the air thick with a faint, metallic scent. As we huddled together on the lumpy mattress, the clicking sound started again, seemingly coming from just outside our window. I peered through the grimy window. 3 figures stood there, their burlap sacks still covering their heads, their white stones raised. They smiled their violet smiles. And then, I saw another figure emerge from the shadows of the motel. Taller than the others, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed straw cowboy hat. He was holding something. Something familiar. Something that made my blood run cold. It was David's camera. He pointed it at us, and a small, red light appeared on its surface. He clicked a button. A deliberate click that resonated through the night. He was recording. The robed figures pressed forward, their claws outstretched. The last thing I saw, before darkness consumed me, was the straw cowboy's smile. It widened, revealing rows of violet teeth. He was still recording. He had been waiting for us. He was one of them. Story 16. The chipped, faded sign read, Starlight Peach BBQ Authentic Texan Tast. Amelia, my ever-optimistic wife, insisted it was fate, a delightful detour on our journey to Grandma Hayes' sprawling ranch. Silas, our agreeable friend and designated driver, shrugged, his usual jovial expression unchanged. David, our resident cynic and proclaimed documentarian, grumbled something about tourist traps. But nevertheless, he dutifully filmed the peeling paint and crooked letters with his trusty camera. I, designated photographer, snapped a picture of Amelia posing beneath the sign, her turquoise lunchbox clutched tightly in her hand. The sickly sweet smell of overripe peaches hung heavy in the air. A cloying aroma that followed us as we pulled off the baked highway and onto a rough track. The track led us past rows of peach trees, laden with grotesquely large peaches. Something about their perfect uniformity unnerved me. Their skins were bruised purple, almost black in places, and a viscous fluid dripped steadily from several, attracting swarms of flies. I exchanged uneasy glances with David, who seemed equally disturbed, but Amelia, bless her heart, was already snapping pictures of the enormous fruit, narrating every detail for her non-existent audience on social media. The track finally opened onto a clearing, revealing a ramshackle structure that barely qualified as a building. A single porch light illuminated a wooden table dominated by a large basket overflowing with those unsettling peaches. 3 figures stood motionless around the table, their bodies draped in shapeless burlap sacks. Their faces were completely obscured, but they each clutched smooth, white stones, which they clicked together in a slow, rhythmic cadence. An uncomfortable prickle ran down my spine. I wanted to leave. This place radiated an unsettling quiet, a palpable unease that settled like a suffocating blanket. David, however, was captivated. His camera already rolling, capturing the strange scene unfolding before us. Amalia, oblivious to the growing tension, skipped toward the figures, her usual cheerfulness unwavering. Silas and I exchanged another look, and with a shared sigh of resignation, we followed. As we approached, the figures stopped their clicking and turned toward us. Their movements were jerky, almost mechanical. Amelia, ever the social butterfly, introduced herself and offered them some of the dried berries she'd packed for the journey. They didn't respond verbally, but one of the figures gestured toward the peaches with a long, strangely jointed finger. Amelia, taking this as an invitation, reached for one of the enormous fruits. I grabbed her arm. "Amelia, maybe we shouldn't," I whispered, my voice tight with a fear I couldn't quite articulate. She gave me a reassuring smile. "Don't be silly. They're just being friendly." She gently pulled her arm free and picked a peach. The moment her fingers closed around the soft, bruised skin, the figures resumed their clicking. The sound, amplified now, resonated through the clearing, a chilling percussion that seemed to vibrate through my bones. Amelia took a bite of the peach, her smile widening. Delicious," she mumbled, juice dripping down her chin. David, ever the documentarian, zoomed in for a close-up. Then Amelia's smile vanished. Her eyes widened, and a shiver crawled up my spine as a horrifying realization dawned on me. The peach she'd bitten into wasn't filled with the usual sweet, yellow flesh. It was filled with something else. Something shimmering, almost metallic. A coppery smell, thick and sickening, filled the air. Amelia screamed, dropping the peach. The shimmering fluid splattered on the dusty ground, revealing something small, white, and undeniably human. A tooth. The figures lunged toward Amelia, their burlap sacks falling away, revealing faces that were not human. Their skin was stretched taut over sharp bones, their eyes glowed with an almost fanatical light, and their mouths, oh God, their mouths, were filled with rows of violet teeth. David screamed and dropped his camera. Silas, with surprising strength, shoved Amelia and me behind him. "Run," he yelled, but it was too late. The creatures descended upon us, their claws extended, their growls a terrifying chorus. David was the first to fall, a piercing shriek ripped from his throat as the creatures tore into him. Silas fought back with a ferocity I'd never seen in him, but he was quickly overwhelmed. I grabbed Amelia's hand and we ran, blindly, desperately, through the orchard. The clicking stones pursuing us, a terrifying soundtrack to our desperate flight. We stumbled through the trees, the grotesque peaches brushing against us, their sticky residue clinging to our clothes. I could hear Amelia sobbing behind me, her breath catching in her throat. We ran until we collapsed, gasping for air. In the scrub brush beyond the orchard. We didn't speak. We didn't look back. We just huddled together, listening to the fading sounds of the clicking stones. The horrifying awareness settling upon us that we were the only survivors of the Starlight Peach BQ. And even in our escape, a chilling certainty remained. We had tasted their unique sweetness, and they would never truly let us go. The clicking stones, the violet smiles, the coppery smell of their feast. These would haunt us, a constant, chilling reminder of the horror we had witnessed in that desolate Texas orchard. Story 17. The flickering neon sign of the Starlight Peach Motel buzzed, a lonely sentinel against the vast, inky Texan sky. I pulled in, grateful for any semblance of civilization after hours of empty highway. My phone displayed one bar, a mocking reminder of my isolation. The motel owner, a stout woman with a NAMA tag that read Darlene, handed me a key attached to a tarnished peach keychain. Room 6. She mentioned the peaches, locally famous, apparently. Starlight peaches. She smiled, her teeth oddly pointed. I dismissed it as exhaustion. Room 6 was small, smelling faintly of disinfectant and something vaguely metallic. The wallpaper, peeling at the seams, depicted an endless, repeating pattern of stylized peaches. I dropped my bag on the lumpy mattress and checked the window lock. Twice. Outside, a lone pickup truck idled, its headlights cutting through the darkness. A figure emerged, tall and thin, their face obscured by the wide brim of a straw cowboy hat. They seemed to be staring directly at my window, but the distance and the dim light made it hard to be certain. After a few unsettling minutes, the truck pulled away, disappearing into the night. I tried to shake off the unease. It was just a long drive, I told myself, but a nagging feeling persisted. Something felt wrong. I decided a walk might help clear my head. Darlene had pointed out a nearby orchard, claiming their Starlight peaches were unlike any other. The orchard stretched out under the almost impossibly bright stars, rows of trees laden with enormous, glistening fruit. They seemed to emit a faint, yellowish light, almost otherworldly. The sweet aroma hung heavy in the air, cloying, almost suffocating. As I ventured deeper, I noticed something else. A faint, rhythmic clicking. At the edge of the orchard, bathed in the strange glow of the peaches, 3 figures stood motionless. They wore long, shapeless robes that seemed to absorb the starlight. Their heads were covered in what looked like burlap sacks, and in their hands they held smooth, white stones, which they clicked together in a slow, deliberate rhythm. I recognized the clicking from countless true crime podcasts. The Peach Pit Killer, known for leaving cryptic messages carved into peach pits at his crime scenes. And the stones. Witnesses always mentioned the stones. A chill colder than the desert night ran down my spine. I backed away slowly, my heart hammering in my chest. The clicking continued, steady, hypnotic. I turned and ran. Back at the motel, I fumbled with the key, my hands shaking. Room 6. I slammed the door shut, locking it again and again. I peered through the grimy window. The pickup truck was back. The same figure stood beside it, their face still hidden by the hat. The clicking sound, faint but distinct, seemed to be coming from everywhere. It vibrated through the walls, through the floor. I was trapped. I frantically searched for my phone. No signal. The wallpaper peaches seemed to pulsate, their sickly yellow glow intensifying. The metallic smell was stronger now, almost overpowering, and mixed with the cloying sweetness of the peaches, it made me nauseous. The clicking grew louder, closer. Then, a knock at the door. A single, deliberate knock. I pressed myself against the wall, holding my breath. The door creaked open. The figure stood in the doorway, their face finally visible in the dim light of the room. Their skin was pale, almost translucent. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural, fanatical light, and in their hand they held a smooth, white stone, identical to the ones in the orchard. They smiled, a slow, chilling smile that revealed rows of pointed, violet teeth. And as they raised the stone, I understood. The Starlight Peach Motel, the glowing fruit, the metallic smell. It wasn't a motel at all. It was an offering. And I was the next ingredient. The stones clicked one last time, a sharp, final sound that echoed through the orchard, through the motel, through my very being, before the darkness consumed me. Story 18. The starlight glinted off their teeth, violet and sharp, like shards of amethyst. Their smiles, unsettlingly wide, seemed to stretch the very fabric of their faces. They held them high, those gleaming white stones, almost eggs in their skeletal hands. And as the first stone descended, crushing Silas's skull with a sickening crunch that echoed through the otherwise silent orchard, I knew. I knew this was the end of our spring break, the end of everything. Hours earlier, the Texas landscape had seemed benign, almost welcoming. The sun beat down on us, the air thick with the promise of adventure. South Padre, with its beckoning beaches and vibrant nightlife, pulsed in our collective imagination. Silas, our designated driver and resident optimist, hummed along to some forgotten country tune. Amelia, ever the social butterfly, documented our journey with an almost obsessive dedication to her phone camera. Emily, quiet and observant, sketched in her notebook, capturing the stark beauty of the passing scenery. And me, David, I just enjoyed the ride, content to be swept along by the tide of youthful exuberance. We'd opted for a backroads route, lured by the promise of authentic Texan experiences. Silas, bless his adventurous soul, had unearthed a brochure advertising the Starlight Peach Orchard, a supposedly legendary spot known for its enormous, uniquely sweet fruit. Emily, our resident skeptic, had voiced her doubts, grumbling about tourist traps and overpriced produce. But Amelia, swayed by the brochure's idyllic photos and promises of Instagrammable moments, had insisted we make the detour. The orchard itself lay miles off the main highway, down a bumpy track that snaked through increasingly desolate terrain. The landscape shifted from rolling hills dotted with scrub brush to a flat, almost barren expanse where twisted mesquite trees clawed at the bleached horizon. An uncomfortable prickle of unease settled in my stomach. The air, thick with the cloying sweetness of overripe fruit, felt heavy, oppressive. Even Amelia's usual cheerfulness seemed to waver. The orchard, when we finally reached it, was a grotesque parody of the brochure's promises. The trees, gnarled and stunted, bore fruit that was indeed enormous, but bruised and almost black in color. Swarms of flies buzzed lazily around the rotting bounty, the air thick with a miasma of decay. A ramshackle structure, haphazardly assembled from weathered wooden boards, stood near the center of the orchard. It looked abandoned, neglected. And yet, a faint yellowish light flickered from within, hinting at occupancy. The clicking sound started then, soft at first, almost imperceptible. A rhythmic tapping, like stones being struck together. Silas, ever the optimist, dismissed our growing unease. He pointed to a table laden with baskets overflowing with the grotesque peaches, proclaiming it a truly Texan welcome. He grabbed a particularly large specimen, its skin bruised purple, viscous fluid dripping steadily from a split in its side. He brought it close to his face, inhaling deeply, his smile widening. "Smell that, guys," he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Authentic Texan taste. He took a large bite, juice dripping down his chin. That's when we saw them. 3 figures emerged from the shadows of the ramshackle structure. Their bodies were draped in shapeless robes of a faded yellow, their faces completely obscured by burlap sacks. They carried smooth, white stones, identical in size and shape. The clicking sound intensified, a steady, hypnotic rhythm that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath our feet. The figures stopped a few feet away, their movements jerky, almost mechanical. They stood motionless for a moment, their heads tilted, as if listening to some silent command. Then, with surprising speed, they lunged towards us, their white stones raised. Amelia shrieked, dropping her phone. Emily, ever quick-witted, shoved Amelia behind her, grabbing a can of pepper spray from her backpack. But it was too late. Silas, still chewing on his grotesque peach, seemed confused, almost mesmerized by the approaching figures. He barely had time to register the unfolding horror before the first stone descended. Emily scrambled back, pulling Amelia with her. I, frozen in terror, could only watch as the figures descended upon Silas, their stones rising and falling with a sickening, rhythmic precision. The air filled with the sickening crunch of bone, the squelch of viscous fluid, and the chilling percussion of the stones. Emily dragged me towards the car, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. We piled inside, Emily flooring the accelerator, tires spinning in the loose gravel. The clicking sound pursued us, a terrifying soundtrack to our desperate flight. As we sped away, I glanced back at the orchard, a grotesque oasis of death in the vast, unforgiving Texas landscape. The figures stood motionless among the gnarled trees, their white stones glinting in the fading light. And as the distance between us grew, I heard a final sound, a chilling chorus that rose above the roar of the engine and the pounding of my own heart. It was the sound of their laughter, rasping and distorted, echoing through the twilight. It was a sound I knew would haunt me forever. The starlight glinted off their violet teeth. Story 19. My name is Alara Rise, investigative journalist for the Houston Chronicle. I'm currently somewhere in the heart of the Big Thicket, chasing a story that's become less about reporting and more about survival. It started with a string of missing persons reports. Travelers vanishing without a trace, swallowed whole by the sprawling, unforgiving wilderness of East Texas. Spotty cell service, unreliable witnesses, and a general air of local indifference hampered the official investigations. But a pattern emerged. Each disappearance occurred within a 100-mile radius of a place called the Starlight Peach Orchard. An abandoned orchard, if the locals were to be believed. My research unearthed something far more disturbing. Years ago, a serial killer known as the Caddo Carver terrorized this area. His calling card was intricately carved peach pits left near the bodies of his victims. He vanished without a trace, presumed dead, lost to the thicket. The timing of his disappearance coincided with a sudden surge in unexplained disappearances around the Starlight Orchard. A chilling connection I couldn't ignore. So, armed with a notepad, a camera, and a healthy dose of skepticism, I ventured into the thicket. The deeper I drove, the more the landscape transformed. Towering pines gave way to gnarled cypress trees draped in Spanish moss, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of decaying vegetation, and something subtly, sickeningly sweet. I found the Starlight Peach Orchard just as dusk began to settle. It wasn't abandoned. 3 figures stood amongst the trees, their backs to me. They wore long, shapeless robes of a dark, almost indigo hue. They were utterly still, their heads bowed. I parked a safe distance away, grabbed my camera, and cautiously approached. As I got closer, a rhythmic clicking sound reached me. Click, click. It seemed to emanate from the figures themselves. The clicking intensified as I drew nearer, becoming almost hypnotic. I noticed something in their hands. They held smooth, white stones, clicking them together with a rhythmic precision that sent a shiver down my spine. I raised my camera, documenting the strange scene. They turned, their faces obscured by deep hoods. The clicking stopped. A heavy silence descended, broken only by the buzzing of unseen insects. Then, one of the figures gestured towards the orchard. A silent invitation, or perhaps a warning. Hesitantly, I stepped into the orchard. The ground was soft, yielding beneath my feet. The air hung thick and sweet, almost cloying. The peaches themselves were enormous, grotesquely so. Their skins were bruised purple, almost black in places. A viscous, shimmering fluid dripped steadily from their overripe flesh. The figures resumed their clicking, their movements jerky and unsettling. They began to circle me, their stones clicking in a terrifying chorus. My heart hammered against my ribs. This wasn't folklore. This was real. This was the Caddo Carver's legacy. He hadn't vanished. He'd transformed, become something else, something far more terrifying. He'd found a way to survive, to thrive. within the heart of the thicket. He'd become one with the orchard, feeding on the lost and the curious, like me. The figures closed in, their clicking growing louder, faster. The sweet smell became overpowering, nauseating. I stumbled backward, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle a scream. The shimmering fluid dripped onto my hand, burning my skin with a chilling coldness. The figures lunged. Their robes fell open, revealing not flesh and bone, but gnarled branches, twisted roots, and thorns. Their hands, no longer human, were tipped with sharp, obsidian claws. Their heads tilted back, revealing faces that were no longer faces, but grotesque, gaping holes filled with squirming insects, and those same smooth, white stones. The clicking intensified into a frantic clatter as they descended upon me, their claws outstretched. The last thing I saw were those stones, descending towards me, their smooth surfaces reflecting a distorted image of my own terrified face, before darkness consumed me completely. Click, click, click. The sound of stones, against bone. Story 20. The rusted gates of Huntsville unit loomed, a skeletal grin against the bruised Texas sky. Amelia, ever the optimist, declared it, charmingly gothic, snapping pictures with her phone. Silas, our resident cynic, muttered something about bad vibes. Emily, practical as always, checked our dwindling water supply. I, however, felt a prickle of unease, a premonition as cold and hard as the prison walls. We'd chosen this abandoned stretch of road outside Huntsville for our annual camping trip, seeking solitude and starlight. Now, pitched beside a place of confinement, freedom felt like a cruel joke. The air, thick with the scent of dust and decay, clung to me like a shroud. As twilight deepened, the stories Silas had unearthed during his true crime phase took on a terrifying new dimension. Huntsville held a grim history, whispers of brutal escapes, and unsolved disappearances clung to its walls like cobwebs. A rhythmic clicking sound, faint at first, reached us from the prison grounds. It grew steadily louder, a chilling percussion against the backdrop of the chirping cicadas. Amelia, oblivious, continued photographing the crumbling guard towers, her flash momentarily illuminating the barbed wire fences. Then, we saw them. 3 figures, robed in what looked like burlap sacks, emerged from the shadows of the prison. Their heads were covered, their forms strangely elongated against the fading light. They moved with a surprising grace, their steps synchronized with the clicking sound. The clicking, we realized, came from smooth, white stones they held in their hands, clacking them together in a steady rhythm. The stones, almost luminescent in the growing darkness, seemed to pulse with an unnatural light. Local eccentrics, probably, I said, trying to sound nonchalant. But my voice trembled, a nervous tremor betraying my forced composure. The figures continued their slow procession across the prison yard, their clicking stones a hypnotic soundtrack to a scene unfolding horror. They stopped in the center of the yard, forming a triangle. Then, they began to move again, their clicking intensifying, their movements becoming more frantic, a ritualistic dance under the cold gaze of the Texas moon. "This is getting weird," Emily whispered, her usual jovial expression replaced by a look of unease. "Maybe we should pack up," Silas suggested, his voice tight with a growing dread I shared. But before we could move, the figures stopped their dance. They turned, as if on cue, towards our campsite. The stones continued their rhythmic clicking, but now it seemed directed at us, a silent invitation, or perhaps a command. Panic clawed at the edges of my composure. We were miles from civilization, trapped between a desolate highway and a prison teeming with, well, whatever those were. Amelia, finally sensing the shift in atmosphere, lowered her camera. "Guys," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the clicking stones. "I don't like this." Neither did we. The figures began to move towards us, their gliding strides eating up the distance with surprising speed. The clicking grew louder, a frantic drumbeat against the rising terror in my chest. "Go! Go! Go!" I yelled, scrambling for the car keys. We piled inside, fumbling with seat belts, the car rocking precariously as Silas wrestled with the ignition. The clicking stones pursued us, their sound echoing through the night, a terrifying promise of something unspeakable. Emily floored the gas pedal, tires spitting gravel as we lurched onto the rough track. Glancing back, I saw the robed figures at the edge of the prison grounds, their white stones raised, their forms silhouetted against the flickering lights within the prison walls. Their clicking continued, a chilling soundtrack to our desperate flight. Miles blurred into an indistinguishable stretch of darkness. The clicking stones, though fainter, still haunted us, a constant reminder of the scene we had witnessed. We drove in silence, each of us lost in our own private terror. Hours later, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky a sickly yellow, we finally reached a small town, a beacon of civilization in the vast emptiness of the Texas landscape. We pulled into a deserted gas station, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, casting a harsh light on our exhausted faces. As we stumbled out of the car, the silence broken only by the hum of the gas pumps, I noticed something. Lying on the cracked asphalt, gleaming white in the early morning light, was a single, smooth stone, identical to the ones carried by the robed figures. A wave of nausea washed over me. The clicking stones hadn't just pursued us. They had preceded us. They were already here. And then, from the shadows behind the gas station, a rhythmic clicking started, soft at first, then growing steadily louder, closer. I turned, my heart hammering against my ribs, a terrifying awareness settling in my gut. 3 figures emerged from the darkness, their robes billowing around them, their faces obscured by the hoods. In their hands, they held smooth, white stones. They smiled, revealing rows of violet teeth. The clicking intensified, a frantic crescendo as they lunged towards us, their claws outstretched. The last thing I saw, before darkness consumed me, were those violet smiles, a horrifying grimace against the rising Texas sun. The final sound, a sickening crunch, echoed through the otherwise silent dawn. The stones had connected. Story 23. My fingers, slick with something faintly metallic, something viscous, tightened around the smooth, cold stone. The rhythmic clicking, now a frantic clatter, filled the otherwise silent orchard. The figures, their faces obscured by rough burlap sacks, closed in. Their violet smiles, visible beneath the coarse fabric, widened. I knew then, with a horrifying certainty, that this was the end. This dusty, desolate peach orchard, miles north of Fredericksburg, would become my tomb. Just hours earlier, the 4 of us, brimming with youthful optimism, had been so excited. Amelia, our designated photographer and social butterfly, documented every detail with her phone camera. David, the resident skeptic, grumbled good-naturedly about the lack of cell service, but his usual jovial expression remained unchanged. Emily, the quiet, agreeable friend, navigated our rented SUV through the twisting Texas backroads. And me, Alara Reyes, I dreamt of escaping the suffocating suburbs of Houston, eager for authentic Texan experiences. We were on our annual spring break camping trip, a tradition since freshman year. This year, Silas, a friend of David's, joined us. He'd introduced himself as an amateur geologist, his eyes gleaming with an almost fanatical light as he described his latest fascination with ancient Caddo pictographs. It was Silas who'd suggested this detour. A place called the Starlight Peach Orchard, supposedly abandoned, just a few miles off the main highway. The brochure he'd found tucked away in a dusty, antique shop promised enormous, uniquely sweet fruit, a truly Texan taste. The road, a barely discernible track branching off the already deserted highway, jolted us along, our SUV protesting with every bump and dip. The landscape outside transformed from rolling hills dotted with scrub brush into a stark, almost barren expanse where twisted mesquite trees clawed at the bleached horizon. An uncomfortable prickle of unease danced across my skin. The sweet smell, almost cloying, intensified, permeating the car. David finally voiced the suspicion we were all feeling. This is getting weird, right? The track finally opened into a hidden valley, and there it was. The Starlight Peach Orchard. Rows of gnarled peach trees, laden with grotesquely large peaches, stretched before us under the fading Texas sunset. Their bruised purple skins seemed to shimmer strangely in the twilight. The sickeningly sweet smell, now almost suffocating, hung heavy in the air. Something about their perfect uniformity unnerved me. Despite the growing unease, Amelia, ever the optimist, was already snapping pictures. David, though clearly shaken, joined her, his trusty camera capturing the idyllic, yet unsettling scene. Emily and I exchanged uneasy glances. I could taste the cloying sweetness on the back of my tongue, a chilling sweetness. As twilight deepened into night, we noticed the figures. 3, then more, emerged from the shadows between the trees. Tall, lanky figures, their bodies draped in shapeless robes. Their heads covered with burlap sacks. They moved with a strange, almost gliding motion, their steps synchronized. Each carried a small basket, and in their hands, they clutched smooth, white stones. They began to move in a slow, ritualistic dance under the increasingly bizarre light of the rising moon. The stones clicked against each other in a steady rhythm. A rhythmic clicking that filled the otherwise silent orchard, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath our feet. Silas, seemingly unaffected by the strange scene unfolding before us, watched with an almost obsessive dedication, narrating every detail about their strange ritual, using terms I'd never heard, descriptions becoming vivid, almost hallucinatory. His usual quiet demeanor was replaced with a strange, almost fanatical light. It was then, as the figures stopped their dance and turned toward us, their white stones raised, that the real terror began. Their violet smiles, now fully visible beneath the burlap sacks, seemed to glow in the moonlight, predatory smiles. They began to advance, their clicking stones growing louder, a terrifying soundtrack to our impending demise. Panic erupted among us. Emily screamed, David cursed, Amelia sobbed. I found myself frozen, my heart hammering against my ribs, the clicking stones burning into my brain. We scrambled back towards the SUV, Emily flooring the gas pedal, tires spinning in the dusty earth. But it was too late. The figures descended upon us with surprising speed, their growls, guttural and animalistic, echoing through the orchard. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me was Silas, standing amidst the robed figures, his burlap sack falling away, revealing his own violet smile, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural intensity. He held a small, white stone in his outstretched hand, a chilling souvenir of our fated journey to the Starlight Peach Orchard. And now, here I am, my fingers slick with something metallic, something viscous, tightened around the smooth, cold stone. The clicking, the chanting, the violet smiles. They are all still here, a constant reminder of the horrifying reality of this dusty, desolate peach orchard, and the terrifying promise it holds. Story 24. Amelia, bless her heart, insisted this trip would be different. No more abandoned gas stations, David. No more greasy spoon diners, she declared, clutching her turquoise lunchbox, a relic from her childhood. This time, we were chasing authentic Texan experiences, she said, waving a brochure advertising the Starlight Peach Orchard. The brochure promised enormous, uniquely sweet fruit. The fine print, however, mentioned unexplained disappearances around the orchard. Silas, our resident thrill seeker, was instantly hooked. Me, I was just along for the ride, hoping for some decent Instagrammable moments. Hours later, we found ourselves jolting along a dirt track, the Texas landscape outside becoming increasingly desolate. The orchard itself, when we finally reached it, looked abandoned. Gnarled peach trees clawed at the sky, their branches laden with grotesquely large peaches, their skins bruised purple. A sickeningly sweet smell, almost metallic, hung in the air. Something about their perfect uniformity unnerved me. It felt, well, wrong. Amelia, oblivious to my growing unease, was already snapping pictures, her camera shaking slightly. Silas, ever the documentarian, was narrating every detail about our strange surroundings, his voice echoing strangely through the otherwise silent orchard. David, usually our jovial companion, seemed unusually quiet, his eyes scanning the gnarled trees. As twilight deepened, a rhythmic clicking sound reached us, seeming to emanate from the heart of the orchard. We exchanged uneasy glances. The clicking grew steadily louder, accompanied by a low, guttural chanting. Then, from between the trees, figures emerged. They were tall, their bodies draped in coarse, shapeless robes. Their hoods shadowed their features, but I could see the glint of something white in their hands. Smooth, white stones. The figures stopped, perfectly spaced, forming a semicircle around us. The chanting intensified, becoming almost hypnotic. The clicking of the stones, now clearly visible, followed a deliberate rhythm, each click echoing through the still evening air. It was then I noticed something truly disturbing. Their hands, the hands holding the stones, were not human. They were long, skeletal. The fingers tipped with something sharp, almost like claws. Amelia, finally sensing the shift in atmosphere, whispered, "This is getting weird." David, his voice tight, muttered, "Maybe we should go." Before either of us could move, the figures began to dance, a slow, ritualistic dance under the bruised Texas sky. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, their elongated limbs carrying them with surprising grace. The clicking of the stones intensified, becoming a frantic clatter, a terrifying soundtrack to the scene unfolding before us. The sweet smell, now almost suffocating, intensified. I tasted it on my tongue. It wasn't the sweetness of ripe peaches. It was something else, something sickly sweet, almost metallic. Then, one of the figures stopped. It turned, its hood falling back slightly, revealing a face, or what was left of one. The skin was stretched tight across the skull, almost translucent. The eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and the smile, oh God, the smile. It revealed teeth, not human teeth, but long violet teeth, sharp as needles. Amelia screamed. The figures lunged towards us, their stones descending, their growls echoing through the orchard. David shoved Amelia behind him, yelling, "Run." We scrambled through the gnarled trees, branches tearing at our clothes, the clicking stones pursuing us. The chanting reached a terrifying crescendo, the figures' movements becoming faster, more frenzied. The sweet, metallic smell was everywhere, almost choking us. Emily, bless her perpetually optimistic soul, yelled, "This is totally going on Instagram." Even in the face of unimaginable terror, she remained our designated photographer. I, however, had dropped my phone somewhere between morbid curiosity and sheer horror. Silas, surprisingly, was running faster than I thought possible. I glimpsed him ahead, his lanky frame weaving through the trees with surprising agility. David, always the protector, stayed close behind Amelia and me, urging us onward. We burst out of the orchard and into the desolate landscape beyond, the figures still pursuing us, their clicking stones a chilling soundtrack to our desperate flight. We piled inside David's truck, tires spinning in the loose gravel, the terrifying figures silhouetted against the fiery Texas sunset. As we sped away, I looked back. The figures stood at the edge of the orchard, their white stones raised, their violet smiles haunting the growing darkness. The starlight glinted off the enormous peaches, a mocking reminder of the terrifying secret the orchard held. The clicking of the stones faded, but the chilling certainty remained. We had witnessed something terrible, something ancient, something we would never truly understand. And those violet smiles, those would haunt my dreams for years to come. The clicking stones still vivid in my memory, a terrifying souvenir of our authentic Texan experience. Story 25. My fingers, slick with something warm and viscous, traced the crude symbol etched into the dusty floorboards. The chanting, a guttural drone that vibrated through the very foundation of the cabin, intensified. Amelia's choked sobs, just behind me, punctuated the rhythmic clicking of stones, a sound that had become the soundtrack to our descent into madness. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that this was the end. Not the end of the game, but the end of us. Just hours before, this remote Penny Woods cabin had promised tranquility, a sanctuary from the suffocating suburbs. Silas, our perpetually optimistic friend, had found it advertised online. Authentic Texan charm, the brochure proclaimed, showcasing idyllic photos of a porch swing and a shimmering lake. The reality, however, was a ramshackle structure nestled deep within the woods, accessible only by a treacherous dirt track that snaked through increasingly desolate terrain. Even then, a prickle of unease danced across my skin, but Emily, our designated driver and resident thrill-seeker, was undeterred. Amelia, armed with her turquoise lunchbox and a camera perpetually rolling, documented every detail of our fated journey, her usual cheerfulness unwavering. David, the resident cynic, grumbled something about overpriced gas and non-existent cell service. But even he couldn't dampen the initial excitement. The cabin itself was small, sparsely furnished, and filled with an unsettling quiet. While Emily unpacked and Amelia explored the surrounding woods, David and I discovered the hidden room. Concealed behind a loose floorboard in the main bedroom, it was a small, claustrophobic space. Strange symbols, unlike anything I'd ever seen, adorned the walls. A wooden table dominated the center of the room, laden with dried herbs, candles, and smooth, white stones. The air was thick with a cloying sweetness, almost suffocating. David, ever the skeptic, dismissed it as the remnants of some local superstition. Probably some weird feral kid's clubhouse. He'd scoffed, already backing out of the room. But I felt a pull, a morbid curiosity that whispered promises of hidden truths. I picked up one of the stones. It was surprisingly heavy, cool to the touch. As I turned it over in my hand, the chanting started. Softly at first, a distant hum carried on the breeze. Then growing steadily louder, closer. Emily and Amelia, drawn by the sound, joined us. Their initial amusement quickly faded as the chanting intensified. The clicking of stones joining the growing chorus. The light outside, already fading, seemed to dim further, plunging the cabin into an unnatural twilight. Then, we saw them. 3 figures. Tall and gaunt, their bodies draped in shapeless robes, emerged from the surrounding woods. Their faces were obscured by hoods, but in the growing darkness we could see their hands. Long, skeletal fingers tipped with something that gleamed, almost metallic, clutched smooth white stones identical to the ones in the hidden room. They moved with an unnerving grace. Their steps synchronized, their stones clicking against each other in a deliberate rhythm. They stopped at the edge of the porch, their forms silhouetted against the last vestiges of the setting sun. A terrifying tableau against the fiery backdrop. Terror, cold and sharp, pierced through the initial shock. We scrambled to barricade the door, shoving furniture against it, our hearts hammering against our ribs. But the figures simply stood there, their clicking stones a terrifying soundtrack to our growing panic. The chanting reached a frantic crescendo, the air vibrating with an almost palpable tension. Then, the clicking stopped. A heavy silence descended, broken only by Amelia's whimpers. We huddled together in the darkness, each of us lost in our private terror. Minutes stretched into an eternity, each creak of the old cabin amplifying our fear. Then, a single, deliberate knock echoed through the silence. The furniture against the door vibrated, then shuddered as something heavy slammed against it. Again, and again. The wood splintered. The door burst inward. The figures lunged. David screamed. Emily shrieked. Amelia sobbed. I found myself frozen, the smooth, white stone still clutched in my hand. The figures descended upon us, their movements jerky, almost mechanical. Their hoods fell back, revealing faces that were not human. Their skin was stretched tight across sharp bones, their eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity, and their mouths, stretched into grotesque smiles, revealed rows of violet teeth. They raised their stones. The clicking started again, faster now, a frenzied clatter that filled the cabin, drowning out our screams. The stones descended. And then, darkness. Now, as the chanting reaches its horrifying climax, I understand. This wasn't a random act of violence. This was a game. A demonic game we stumbled into when we discovered that hidden room. And the stones, those smooth, white stones, weren't just rocks. They were the instruments of our sacrifice. They were the keys to unlocking something ancient, something malevolent that lurked beneath the surface of this unforgiving Texas landscape. And we, drawn in by our curiosity, our thirst for authentic experiences, became the willing players. Or rather, the unwilling sacrifices. The stones descend. The chanting intensifies. The darkness consumes. Story 27. The West Texas highway unwound before me like a black ribbon, under a sky dusted with indifferent stars. My phone displayed 11 p.m., a digital testament to the lateness of the hour. Miles from any town, the landscape a stark canvas of scrub and rock, I pressed onward, fueled by lukewarm coffee and the promise of a quirky roadside attraction Silas had discovered. The Starlight Peach Orchard. He, Amelia, and Emily, my companions on this impulsive adventure, slept soundly in the back. Silas, our designated driver, had finally succumbed to exhaustion an hour ago. A flicker of orange caught my eye. Up ahead, a fire burned beside the road, casting a strange, pulsating glow against the dark. As I drew closer, I could make out figures gathered around it. A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. Their shapes, cloaked in what looked like coarse burlap, seemed oddly still, their backs to me. Their silence was more unnerving than any chanting would have been. Curiosity, or perhaps a morbid fascination, compelled me to slow down. I pulled over onto the shoulder, a safe distance away. The figures didn't react to my presence. They remained motionless, illuminated by the flickering flames. Then, I heard it. A rhythmic clicking, soft at first, but growing steadily louder. It sounded like stones striking against each other, a steady, unsettling percussion against the quiet of the night. Something about this scene, this silent ceremony under the vast Texas sky, felt profoundly wrong. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to put as much distance as possible between myself and this strange ritual. But I couldn't. I was rooted to the spot, transfixed by a macabre curiosity. I told myself it was just some local tradition, some harmless eccentricity. I tried to rationalize it, but the prickle of unease intensified. As I watched, the figures began to move. Their movements were slow, deliberate, almost hypnotic. They raised their arms, their hands concealed within the folds of their burlap cloaks. The clicking intensified, the sound echoing across the empty landscape. Then they turned. Slowly, as if in unison, they turned to face me. The firelight illuminated their faces, or what I could see of them beneath the rough fabric of their hoods. Their skin was an unnatural shade of pale yellow, almost luminescent. And their smiles were wide, fixed, revealing rows of teeth that were too long, too sharp, too violet. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. I fumbled for the car door handle, my hands trembling uncontrollably. The clicking grew louder, faster, a frantic clatter that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath me. I scrambled inside, slamming the door shut, locking it. The figures didn't move. They simply stood there, their violet smiles fixed upon me, their clicking stones a terrifying soundtrack to my rising panic. I started the engine, my foot heavy on the gas pedal. The car lurched forward, tires spitting gravel. I didn't look back. I drove, driven by a primal fear, the clicking stones echoing in my mind. The image of those violet smiles seared into my memory. I drove for what felt like hours, the vast Texas landscape a blur outside my window. The clicking sound eventually faded, replaced by the hum of the engine and the rush of the wind. I tried to convince myself it was a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and too much coffee. But the fear lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. When I finally glanced in the rearview mirror, I noticed something different. My reflection stared back at me, my eyes wide with fear. But there was something else. My smile. It was wider than usual, fixed, revealing teeth that seemed longer, sharper, more violet than they should be. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. They felt different, too. Stronger. Rougher. And as I continued down the highway, the clicking sound started again, soft at first, but growing steadily louder, coming not from the landscape outside, but from within me. From the stones I now found myself clutching, their smooth surfaces cool against my palms, their clicking a rhythmic, terrifying promise of what was to come. The orchard, I realized, hadn't just been a place. It had been an invitation, and I had accepted. Story 28. The Yorktown Memorial Hospital. A husk of faded brick and broken glass under the oppressive Texas sun. It whispered of sickness, death, and things far worse. Emily, our designated photographer, was already snapping pictures, her camera perpetually rolling. Silas, our resident thrill-seeker, paced the overgrown lawn, narrating every detail for his non-existent audience. Amelia, perpetually optimistic, explored the rusted gates, her turquoise lunchbox clutched tightly. And me, David. I hesitantly entered the gaping maw of the hospital, a prickle of unease dancing across my skin. Inside, the air hung heavy, thick with the scent of decay and something faintly metallic. Dust motes danced in the single shaft of light filtering through a boarded window. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the distant whir of Emily's camera, and the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of my own heart. We explored the crumbling rooms, the peeling paint clinging to the walls like decaying flesh. Operating theaters, maternity wards, all stood empty, yet filled with a palpable sense of past suffering. A strange premonition held me captive. This place, I realized, held something far more sinister than the usual ghosts and spectral whispers. Silas, ever the skeptic, scoffed at my growing unease. He pointed out the logical explanations, the natural decay, the power of suggestion. But even his usual jovial expression seemed strained, his voice lacking its usual bravado. We moved deeper into the hospital's bowels, discovering a stairwell leading down. Hesitantly, we descended into the growing darkness. The air grew colder, the metallic scent intensifying. At the bottom, a long, dimly lit corridor stretched before us. It felt wrong, like a path not meant for human feet. Small, evenly spaced stones lined the floor, their smooth, white surfaces reflecting the faint light. Something about their perfect uniformity unnerved me. As we walked, a rhythmic clicking sound started, soft at first, then growing steadily louder. It seemed to emanate from the stones themselves, as if they were being tapped together in a deliberate rhythm. We stopped. In the distance, 3 figures emerged from the shadows. Their forms were tall and gaunt, their bodies draped in coarse, shapeless robes. Their faces were completely obscured by hoods, but within the shadows, I could just make out the gleam of something white. Stones. Identical to the ones beneath our feet. The figures began to move towards us, their steps synchronized with the clicking stones. The sound now echoing through the corridor, becoming almost hypnotic. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my initial curiosity. These were not ghosts. This was something else entirely, something ancient and unsettling. The figures stopped a short distance away, their hands concealed within their robes. Then, they raised their hands, revealing smooth, white stones identical to those lining the corridor floor. They began to click the stones together, the rhythm steady, hypnotic, terrifying. Amelia, usually perpetually optimistic, whimpered. Emily, our designated driver, grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my flesh. Silas, though clearly shaken, continued to film, his camera shaking slightly. The clicking intensified. The figures now swaying rhythmically, their movements becoming jerky and unnatural. The air grew thick with a cloying sweetness, like overripe fruit rotting in the sun. The metallic scent became almost overwhelming, stinging my nostrils. I noticed something truly disturbing, their smiles. Wide, unnatural, revealing teeth that were far too long, far too sharp. Violet. Panic seized us. We turned to flee. but the clicking stones seemed to pursue us, the sound echoing through the corridor, becoming a frantic, terrifying soundtrack to our desperate flight. We stumbled back up the stairs, bursting out into the blinding sunlight. The orchard behind the hospital, previously unremarkable, now seemed sinister, the trees laden with grotesquely large peaches, their skins bruised purple, their sweet aroma now sickeningly overpowering. The three figures emerged from the hospital behind us, their gliding strides eating the distance between us. They carried baskets overflowing with the grotesque peaches, their violet smiles fixed, their stones clicking. We scrambled into Emily's car, tires spinning in the gravel. As we sped away, I looked back. The figures stood motionless amongst the peach trees, their forms silhouetted against the fiery Texas sunset, their white stones glinting, their violet smiles haunting. We drove for hours, the clicking stones still echoing in my mind, a chilling souvenir of our encounter. We never spoke of it again, but the Yorktown Memorial Hospital, and those violet smiles, would forever be seared into my memory. We had stumbled into something ancient, something terrible. A ritual played out in the heart of Texas, and we had become, however briefly, unwilling players. The clicking stones, the violet smiles, the overripe peaches. These would haunt my dreams, a constant reminder of the day we became trapped in a demonic ritual, in the heart of a forgotten Texas orchard, and the chilling certainty remained. We were not the first, and we would not be the last. Story 29. The Palo Duro Canyon yawned before us, a gash of ochre and rust in the otherwise monotonous Texas plains. Amelia, ever the intrepid explorer, bounded ahead, her turquoise lunchbox clutched tightly. I, Silas, trailed behind. Camera perpetually rolling, documenting our annual spring break adventure. This year's theme, authentic Texan experiences. The brochure promised hidden trails, breathtaking vistas, and, most importantly, solitude. We found all three, perhaps more than we bargained for. We'd veered off the designated path, lured by the promise of an unexplored box canyon. The air, thick with the scent of juniper and sun-baked earth, vibrated with a strange stillness. It was then Amelia discovered the cave. Hidden behind a curtain of twisted mesquite, its mouth a dark, silent invitation. "Check it out, Silas," she called, her voice echoing strangely. "This looks about right for ancient Caddo pictographs." I joined her, a prickle of unease dancing across my skin. The air within the cave's mouth tasted metallic, the silence almost suffocating. My camera, usually my constant companion, felt heavy, a cold weight in my hand. We ventured deeper. The sunlight fading behind us. The cave narrowed, the air growing colder, heavier. The stone floor became uneven, littered with something that crunched beneath our sandals. I shone my flashlight down. Small, smooth, white stones, hundreds of them, scattered across the ground. Something about their perfect uniformity unnerved me. Amelia, however, was undeterred. "Look," she whispered, her voice tight. On the cave wall, barely visible in the flickering beam of my flashlight, were strange symbols etched into the rock. Not the familiar geometric patterns of the Caddo, but something else, something unsettling. It was then the clicking started, a soft, rhythmic tapping, seemingly coming from the depths of the cave. Amelia, ever the optimist, suggested dripping water. I, however, felt a chill colder than the cave air settled deep in my bones. The clicking intensified, becoming a steady pulse, a horrifying soundtrack to the unfolding scene. We moved toward the sound, the clicking stones underfoot joining the chorus. The cave opened into a larger chamber, and there they were. Three figures. Tall, gaunt, their bodies draped in coarse, dark fabric. Their heads were covered with burlap sacks, obscuring their features. They stood motionless, arranged in a triangle around a makeshift altar, their hands concealed within their robes. The clicking sound emanated from them. They were striking the smooth, white stones together, a slow, deliberate rhythm that vibrated through the very rock of the cave. Amelia, ever the documentarian, raised her camera. I, however, found myself frozen, a primal terror seizing me. Something about this scene, something about their perfect uniformity, the rhythmic clicking, the suffocating silence, screamed danger. I whispered to Amelia, "We should go now." But she was already filming, narrating every detail about their strange ritual, her voice a nervous tremor in the oppressive silence. Then, one of the figures moved. It raised a hand, long, skeletal fingers tipped with something that glinted in the beam of my flashlight. It gestured toward us. A silent command. The clicking intensified, the rhythm becoming faster, more frantic. The other figures joined in, the sound echoing through the chamber, becoming almost hypnotic. I grabbed Amelia's arm. "We have to leave," I hissed, panic clawing at my throat. But it was too late. The figures began to move toward us, their gliding strides eating the distance between us with surprising speed. Their clicking stones became a frenzied clatter, a terrifying crescendo. Amelia screamed. I shoved her behind me, fumbling for the pepper spray in my pocket. But my fingers were numb, clumsy. The figures lunged. I saw then, in the flickering beam of my flashlight, what they held in their hands. Not stones, but bones, long, sharp bones, stained crimson. And their smiles. Beneath the burlap sacks, I saw their smiles. Wide, unnatural, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp, a violet shade against the unnatural pallor of their skin. The first one reached me. Its claws, those bone-white, polished claws, raked across my chest, a searing pain that ripped through me. I screamed, a primal shriek of pure terror. Amelia sobbed. Her turquoise lunchbox clattering to the ground. I tried to protect her, to shield her from the horrifying tableau unfolding before us. But they were too many, too strong. Their clicking bones became a deafening roar, their violet smiles widening, becoming grotesque masks of something ancient, something malevolent. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me, was Amelia's face. Her eyes, wide with terror, reflecting the firelight dancing on the polished surfaces of their bone-white claws. The clicking stones, still echoing, a chilling promise of the horror to come. The sweet, coppery smell filling the air, a terrifying souvenir of our authentic Texan experience. And those smiles, those violet smiles, forever seared into my memory, a haunting reminder of the hidden truths that lurk beneath the sun-drenched surface of the Texas plains. Story 31. The brochure, discovered tucked beneath a pile of outdated maps at a gas station outside of Odessa, promised an authentic Texan taste. Starlight peaches, it proclaimed. Unlike anything I'd ever encountered. The photograph showcased rows of trees laden with enormous, glistening fruit, almost otherworldly in their size and perfection. Intrigue. I veered off the interstate, my trusty GPS guiding me down a series of increasingly narrow, dusty roads. The landscape, initially a vibrant tapestry of wildflowers and scrub brush, began to shift. Becoming stark, almost barren. Twisted mesquite trees clawed at the bleached horizon, their branches laden with something that shimmered strangely in the late afternoon sun. It wasn't fruit, not yet. Hours later, after traversing what felt like an eternity of desolate, scrub-filled plains, a ramshackle structure appeared. A faded, hand-painted sign proclaimed it the Starlight Peach Orchard. The place looked deserted, the paint peeling, the ground beneath my feet a mixture of dry earth and something sticky. Something I couldn't quite place. A sickeningly sweet smell permeated the air, almost cloying, like overripe fruit rotting in the sun. Despite a growing unease, I ventured forward. Drawn by a morbid curiosity, my phone camera already rolling. I wanted to document this, however briefly. The orchard itself was unsettling. The trees, gnarled and twisted, seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. Their branches were heavy with grotesque peaches, each one easily twice the size of a normal peach, their skins bruised purple, almost black. A low, rhythmic clicking sound echoed through the otherwise silent orchard, seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. My heart hammered against my ribs, a prickling sensation spreading across my skin. This place felt profoundly wrong, Then, I saw them. Emerging from the shadows between the trees, 3 figures, their bodies draped in coarse, burlap sacks that obscured their features. They moved with an unnerving grace, their steps synchronized, their clicking growing steadily louder. Each held something in their hands, something white, something smooth, reflecting the fading sunlight. My initial shock quickly transformed into outright terror. These weren't farmers. This wasn't a harvest. The figures stopped a short distance away, their clicking ceasing. A heavy silence descended, broken only by the distant chirping of cicadas. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows, transforming the figures into something grotesque, almost demonic. My hand trembled uncontrollably as I raised my phone, the camera shaking slightly. I zoomed in, focusing on the objects they held. They were stones, perfectly smooth, white stones, almost luminescent. And then, as if on cue, they raised their hands, their stones catching the last rays of the setting sun, their surfaces reflecting a sickly yellow light. One of the figures, the tallest, stepped forward. Its burlap sack shifted, revealing a glimpse of something beneath, something that wasn't a face, not a human face. It was smooth, almost polished, with an unsettling sheen. A single violet eye opened, fixing me with a gaze that felt both ancient and predatory. A low, guttural growl resonated from within the sack, a sound that vibrated through the very ground beneath my feet. The other figures joined the first, forming a triangle around me. Their stones began to click again, the rhythm steady, hypnotic, the sound echoing through the orchard, becoming almost deafening. The sickly sweet smell intensified, becoming almost suffocating. I wanted to scream to run, but I found myself frozen, rooted to the spot, my eyes fixed on those gleaming white stones, the camera still rolling, a digital testament to my impending demise. The figures began to chant, a low, guttural drone that seemed to emanate from deep within their burlap sacks. The words were unintelligible, but the tone was unmistakable. This was a ritual, something ancient, something dark. The stones clicked faster, the chanting grew louder, the air thick with a palpable sense of dread. The ground beneath my feet seemed to vibrate. The trees swayed rhythmically, their branches reaching, grasping. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I was not a spectator. I was a participant, an unwilling sacrifice. The figures closed in, their clicking stones reaching a frantic crescendo. The violet eye of the tall figure burned into mine, a silent command, a terrifying promise. I squeezed my eyes shut, the clicking stones still echoing in my ears. The chanting drowning out the last vestiges of my sanity. The sweet smell became overwhelming, nauseating. I felt a sharp pain in my hand, the camera slipping from my grasp. Then, darkness. A suffocating, all-consuming darkness. The last sound I heard was the clicking of stones, a rhythmic percussion against the unforgiving Texas earth. Story 32. The Starlight Peach Orchard. It sounded idyllic, didn't it? Like something out of a Texan tourism brochure. Amelia, our perpetually optimistic photographer, had found it. A hidden gem, she'd called it. A place untouched by commercialism. An authentic Texan experience. Silas, our resident thrill seeker, was instantly hooked. Emily, ever the pragmatist, voiced a few concerns about the spotty cell service and the unsettlingly vague directions, but was easily swayed by Amelia's enthusiasm. And me, well, I was the designated driver. The quiet observer, always along for the ride. This annual spring break tradition, exploring forgotten corners of Texas, had become our ritual. A ritual I was beginning to question. 12 hours of Texas asphalt blurred into a monotonous tapestry of scrub brush and distant messes. The highway, barely more than 2 lanes, snaked through increasingly desolate terrain. The radio, our usual companion, had long since succumbed to static. A palpable unease began to settle in. Even Amelia's usual cheerfulness seemed strained. The orchard itself appeared abruptly. A cluster of gnarled, stunted trees laden with grotesquely large peaches, their skins bruised a disturbing shade of violet. A sickly sweet smell, almost overpowering, hung in the air. It wasn't the fresh, inviting scent of a healthy orchard. This was something cloying, something wrong. 3 figures stood motionless amongst the trees. Their forms, draped in coarse, shapeless robes, seemed oddly still. Their faces were completely obscured by hoods. They held something in their hands, concealed within the folds of their robes, but I could see a rhythmic movement. A clicking. "This is it," Amelia announced, her voice lacking its usual enthusiasm. She grabbed her camera, already filming. "Authentic Texas charm," she added, her voice echoing strangely in the otherwise silent orchard. Silas, ever the intrepid explorer, bounded ahead, camera already rolling. Emily and I exchanged uneasy glances before following. As we got closer, the clicking sound intensified. It was rhythmic, almost hypnotic. And then I saw what they were holding. Smooth, white stones. They clicked them together, a steady, unsettling percussion against the quiet of the orchard. Silas, ever the social butterfly, approached the figures. "Howdy, folks," he called out, his usual jovial expression firmly in place. The figures did not respond. They simply continued their clicking. Something about their perfect uniformity unnerved me. Their movements, though slow and deliberate, held a strange, almost predatory grace. Their silence was more unsettling than any greeting could have been. Amelia, ever the documentarian, moved closer, narrating every detail for her non-existent audience. Local eccentrics, practicing an ancient ritual, she murmured, her voice trembling slightly. Even she seemed unnerved. I pulled Amelia back. "I don't like this," I whispered, my voice tight. "Let's just go." The figures stopped their clicking. They turned as one towards us. Their hoods still shadowed their features, but I could feel their gaze. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. The figures began to move towards us. Their steps were synchronized, their clicking stones growing louder, creating a horrifying soundtrack to our growing panic. "Let's go," I hissed, shoving Amelia and Emily towards the car. Silas, seemingly mesmerized by the unfolding scene, lingered. "Silas," I yelled, my voice laced with panic. He finally turned, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. But it was too late. The figures lunged. Their movements were surprisingly fast, their robes billowing around them like wings. I saw their hands, no longer concealed, clutching those smooth white stones. I screamed. Emily screamed. Amelia sobbed. Silas didn't make a sound. They descended upon him, their stones rising and falling. A frenzied clatter against the silence. We scrambled inside the car, Emily flooring it. The tires spun, spitting gravel, as we lurched away from the orchard, leaving Silas behind. The last thing I saw, before the trees swallowed the horrifying scene, were those white stones descending, a grotesque mockery of a hailstorm. The clicking sound pursued us. It echoed in my ears, in my dreams. A chilling reminder of the terror we witnessed, of the friend we lost, in that forgotten Texas orchard. The Starlight Peach Orchard. It was no hidden gem. It was a trap. And we were the unwilling players in a ritual we would never truly understand. The sweet smell of those violet peaches, the rhythmic click of those stones, the silent, robed figures. These would haunt me forever. Story 34. The first text arrived as I wrestled a suitcase into the trunk, a single, unsettling sentence. Peach season has begun. I dismissed it as spam. My phone perpetually buzzing with unwanted notifications. My friends Amelia and Emily piled into the car, Amelia already snapping selfies. Emily, our designated driver, floored it, eager to leave the suffocating suburbs behind. Our annual spring break tradition, chasing authentic Texas experiences. This year, Starlight Peaches. The next text pinged a few miles later. The orchards are waiting. I showed Amelia, who laughed. Probably some creepy farmer trying to drum up business, she said, her usual cheerfulness unwavering. But a prickle of unease settled in my stomach. I hadn't mentioned our destination to anyone outside our group. More messages followed, each more specific. You've passed the Buc-ee's in Bastrop. One read. Emily ordered a large iced tea, declared another. My stomach churned. This wasn't spam. This was surveillance. I silenced my phone, a small whimper escaping my lips. The text continued, even on silent. The vibrations against my thigh, a constant, unsettling pulse. Amelia is wearing a turquoise lunchbox as a purse. My gaze shifted to Amelia. She was indeed clutching a turquoise lunchbox. A strange chill settled over me. The early afternoon Texas sun suddenly felt cold. We arrived at the Starlight Peach Orchard as the sun began its descent. The brochure had promised enormous, uniquely sweet fruit. The reality was a ramshackle structure, paint peeling, nestled amongst gnarled peach trees laden with grotesquely large peaches. Their bruised purple skins shimmered strangely, an almost unnatural sheen. A sickeningly sweet smell permeated the air. "This is interesting," Emily said, her usual jovial expression replaced by a subtle grimace. "I told you it was creepy," I muttered, clutching my phone, a digital talisman against the growing unease. A text vibrated against my leg. "Welcome to the harvest." 3 figures emerged from behind the ramshackle structure. They were tall, their lanky frames draped in coarse, burlap sacks that obscured their features. They carried baskets overflowing with the grotesque peaches. They moved with an unnerving grace, their steps synchronized. A clicking sound emanated from them, a rhythmic tapping of stones. "They're just part of the aesthetic," Amelia said, her voice slightly hoarse. She was already filming, her phone camera focused on the approaching figures. "I don't like this," I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. The figures stopped a short distance from us, their faces still hidden within the burlap sacks. The clicking intensified, a steady, hypnotic rhythm. The sweet smell of the peaches became almost overwhelming, cloying, suffocating. Another text. "The ritual has begun, Ba." The figures raised their hands, revealing smooth, white stones identical to the ones lining the uneven path. They began a ritualistic dance, their movements jerky, almost mechanical. The clicking of the stones against each other became a frantic drum beat, echoing through the otherwise silent orchard. The sickening sweet smell intensified, becoming almost unbearable. Amelia continued filming, seemingly mesmerized. Emily, though clearly shaken, remained rooted to the spot. I, however, found myself frozen, paralyzed by a primal terror. The figures gestured towards us, a silent invitation. Another text. "Join the harvest. We should go," I whispered, my voice barely audible above the clicking stones. Amelia, still filming, shook her head. "Just a few more shots, Daw." The figures moved closer, their gliding strides eating the distance between us. The clicking stones became louder, more insistent, almost hypnotic. The sweet smell, now overpowering, tasted faintly metallic in the back of my throat. One of the figures lunged towards Amelia, its burlap sack falling away to reveal a face that wasn't a face. It was smooth, polished marble, with a horrifying grimace etched into its surface. Its mouth opened, revealing teeth that were not teeth, but sharp, violet shards of something I couldn't comprehend. Amelia shrieked, the sound swallowed by the clicking stones and the sickeningly sweet smell of the peaches. The figure lunged again, its marble claws outstretched. Emily screamed, finally breaking free from her paralysis. She grabbed Amelia, pulling her away from the figure. I, still frozen, watched in horror as the other figures descended upon us. Their marble faces contorted in grotesque smiles, their violet teeth gleaming. The last text arrived as I felt a cold, smooth hand grip my arm. "The peaches are ripe." The clicking stones became a frenzied clatter, drowning out Amelia's screams, Emily's cries, and my own silent screams. The sickly sweet smell became a suffocating miasma, filling my lungs, coating my tongue with a metallic taste. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never leave the Starlight Peach Orchard. I would become part of the harvest, and those violet smiles, those smooth white stones, that sickeningly sweet smell would forever haunt my nightmares. Story 36. The Texas sun beat down, baking the cracked asphalt. A lone buzzard circled high above, my phone camera, perpetually attached to my hand, dutifully documented the desolate beauty. Another stunning example of authentic Texan charm, I declared to my non-existent online audience. Just look at this untouched landscape. Pure, unadulterated Texas. My name is Travis and I'm a travel blogger. Or at least, I aspire to be. So far, my followers consisted mostly of my mom and a handful of distant relatives. But I was convinced this Texas road trip, live-streamed for all the world to see, would be my big break. The trip started like any other. My college buddy, David, agreed to drive. Amelia, our designated photographer and social butterfly, filled the backseat with snacks and an arsenal of selfie sticks. We were several hours outside of San Antonio, chasing a rumor. A whispered legend of an abandoned orchard north of Marble Falls, where the peaches grew to the size of cantaloupes. The directions, scrawled on the back of a gas station napkin, were unsettlingly vague, but the promise of juicy, oversized fruit and a unique story for my blog was too tempting to resist. The landscape outside shifted. The rolling hills gave way to flat, scrubby plains. The occasional gas station or roadside diner vanished. We drove for hours, the silence broken only by Amelia's constant chatter and the rhythmic thump of David's fingers on the steering wheel. Then, it started. A soft clicking sound, almost imperceptible at first. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. David cranked up the music, dismissing it as the tires against the rough pavement. But the clicking persisted, growing steadily louder, evolving into a disturbing percussion. As twilight deepened, a strange premonition washed over me. The landscape outside had become stark, almost alien. Twisted mesquite trees clawed at the violet sky. A prickling sensation spread across my skin, a chilling awareness settling in my bones. I tasted something metallic at the back of my throat. A shimmering mirage appeared ahead. As we drew closer, the mirage solidified into something horrifyingly real. A peach orchard, bathed in an unnatural, sickly yellow light. The trees were laden with enormous fruit, their skins bruised purple, glistening under the dying sun. And then, we saw them. 3 figures stood motionless amongst the trees, their forms elongated, almost skeletal. They wore shapeless robes of coarse, dark fabric. Their heads were concealed by what looked like burlap sacks. In their hands, they held smooth, white stones. The source of the unsettling clicking. "This is interesting," David muttered, his usual jovial expression faltering. He slowed the car, but didn't stop. Amelia, however, was ecstatic. "Oh my God, this is perfect. Authentic Texas weirdness, guys. This is going viral." She leaned forward, her phone camera already rolling, zooming in on the figures. The figures didn't react to our presence. They simply stood there, their stones clicking against each other in a steady, hypnotic rhythm. The sound echoed through the otherwise silent orchard, amplifying the sense of unease that had settled over us. As we drove past, I noticed something truly disturbing. Something about the figures' stillness, their silence, their uniformity. It felt wrong, profoundly wrong. We drove on, the clicking sound fading slowly behind us. I tried to shake off the unsettling feeling, convinced it was just a combination of exhaustion and the strange surroundings. But the image of those figures, those smooth white stones, stayed with me. The next day, after a restless night in a dusty motel, I uploaded the footage to my blog. Within hours, the video had gone viral. My follower count exploded. Messages flooded in, a mix of awe, fascination, and outright terror. Many viewers identified the figures as part of a local legend, a terrifying folk tale they'd heard whispered, but never fully understood. But other messages were more unsettling. Cryptic comments, strange symbols, questions about the exact location of the orchard. People seemed obsessed. Some claimed to be heading to the orchard themselves, chasing the same morbid curiosity that had led us there. Then, the direct messages started. People claiming to know things, to have seen things. They sent me blurry photos, distorted images of figures in robes, always clutching those smooth white stones. They left cryptic messages, quoting lines from my video, asking where I was now, where I was going next. Feared not at me. These weren't just curious onlookers. These were stalkers. They were fixated, not on the figures in the orchard, but on me, on my footage. I had become the unwitting chronicler of something terrible, something I didn't understand, and now I was paying the price. We abandoned our planned route, trying to lose ourselves in the vastness of the Texas landscape. But the messages followed, each one a chilling reminder that we were being watched, pursued. We found ourselves on a deserted stretch of highway, the sun setting, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and bruised purple. The familiar clicking sound started again, soft at first, then steadily growing louder, closer. David slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt. In the rearview mirror, I saw them. 3 figures, silhouetted against the fiery sunset, their robes billowing around them, their white stones glinting in the fading light. They were closer than before, much closer. Panic seized us. David fumbled with the keys, trying to restart the car, but it wouldn't turn over. Amelia screamed, clutching her phone, still recording. The figures advanced, their clicking stones growing louder, becoming a frantic crescendo. A terrifying soundtrack to our impending doom. As they closed in, I saw their faces, illuminated by the last rays of the setting sun. Their heads weren't covered by burlap sacks. Their faces were smooth white like polished marble. And their smiles, oh God, their smiles. Wide, unnatural, revealing rows of sharp violet teeth. They raised their stones, their movements synchronized, and brought them down in a final, sickening crunch. The camera slipped from my grasp, the screen going black, the last sound a terrifying chorus of clicks, now echoing not from stones, but from something else, something far more horrifying. Something within the car, something beside me, something with violet teeth. Story 38. The app. Lone Star Savior. Promised peace of mind on Texas back roads. No cell service, no problem, their algorithm. It claimed, predicted trouble spots, and dispatched help before you even knew you needed it. Perfect, I thought, downloading it immediately. My annual solo spring break escape to the Big Bend region of Texas always felt a little risky. This year, armed with Lone Star Savior, I felt invincible. The first 2 days were bliss. I hiked through canyons, photographed blooming cacti, and generally enjoyed the suffocating solitude I craved. The app remained silent, a comforting presence in the background. Then on day 3, as I drove towards Terlingua Ghost Town, a notification popped up. Hazard detected. Assistance dispatched. Odd, I thought. My car was fine. The nearest town was miles away. Who would even be assisting? Minutes later, a dust plume appeared on the horizon. A beat-up pickup truck, painted a disturbing shade of violet, rattled towards me. 3 figures sat inside, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed straw hats. They pulled up beside me, their truck idling roughly. The driver, a stout woman with a handlebar mustache and a disturbingly fixed smile, leaned out. "You Alara?" she drawled, her voice raspy. "Wes," I replied, hesitantly. "Lone Star Savior sent us. You got car trouble?" "No, I don't," I said, my hand instinctively hovering over the pepper spray in my glove compartment. The app must be malfunctioning. The woman's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too pointed, a little too long. "App never malfunctions. We got a message. Said you needed help. Said you were looking for something special." My unease intensified. "I'm fine," I repeated, my voice tight. "Thanks, but I don't need any assistance." "Ah." The woman shrugged. "Sue it yourself," she said. She gestured towards the back of the truck. "Got fresh peaches though, Starlight peaches. Sweetest you'll ever taste. A real Texan treat." In the truck bed, baskets overflowed with enormous, glistening fruit. They were a disturbing shade of violet, almost glowing under the late afternoon sun. Their sickly sweet aroma wafted towards me. becoming almost overwhelming. I politely declined, my stomach churning. "I'm allergic," I lied, my voice barely audible. The woman's smile didn't falter. "Shame," she said, her eyes glinting. "These peaches, they got a way of finding the folks who need 'em most, Doc." The two figures in the back of the truck, previously silent and motionless, shifted. They slowly raised their heads, their faces now visible beneath their hats. Their skin was a bruised purple, stretched tight across sharp bones. Their eyes glowed with an almost fanatical light. They each held a perfectly smooth, white stone. Terror, cold and sharp, pierced through me. I slammed my foot on the gas, leaving the violet truck and its unsettling occupants in a cloud of dust. As I sped away, I glanced at my phone. Lone Star Savior displayed a new message. "Assistance rendered. Enjoy your peaches." The sickeningly sweet smell of the fruit, now faint, clung to the inside of my car, a chilling reminder of my encounter. I drove for hours, the vast, empty landscape offering little comfort. The sun set, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and bruised violet. The app remained silent. I pulled into a dusty motel outside of Marathon, desperate for a semblance of safety. The motel owner, a lanky man with faded denim and a missing tooth, seemed unnerved by my frantic energy. He gave me a key to a room at the back, its single window overlooking a desolate patch of desert. I locked the door, shoved a chair underneath the handle, and collapsed onto the lumpy mattress. The events of the day replayed in my mind. The unsettling smiles, the pointed teeth, the glowing peaches. A knock at the door jolted me upright. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Housekeeping," a raspy voice called from the other side. I didn't ask for housekeeping. I called back, my voice trembling. "Got a delivery for you," the voice said. "Starlight peaches." I pressed myself against the wall, every sound amplified in the suffocating silence. A slow, deliberate clicking sound started on the other side of the door, a rhythmic percussion that sent shivers down my spine. The clicking grew louder, steadily, inexorably, joined by a low, guttural chanting. I fumbled for my phone, dialing 911, but the call wouldn't connect. No signal. The app remained stubbornly silent. The door creaked open, revealing the three figures from the violet truck. Their hats were gone, revealing their bruised purple skin and glowing eyes. They held their smooth white stones aloft, the stones pulsing with a sickly yellow light. Their smiles widened, becoming grotesque masks of predatory hunger. The clicking intensified, a frantic drumbeat against the backdrop of their guttural chanting. The sweet, cloying smell of peaches filled the room, becoming almost suffocating. I screamed, a primal shriek swallowed by the vast, indifferent Texas night. The stones descended. Story 39. The drone, Amelia's latest obsession, buzzed angrily against the Texas sky, its small camera eye documenting our annual spring break pilgrimage to Big Bend. I, Silas, designated driver and resident cynic, grumbled about the heat, the flies, and the general lack of cell service. Amelia, perpetually optimistic and our self-proclaimed documentarian, ignored me, her focus fixed on the drone's feed displayed on her phone. Emily, our agreeable friend and designated photographer, dozed in the back, her turquoise lunchbox clutched tightly in her lap. "Guys, check this out," Amelia announced, her voice tight with a strange excitement. On her phone screen, the familiar desert landscape had given way to something unexpected. Nestled among a cluster of impossibly gnarled pecan trees, a collection of low, squat buildings materialized. They weren't on any map I'd seen. The structures were crude, haphazardly assembled from what looked like salvaged wood and corrugated metal, painted a disturbing shade of violet. "What is that place?" Emily asked, her usual jovial expression replaced by a subtle grimace. I squinted at the screen. No idea. Probably some quirky artist haven. Of a prickle of unease danced across my skin. The place radiated an unsettling quiet, a stark contrast to the vibrant tapestry of the desert. Amelia, ever the intrepid explorer, piloted the drone closer, her narration becoming a hushed whisper. The buildings themselves seem abandoned, but look, she pointed to a clearing in the center of the compound. There are people. They're doing something. The drone's camera zoomed in, revealing a small group of figures robed in coarse, brown fabric. Their heads were covered by rough burlap sacks, obscuring their features. They stood in a perfect circle, each clutching a smooth, white stone. The stones clicked together in a slow, deliberate rhythm, the sound echoing strangely through the otherwise silent orchard. "That's creepy," Emily muttered, shifting uneasily. The figures began to move, their steps synchronized, their clicking stones intensifying. Their movements became a slow, ritualistic dance, their bodies swaying rhythmically under the oppressive Texas sun. The drone hovered above, an unwitting chronicler of their strange ceremony. "This is amazing," Amelia breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Totally going viral." My unease intensified, morphing into something close to fear. "Amelia, maybe we should move on," I suggested, my voice strained. "This place feels wrong." She waved me off, her eyes glued to the screen. "Just a few more minutes. I need to get this." The figures in the clearing stopped their dance, their clicking ceasing abruptly. They raised their heads, their burlap sacks falling away, revealing faces that were as white and smooth as polished marble. Their eyes, however, were a disturbing shade of violet, almost glowing under the harsh desert light. And their smiles. Oh God, their smiles. They stretched unnaturally wide, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too pointed to be human. A guttural growl resonated from the clearing, echoing strangely through the pecan trees. The figures lunged forward, their movements jerky and unnatural, their elongated limbs carrying them with surprising speed. The drone's camera shook violently, the image blurring, then going black. "Amelia, what happened?" Emily's voice trembled. I don't know," Amelia stammered, her fingers frantically tapping at her phone. "I lost the feed." I panic clawed at my throat. "We need to leave, now." We piled back into the truck, the silence inside broken only by the frantic thumping of my heart. I slammed the door, cranked the engine, and spun the tires, spitting gravel as we fled the strange orchard, the clicking stones and violet smiles burning into my memory. We drove for hours, the desolate Texas landscape offering little comfort. Amelia remained stubbornly silent, her usual cheerfulness replaced by a haunted stillness. Emily clutched her lunchbox tighter, her eyes fixed on the horizon. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of blood orange and bruised violet, Amelia's phone buzzed. A notification popped up, a direct message, from an unknown sender. It contained a single image, a close-up of a smooth, white stone, identical to the ones clutched by the figures in the orchard. Beneath the image, a single, chilling sentence. "We know you saw us." The clicking started again, soft at first, then steadily growing louder, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. We exchanged terrified glances, the horrifying realization dawning that we weren't just witnesses. We were players in a game we never agreed to, a ritual far older and far more terrifying than we could ever imagine. And those smooth, white stones, they were no longer just unsettling souvenirs. They were a chilling promise of what was to come. A promise that we would never truly leave that orchard. That we would always be a part of their horrifying harvest. The clicking intensified, filling the truck, a terrifying crescendo that drowned out our silent screams as the darkness consumed us. Story 40. The endless, flat Texas landscape pressed in on me. Empty, desolate, and yet, somehow expectant. I gripped the steering wheel, Amelia chattering beside me about the latest true crime podcast she devoured. David, in the back, scrolled through his phone, occasionally grunting about the lack of cell service. Our annual spring break tradition, chasing obscure roadside attractions, documenting our adventures for a non-existent online audience. This year, it was the Starlight Peach Orchard. a place I'd discovered tucked away in a cryptic online forum dedicated to forgotten Texas lore. The brochure, an artifact from the 1950s, promised peaches of unusual size and sweetness. The website, equally ancient, showed idyllic photos of families picnicking beneath laden branches. Something about the photos, the stiff poses, the smiles that didn't quite reach the eyes, unsettled me, but I dismissed it as my usual morbid curiosity. 12 hours later, the sun bleeding orange into the purple twilight, we finally found it. Or what was left of it. The orchard stretched before us, a grotesque oasis in the barren landscape. The trees were impossibly gnarled, their branches twisted at unnatural angles. The peaches, enormous, almost obscene, glowed with an internal light. A sickly sweet smell, thick and cloying, permeated the air. It smelled like decay, like something overripe and fermenting. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the distant chirping of unseen insects. "This is it?" David asked, his voice lacking its usual enthusiasm. I nodded, already feeling a prickle of unease. The air had grown colder, a strange chill that had nothing to do with the setting sun. Amelia, ever the optimist, hopped out of the truck, camera already rolling. "Totally going viral," she declared, narrating every detail to her phone. David and I exchanged uneasy glances before following. As we ventured deeper into the orchard, the sweet smell intensified, becoming almost suffocating. The ground beneath our feet felt sticky, like something viscous had been spilled there and never fully cleaned. Then, we heard it. A faint clicking sound, rhythmic and steady, seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "What's that?" David whispered, his voice tight. I scanned the orchard, the growing darkness making it difficult to see. Then, I saw them. 3 figures, standing motionless amongst the trees. Their forms were long and spindly, their bodies draped in what looked like rough burlap sacks. Their heads were bowed, their faces obscured, and in their hands they clutched smooth, white stones. The clicking sound emanated from the stones, being tapped rhythmically against one another. "Local eccentrics," Amelia suggested, her usual jovial expression faltering. The figures began to move, their steps synchronized, their clicking growing steadily louder. They weren't walking towards us, not directly. Instead, they seemed to be performing some kind of ritualistic dance, circling the trees, their stones clicking in time with their movements. "I don't like this," David muttered, backing away. I felt it too. A primal terror, a deep, instinctive fear that whispered of something ancient and malevolent. We turned to flee, but the figures stopped their dance. They raised their heads, the burlap sacks falling away, revealing faces that were smooth white and utterly devoid of features. Except for their mouths. Their mouths were open, revealing rows of long, pointed, violet teeth. The clicking stopped. A guttural growl, low and rumbling, resonated from deep within them. Amelia screamed. David cursed. I found myself frozen, my heart hammering against my ribs. The figures lunged. Their movements were surprisingly fast, their elongated limbs carrying them with an unnatural, gliding motion. I shoved Amelia behind me, yelling at David to run. We scrambled through the twisted trees, the sickeningly sweet smell filling our lungs, the guttural growls echoing behind us. The clicking started again, louder now, closer. A terrifying soundtrack to our desperate flight. We reached the truck, fumbling with the keys, the figures closing in. David cranked the engine, tires spitting gravel as we lurched onto the dirt track. I looked back just once. The figures stood at the edge of the orchard, their white stones raised, their violet teeth gleaming in the fading twilight. Their forms seemed to stretch, to elongate, becoming grotesque parodies of human shapes against the darkening sky. The clicking sound pursued us, fading slowly as we sped away, a chilling souvenir of our encounter. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that we would never truly escape the Starlight Peach Orchard. Those smooth, white stones, those violet smiles, those guttural growls. They would forever be etched in my memory, a terrifying reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of the seemingly benign Texas landscape. The clicking would always be there, a chilling promise of something terrible waiting just beyond the next bend in the road. The sweet smell of decay, the sticky ground, the silence broken only by the clicking of stones. These were the things that would haunt me. These were the things that would forever define my Texas road trip. Story 42. The peeling. Turquoise paint of the Starlight Peach Diner seemed to vibrate in the afternoon heat. Dust devils danced across the empty highway, their swirling forms mimicking the unease churning in my stomach. 12 hours. We'd been driving, chasing Amelia's latest obsession, authentic Texan experiences. This diner, nestled between a crumbling gas station and an abandoned tire swing, fit the bill, however briefly. Inside, the air hung thick, heavy with the cloying sweetness of overripe peaches. A single, flickering fluorescent light buzzed overhead, casting a sickly yellow glow over the few formica-topped tables. A stout woman with a disturbingly fixed smile and hair the color of faded straw stood behind the counter. She wore a shapeless, brown dress and a name tag that read, simply, Darlene. Welcome to the Starlight Peach. Darlene drawled, her voice surprisingly deep. Y'all hungry? And Amelia, our perpetually optimistic photographer, already had her camera out, documenting every detail of the dilapidated interior. Starving, she chirped, her usual jovial expression firmly in place. What's good here? Darlene's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, a little too long. Our peach cobbler is famous around these parts. Made with our own special Starlight peaches. She gestured towards a large basket overflowing with enormous, glistening fruit. Their skins shimmered with an unnatural sheen, almost glowing under the fluorescent light. Something about their perfect uniformity unnerved me. Peaches never looked like that, perfectly round, perfectly ripe, all at the same time. I exchanged uneasy glances with Emily and David, my other travel companions. Emily, our resident skeptic, clutched her turquoise lunchbox tightly, a nervous tremor betraying her usual bravado. David, our agreeable friend, simply shrugged, his usual jovial expression unchanged. We ordered the cobbler and some coffee, the only other item on the menu. The coffee arrived lukewarm, tasting faintly of metal. The cobbler, however, was undeniably delicious. The peaches were impossibly sweet, their flavor unlike anything I'd ever tasted. I ate slowly, savoring each bite, even as a prickling sensation spread across my skin. Midway through my cobbler, I noticed something truly disturbing. Embedded within the soft, yellow flesh of a peach, I saw a tooth. A human tooth. Small, white, undeniably human. My stomach lurched. I discreetly pointed it out to Emily, who gasped, her eyes widening in horror. David, however, seemed unconcerned, already halfway through his own portion. Probably just a pit, he mumbled, his mouth full. David, that's a tooth, Emily hissed, her voice barely audible above the buzzing fluorescent light. He finally glanced at the tooth, then back at his cobbler. His usual jovial expression faltering, he swallowed hard, then pushed his plate away, his face suddenly pale. We decided to leave, quickly. As we stood, I noticed something else, equally disturbing. Behind the counter, in a small, open doorway, I saw a flickering light. Curious, I peered inside, catching a glimpse of a larger chamber, dimly lit by a kerosene lamp. Several figures stood huddled around a wooden table, their backs to us. Their heads seemed disproportionately small, almost avian. They were doing something, their movements jerky, rhythmic. A metallic scent, almost coppery, wafted from the room. The clicking sound I'd barely registered before, a soft percussion against the silence of the diner, intensified. I pulled Amelia and Emily towards the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. David, though clearly shaken, followed close behind. As we reached the exit, Darlene called out, her voice now raspy, almost guttural. Yeah, I'll come back now, ya hear? Her smile had vanished, replaced by a horrifying grimace. We didn't respond. We scrambled outside, into the blinding sunlight, the sweet, sickening smell of peaches clinging to us like a shroud. As we piled into David's truck, I glanced back at the diner. Darlene stood in the doorway, her silhouette elongated, almost skeletal, against the sickly yellow light spilling from within. The clicking sound continued, steady, rhythmic, a terrifying promise. We drove in silence, the desolate Texas landscape offering little comfort. Miles stretched behind us, the diner shrinking in the rearview mirror, but the taste of those peaches, the metallic tang, the horrifying realization of their ingredients, remained. And the clicking, faint now, but still there, a chilling reminder of the Starlight Peach Diner and the secret it held. We had tasted the unique sweetness of the Starlight Peaches, and we knew, with a sickening certainty, that we would never truly escape. Story 43. The brochure, found tucked beneath a pile of dusty maps at the gas station, promised a unique Texan treat. Starlight Peaches, it proclaimed, grown in a secret orchard north of Highway 87. Amelia, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, was instantly hooked. I, however, felt a strange premonition, a prickle of unease. The peaches in the photograph looked almost obscene, enormous and glistening, an unnatural shade of violet. We drove for hours, the familiar Texas landscape blurring outside the window. The highway eventually dwindled to a barely discernible track, snaking through increasingly desolate terrain. Scrub brush and twisted mesquite trees glowed at the sky. The air grew heavy, thick with a cloying sweetness. The smell of overripe, rotting fruit. Finally, in the fading twilight, a ramshackle structure appeared. A faded sign proclaimed it the Starlight Peach Diner. A single porch light illuminated a small group of figures huddled around a wooden table. They were utterly still, their backs to us, their heads covered in rough burlap sacks. A rhythmic clicking sound emanated from them. Amelia, camera already rolling, bounded ahead, her usual cheerfulness unwavering. "Look, Silas," she called. "Local color. Totally going viral." I followed, my unease intensifying. As we got closer, the clicking sound grew louder, a steady, unsettling percussion. The figures didn't react to our approach. They simply continued their clicking, their bodies swaying rhythmically under their burlap cloaks. Amelia, ever the intrepid explorer, stepped forward, narrating every detail for her non-existent online audience. "Greetings, fine folks. We're just passing through, chasing authentic Texan experiences. What's the story with these Starlight Peaches?" The figures remained motionless. The clicking continued, its rhythm unbroken. Then, the figure closest to us slowly turned. The burlap sack fell away, revealing a face, white and smooth as polished marble. The eyes were dark, empty. The mouth opened, revealing teeth, not white, but a disturbing shade of violet. The figure raised a hand, its long, strangely jointed fingers beckoning. A wave of nausea washed over me. Something was profoundly wrong. This was no quirky roadside attraction. This was something else, something ancient and malevolent. "Amelia," I whispered, my voice trembling. "We need to leave." But Amelia, caught somewhere between morbid curiosity and a desperate need for Instagrammable moments, seemed mesmerized. She stepped closer, her camera focused on the figure's violet smile. "Amazing. Truly a Texan welcome," she murmured, her voice echoing strangely through the otherwise silent orchard. The other figures began to turn, their burlap sacks falling away, revealing identical faces. Identical violet smiles. They raised their hands, their long fingers beckoning, their clicking stones intensifying. Terror seized me. I grabbed Amelia's arm, pulling her back. "Amelia," I hissed, "we have to go. Now." But it was too late. The figures lunged forward, their movements jerky, almost gliding. Their clicking stones became a frantic clatter, a terrifying crescendo. Amelia screamed, a primal shriek swallowed by the growing darkness. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. I don't remember running. I don't remember reaching the truck. I only remember the sickeningly sweet smell of overripe fruit, the frantic clatter of stones, and those violet smiles, burning in the darkness behind me. I drove through the night, the image of those faces seared into my mind. The clicking sound pursued me, echoing through the empty Texas landscape. I kept driving, knowing I would never truly escape the horrifying orchard, the unsettling percussion of the stones, the terrifying promise of those violet smiles. The next morning, my phone buzzed with a message from Amelia's account. A single image, blurry and distorted. A basket overflowing with enormous, glistening, violet peaches. The caption, written in a strange, stilted language, simply read, "A taste of Texas. You'll be back." The clicking sound started again, faint but distinct, coming from somewhere inside the phone. I dropped it, the screen shattering against the floor, a small, sharp echo of the horrifying tableau that would forever haunt my memories. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would indeed be back. Not by choice, but by some strange compulsion, drawn back to the orchard, to the clicking stones, to the violet smiles waiting in the darkness. The taste of Texas. A terrifying souvenir I would never truly escape. Story 44, the rusted sign read, Starlight Peach Stop, Fuel, Food, and Folklore. Ah, folklore, I thought. How very Texan. Amelia, perpetually attached to her phone, already had the Starlight Peach Stop geotagged, captioned, and uploaded. Emily, designated driver and resident optimist, floored the gas pedal. Authentic Texan experiences, she declared, beaming. Silas, quiet and observant, simply nodded, his gaze fixed on the ramshackle structure ahead. I, Darla, dutifully documented the whole affair. Camera at the ready. This impulsive detour was Amelia's idea. She'd stumbled upon a cryptic online forum dedicated to forgotten corners of Texas, places swallowed by time and highway expansions. This particular post spoke of impossibly sweet peaches grown in a hidden orchard north of Marble Falls, a place marked on no map. The station itself looked deserted, pumps draped in cobwebs. A single fluorescent light flickering inside. The sickly sweet smell, almost cloying, permeated the air. Emily, ever the adventurer, hopped out, already grabbing her turquoise lunchbox. "Diibes on the first peach," she chirped. Silas and I followed, a prickling unease settling in my stomach. The interior was worse than the exterior. Dust coated everything. A wooden table dominated the center of the room, a faded map of Texas pinned to its surface. 3 oddly smooth stones, white against the worn wood, lay arranged in a perfect triangle near the register. I felt a compulsion, inexplicable and immediate, to photograph them. As my camera focused, the clicking sound echoed through the otherwise silent building. That's when the chanting started. Soft, low, almost imperceptible at first. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, vibrating through the floorboards. Amelia, oblivious, explored the back room. Silas, seemingly unnerved, moved closer to me. The chanting intensified, a guttural drone, unsettling and rhythmic. I noticed something different about the map. Where Marble Falls should have been, a crude symbol was etched. It resembled the triangle formed by the stones. My stomach lurched. The chanting grew louder, punctuated by a rhythmic percussion, almost metallic. Amelia reappeared, holding a small, tarnished peach keychain she'd found tucked beneath the counter. "Look what I found," she announced, oblivious to the growing tension. I grabbed her arm. "We need to leave," I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. Outside, the twilight deepened. The sweet smell became overwhelming, almost nauseating. 3 figures emerged from behind the station, their forms elongated and distorted against the fading light. Their heads were covered in rough burlap sacks, obscuring their features. They moved with an unnerving grace, gliding towards us. Each held a smooth white stone, identical to those on the table inside. They began arranging the stones on the ground, their movements synchronized, the stones clicking against one another in a steady rhythm. The chanting reached a terrifying crescendo, the percussion intensifying, becoming a frantic drum beat against my skull. Terror seized me. I shoved Amelia towards the car, yelling, Go, Emily. Go, Emily. Finally sensing the danger, scrambled inside, flooring the gas pedal. Tires spun, spitting gravel. Silas wrestled with the passenger door. The figures closed in, their chanting drowning out the engine's roar. I saw Silas face a mask of pure terror before the figures descended upon him. I didn't see what they did. I didn't want to see. Emily dragged me into the car, her usual cheerfulness replaced by stark terror. We sped away, leaving Silas behind, the chanting, the clicking, and those horrifying figures receding into the growing darkness. Miles stretched before us, the empty Texas landscape offering no comfort. The sweet smell lingered in the car, a sickening reminder. Amelia sobbed quietly in the back seat. Emily gripped the steering wheel, her knuckles white. I stared straight ahead, the image of Silas, surrounded by those robed figures, seared into my memory. We never spoke about it again. We never went back. But the smell of overripe peaches, that sickeningly sweet aroma, still haunts me. And sometimes late at night, in the quiet moments, I hear it. The clicking of stones, a low, guttural chant. A chilling reminder of the horror we unleashed at the Starlight Peach stop. The stones. The triangle. The photograph. I took a picture of their altar. And now they have a picture of me. The clicking is getting closer. Story 45. The Starlight Peach Motel, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of a single buzzing fluorescent light, didn't exactly scream crestful night. But, after 12 hours crisscrossing Texas, any port in a storm, as they say, Emily, our perpetually optimistic designated driver, declared it. Charmingly gothic. Silas, our resident cynic, grumbled something about overpriced coffee and questionable plumbing. Amelia, ever the intrepid explorer, already had her phone camera rolling, narrating every detail for her non-existent online audience. I, somewhere between morbid curiosity and exhaustion, simply nodded, lugging my turquoise lunchbox inside. The motel owner, a stout woman with a disturbingly fixed smile and eyes that never quite met yours, handed us a tarnished peach keychain attached to room key number 6. The corridor stretched before us, smelling faintly of overripe fruit and something vaguely metallic. The faint clicking sound started then, almost imperceptible at first, but growing steadily louder with each step. Our room, sparsely furnished with a lumpy mattress and a chipped dresser, offered little comfort. The wallpaper, adorned with stylized peaches, seemed to pulse in the flickering fluorescent light. The clicking sound intensified, now accompanied by a low, guttural drone. Emily, oblivious to the growing unease, unpacked her turquoise lunchbox, while Amelia explored the bathroom, chattering about possible Instagrammable moments. Silas and I exchanged uneasy glances. The clicking, the droning, they seemed to be coming from the walls, the floor, everywhere. I pressed my ear against the peeling paint, and the sound intensified, becoming a frantic drum beat against my skull. I pulled away, heart hammering, a prickling sensation spreading across my skin. Something was profoundly wrong. Later that night, after a lukewarm coffee at the equally creepy Starlight Peach diner next door, the unsettling feeling intensified. The clicking sound pursued us back to the motel, now accompanied by faint whispers, too distorted to understand. I found myself clutching my turquoise lunchbox tighter, its smooth, cool surface a small comfort in the growing darkness. I couldn't sleep. The clicking, the whispering, the guttural drone, they swirled together, creating a horrifying soundtrack to my growing terror. I peered through the grimy window at the desolate landscape beyond, and then I saw them. 3 figures, lanky and draped in rough burlap sacks that concealed their heads, stood motionless amongst the gnarled peach trees behind the motel. They held smooth, white stones, and as they rhythmically clicked them together, the whispering intensified, becoming a guttural chant. I shook Amelia awake, pointing frantically at the window. She, ever the documentarian, grabbed her phone, the camera already rolling. Silas, roused by the commotion, joined us at the window, his usual jovial expression replaced by stark terror. Emily, however, remained blissfully ignorant, snoring softly in her bed. The figures began to move, their steps synchronized, their clicking stones growing louder. They glided towards the motel, their forms elongated and distorted in the sickly yellow light spilling from our window. The chanting reached a terrifying crescendo, the guttural drone vibrating through the very foundations of the building. Terror seized me, cold and paralyzing. As the figures reached the motel walls, their clicking stones became a frenzied clatter against the weathered wooden boards. The chanting intensified, becoming a primal shriek that echoed through the otherwise silent night. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we were trapped, unwilling players in some ancient, horrifying ritual. The door burst inward, revealing the three figures, their burlap sacks falling away, revealing faces that were not human, but something else entirely. Their skin shimmered, a bruised purple, and their smiles, wide and revealing rows of pointed, violet teeth, were etched with a predatory hunger. They raised their hands, their smooth, white stones now slick with a viscous, shimmering fluid. And as they descended upon us, their clicking stones became a deafening roar, the chanting a primal scream of triumph. I knew, with a horrifying finality, that the Starlight Peach Motel would be our final stop. The clicking stones, the chanting, the violet smiles, they would forever haunt the rooms of that forgotten Texas motel, waiting for the next unsuspecting guests. Story 46, The Battered, Turquoise Lunchbox. Emily's prized possession since kindergarten rattled against my knees as we bumped down the dirt track. The setting sun painted the Texas sky a bruised violet, casting long, skeletal shadows from the mesquite trees. We were chasing a whispered legend, a supposedly abandoned schoolhouse north of Dryden. Emily, perpetually optimistic designated driver and photographer, promised decent Instagrammable moments, and, foolishly, I believed her. The schoolhouse materialized abruptly. A squat, two-story structure of faded brick, its windows gaping black holes, like empty sockets. A single porch light, swaying precariously in the rising wind, cast an unsettling yellowish glow. A strange premonition, cold and sharp, pierced through my initial excitement. I couldn't shake the feeling that we shouldn't be there. But Emily was already halfway across the overgrown yard, her phone camera perpetually rolling, narrating every detail for her non-existent online audience. Inside, the air hung heavy, thick with the cloying sweetness of overripe peaches. The scent became almost nauseating. Dust motes danced in the single shaft of light filtering through a boarded-up window. Desks lay overturned. A tattered alphabet chart clung precariously to one wall, its cheerful colors a grotesque mockery of the decay filling the room. And on the floor, arranged in a perfect circle, lay dozens of small, smooth white stones. Identical. Emily, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive atmosphere, continued filming. She was particularly intrigued by a chipped porcelain doll lying near the stones, its painted eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. She picked it up, her voice echoing strangely through the silent rooms. "Guys, check this out. This is totally going viral." A faint clicking sound started, soft at first, almost imperceptible. It seemed to emanate from the stones on the floor. Then, we saw them. Three figures, lanky and draped in shapeless, dark robes, emerged from the shadows at the back of the room. Their heads were concealed within their robes. Their hands, concealed within the folds of their garments, produced the clicking sound. They stood motionless, their presence radiating an unnatural stillness. The sweet, peachy smell intensified, becoming almost suffocating. A wave of nausea washed over me. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. Emily, however, seemed mesmerized. Her camera still rolling, she moved closer to the figures, her voice a hushed whisper. "This is insane, guys. This is some serious local color." The figures began to move. Slowly, rhythmically, they circled the stones on the floor, their clicking growing steadily louder. Their movements were jerky, almost mechanical. The smell of overripe peaches became overpowering, tinged with something faintly metallic, like blood. My stomach lurched. Then, one of the figures stopped. It slowly raised its head, revealing a face that was not a face. It was smooth white, like polished marble, with eyes that were dark, empty holes and a mouth that stretched into a wide, unnatural smile. Violet teeth gleamed in the dim light. In its hand it held a small, smooth, white stone, identical to the others on the floor. Emily gasped, her camera shaking violently. The other figures stopped their dance, their hoods still concealing their heads, but their bodies swaying rhythmically. The clicking intensified. The metallic scent filled the air, thick and cloying. The first figure took a step towards Emily. Its marble face contorted into something resembling a grimace, its violet teeth bared. It raised the white stone. Emily shrieked. A primal sound swallowed by the clicking stones and the sickly sweet smell of decay. She stumbled backward, dropping her phone. The screen shattered against the stone floor. The figure lunged. The other figures descended. Their clicking stones became a frantic clatter, a terrifying crescendo. Their robes billowed around them. Their claws, long and sharp and violet, emerged from beneath their robes. I remember screaming. I remember running. I remember the sickening crunch beneath my feet as I ran across the stones. Emily's turquoise lunchbox clutched tightly in my hand. I remember the horrifying tableau unfolding behind me, Emily's phone lying broken on the floor, the robed figures gathered around her, their stones descending, their violet smiles widening. I don't remember reaching the car. I don't remember driving away. All I remember is the clicking, the sickening sweet smell of peaches, and the faces, the smooth white faces with the violet teeth. I still have the lunchbox. It's dented and scratched now, its turquoise paint chipped. It still smells faintly of peaches, and sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I hear it. A faint clicking sound, coming from inside the lunchbox. I don't open it. I never will. I know what's inside. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that I will never truly escape the Starlight Peach schoolhouse. Or the faces. The smooth white faces. With the violet teeth. Story 48. The Texas sun beat down, baking the asphalt beneath my tires. My throat felt like sandpaper, and the air conditioning in my vintage Chevy struggled against the relentless heat. I needed a break, a distraction from the endless miles of scrub brush and stunted mesquite. Then, a splash of vibrant color caught my eye. A roadside fruit stand, nestled amongst impossibly gnarled pecan trees, their branches laden with fruit gleaming under the harsh light. Perfect. A hand-painted sign proclaimed, Starlight Peaches. A truly Texan task. The peaches themselves, enormous and almost obscenely perfect, practically glowed. A stout woman, her face weathered and tanned like well-worn leather, sat behind a rickety wooden table. She wore a shapeless brown dress and a brimmed straw hat that shaded her features. Her hands, gnarled and surprisingly strong-looking, rested on the table. Between them, she held something small, wrapped in brown fabric. "Morning, Mom," I said, my voice slightly hoarse from the dry air. "Those peaches look incredible." The woman looked up, her eyes a disturbing shade of pale blue, almost translucent. She smiled, a slow, deliberate unfolding of her lips that revealed teeth just a little too pointed, a little too long. "They are, dear. Starlight peaches. The sweetest you'll ever taste." I bought a basket, feeling a strange compulsion I couldn't quite explain. As she handed it over, I noticed the object she'd been holding. It was an apple, polished to a high sheen, almost black in color. It looked strangely heavy, and it seemed to pulse with a faint inner light. "Care for an apple, dear?" the woman asked, her voice surprisingly soft. "A special one just for you." Something about the apple, and the way she held it, made me uneasy. "No thank you," I said politely. "I'm really just here for the peaches." The woman's smile widened, and for a fleeting second, I thought I saw something flicker in her pale eyes, something predatory. "Sure, dear," she said, her voice now a low, raspy whisper. "But you'll be back. They always come back." I climbed back into my Chevy, feeling a prickling sensation spreading across my skin. I glanced in my rearview mirror. The woman was watching me, the apple still clutched in her hand. Her smile seemed wider now, almost grotesque. I drove away, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. I ate a peach, its juice dripping down my chin. It was sweet, incredibly so, almost overwhelmingly sweet. But beneath the sweetness, I tasted something else, something faintly metallic. The metallic taste intensified, and a wave of nausea washed over me. I pulled over, suddenly dizzy. I fumbled for my reusable water bottle, desperate to wash away the taste. But the metallic tang lingered, coating my tongue. A chilling reminder of the apple I hadn't eaten. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of burnt orange and violet. The landscape outside became increasingly desolate. I realized with a growing sense of unease that I was lost. I pulled over again, frantically searching for a signal on my phone. Nothing. I was alone, stranded in the middle of nowhere. Then, I saw them. 3 figures, silhouetted against the fading light, walking towards me. Their movements were slow, deliberate, almost gliding. They wore long, shapeless robes that concealed their heads and bodies, and as they moved closer, I heard it. A faint, rhythmic clicking sound. The same clicking sound I'd heard from the woman at the fruit stand. Terror seized me. I fumbled with my car keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning in the loose gravel. I sped away, the clicking sound growing louder behind me. I glanced in my rearview mirror. The figures were still coming, their gliding strides eating up the distance between us. Their forms seemed to elongate against the dying light, their limbs twisting at unnatural angles. And then I saw their hands. Long, skeletal fingers tipped with something that shimmered. Something that looked almost like polished obsidian. I drove faster, my heart hammering against my ribs. The clicking sound became a frantic clatter, a terrifying percussion that resonated through the car, through my bones. The figures were gaining on me. I could see them now, their faces finally visible beneath their hoods. Their skin was a bruised purple, stretched tight across sharp bones. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light. And their mouths were open in silent screams, revealing rows of pointed, violet teeth. I swerved to avoid a particularly gnarled mesquite tree, and the car skidded, tires spitting gravel. I lost control, the car spinning wildly before coming to a jarring halt. I was trapped. The figures closed in, their clicking stones now a deafening roar. They reached for me, their obsidian claws outstretched. And then, I saw it. In their hands, they held smooth, polished apples black as night, pulsing with a sickening inner light. The same apples the woman at the fruit stand had offered me. And then darkness. Story 49. The Yorktown Memorial Hospital. It sounded almost charmingly gothic, tucked away in a brochure promising hidden gems and forgotten corners of Texas. Amelia, our perpetually optimistic designated driver and photographer, was instantly hooked. Silas, our resident cynic, grumbled something about tourist traps, but dutifully documented the GPS coordinates. Emily, my agreeable friend, simply shrugged and continued scrolling through Instagram, her thumb outstretched under the harsh Texas sun. 12 hours later, the hospital materialized abruptly from the scrubby plains. Not idyllic, as the brochure's faded photos suggested, but a hulking monolith of decaying brick and boarded windows, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. A single, flickering fluorescent light buzzed overhead, casting a sickly yellow light that spilled onto the overgrown weeds. The sweet, cloying aroma of overripe fruit, unexpected in this desolate place, hung heavy in the air. "These looks about right," Amelia announced, her usual cheerfulness unwavering despite the unsettling surroundings. The hospital's entrance was draped with faded crime scene tape. Ignoring the implied warning, we climbed inside, the loose floorboards creaking ominously under our weight. The air within was thick with the smell of decay and something faintly metallic. I tasted something coppery at the back of my throat. Amelia, already snapping pictures, ventured deeper into the building, her phone camera perpetually rolling. Silas and Emily followed, their initial amusement quickly fading. I trailed behind, a prickling unease settling in my stomach. We found ourselves in a large chamber, presumably the main waiting area. A rickety wooden table dominated the center of the room, its surface covered in a sticky residue. Scattered across the floor were smooth, white stones, almost luminescent under the flickering light. I picked one up. It was surprisingly heavy and cold against my skin. "This place has a vibe," Silas muttered, his voice lacking its usual sarcasm. Suddenly, a faint clicking sound started. Rhythmic, steady. It seemed to emanate from the corridor stretching before us. Amelia, ever the intrepid explorer, moved toward the sound, her camera still rolling. We exchanged uneasy glances before following. The corridor floor became uneven, the stones underfoot clicking with every step. The air grew colder, the metallic scent intensifying. The clicking sound grew louder, accompanied now by a low, guttural drone that vibrated through the floor and into my bones. We reached what appeared to be an operating theater. A single shaft of sickly yellow light filtered through a grimy window, illuminating a strange scene. 3 figures, draped in rough burlap sacks that concealed their heads, stood motionless around a wooden table. They held smooth, white stones identical to the ones we'd found in the waiting area, clicking them together in a steady rhythm. Amelia, seemingly mesmerized, continued filming. The figures showed no sign of acknowledging our presence. Their movements, jerky and almost mechanical, continued, the clicking sound becoming almost deafening. Suddenly, one of the figures stopped. It slowly raised its head, the burlap sack falling away to reveal a face that was white and smooth, like polished marble. Its eyes were empty sockets, and its mouth opened in a horrifying grimace, revealing teeth that were long and sharp and violet. A primal shriek ripped through the silent hospital. It wasn't from Amelia, still filming, but from Emily, who had stumbled backward, her hands covering her mouth. The other figures stopped their clicking. They turned towards us, their burlap sacks falling away, revealing identical faces, identical smiles. They raised their stones. Terror seized me. I grabbed Emily's hand and pulled her back, stumbling through the darkened corridors, the clicking stones echoing behind us. We burst out of the hospital and into the night, the sickeningly sweet smell of overripe fruit clinging to us like a shroud. Silas and Amelia followed close behind, their faces pale, their eyes wide with terror. We scrambled into the car, Amelia fumbling with the keys, her usual cheerfulness replaced by stark terror. The engine roared to life. As we sped away, I looked back at the hospital, its single fluorescent light flickering against the vast, indifferent Texas night. 3 figures stood silhouetted in the doorway, their smooth, white stones aloft, their violet smiles fixed on us. A chilling reminder of the horror we had witnessed. The clicking sound pursued us, fading slowly into the darkness. A terrifying promise that we would never truly escape the Yorktown Memorial Hospital. Story 50, the Starlight Peach Emporium, proclaimed the cheerfully painted sign. Beneath it, a stout woman in a faded denim dress arranged baskets overflowing with grotesquely large peaches. Their skins shimmered an unnatural shade of violet under the harsh Texas sun. Amelia, my perpetually optimistic travel companion and designated photographer, was already snapping pictures, her phone camera perpetually rolling. "Totally going viral," she announced, oblivious to the prickling unease settling in my stomach. David, our designated driver and resident cynic, grumbled something about overpriced produce and tourist traps. Emily, ever the agreeable friend, simply shrugged, her usual cheerfulness unwavering. I, however, was already feeling a strange premonition. A sense that this impulsive detour off the main highway was a mistake. The woman, who introduced herself as Darlene, handed us each a sample. A surprisingly heavy peach that felt strangely cool to the touch. "These ain't your normal peaches," she drawled, her smile revealing teeth that seemed a little too pointed. "These starlight peaches. They got a unique sweetness, amplified by the soil, and the special minerals around these parts." The sweetness was indeed unique, almost overwhelmingly so. It lingered on my tongue, leaving a faint metallic taste that I couldn't quite place. As we ate, I noticed something different about Darlene. Her eyes never quite met ours. They darted around, almost nervously, and her smile never quite reached them. Amelia, blissfully ignorant of my growing apprehension, continued filming, narrating every detail for her non-existent online audience. "Guys, these peaches are unreal. Like, totally a hidden gem. You have to try them if you're ever, chasing authentic Texan experiences." Drawn by some inexplicable compulsion, I ventured deeper into the emporium, past the fruit stand and towards a series of squat adobe buildings. A faded sign above one doorway proclaimed it the Starlight Peach Museum. Inside, a single, buzzing fluorescent light illuminated a large chamber filled with dusty antiques, all peach-themed. Peach-shaped lamps, peach-patterned wallpaper, peach cobbler recipes framed on the wall. The cloying sweetness of the fruit, mixed with the smell of dust and decay, became almost suffocating. A rhythmic clicking sound started, faint at first, then steadily growing louder. It seemed to emanate from behind a closed door at the back of the chamber. Curiosity, mixed with a growing sense of dread, pulled me towards it. As I reached for the doorknob, I noticed something embedded in the wood. A small, smooth white stone, almost perfectly round. The clicking intensified. I hesitantly opened the door, revealing a corridor stretching into darkness. The clicking sound echoed through the claustrophobic space, becoming a frantic drum beat against my rising terror. I took a tentative step inside, the floorboards creaking ominously under my sandals. The sweet, metallic smell intensified, now laced with something else. Something faintly coppery. A guttural growl echoed from the darkness ahead. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. I wanted to scream, to run, but I found myself frozen, trapped between morbid curiosity and outright terror. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows. Tall and lanky, its form draped in a rough, brown robe. Its head was concealed within a burlap sack, but I could see its hands. Long, skeletal fingers, each clutching a smooth white stone, identical to the one I'd seen on the door. Another figure emerged, then another and another. They lined the corridor, their forms silhouetted against the faint, yellowish light filtering from the chamber behind me. The clicking sound became a terrifying chorus, the stones striking against each other with rhythmic precision. I finally found my voice, a shaky whisper. "Amelia," I called. "David. Emily. We need to go. Now." But my voice was swallowed by the clicking, the guttural growls, and a low, rhythmic chanting that had started somewhere deep in the corridor. I turned and ran, back through the museum, past the dusty peach paraphernalia, and into the blinding sunlight outside. Amelia, David, and Emily stood by the fruit stand, seemingly unconcerned. "Where were you?" Amelia asked, her phone camera still rolling. "I was just telling my followers about the, totally authentic Texan welcome we got here." I tried to explain, to convey the sheer terror I just experienced. But the words wouldn't come. I could only point, my hand trembling uncontrollably, towards the squat adobe building, towards the darkness within. Then, I saw it. A small, smooth white stone, nestled amongst the violet peaches in Amelia's basket. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that we were already trapped. The clicking started again, closer this time, and Darlene smiled. Her smile, finally reaching her eyes, revealed teeth that glinted, an unnatural shade of violet under the harsh Texas sun. Story 52. The Big Thicket. They call it that for a reason. A labyrinth of bayous, cypress swamps, and pine forests so dense, sunlight struggles to penetrate. We were deep within it, Amelia, David, Emily, and I, chasing a glimpse of the elusive ivory-billed woodpecker. A fool's errand, some might say, but the thicket's allure, its promise of unseen wonders, pulled us deeper. The trail, barely more than a deer path, wound through a tunnel of green. The air, thick with humidity, clung to us like a second skin. The usual sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves were muted, swallowed by the oppressive stillness. It was then I first heard it, a faint, rhythmic knocking, almost like wood on wood. I dismissed it as a woodpecker, though the sound seemed strangely muffled, almost subterranean. We pressed on, Amelia, our designated documentarian, perpetually filming, narrating every detail to her non-existent, online audience. David, our resident cynic, grumbled about mosquitoes and the lack of cell service. Emily, ever the optimist, remained undeterred, her usual cheerfulness unwavering. The knocking continued, growing steadily louder, more insistent. It no longer sounded like any bird I'd ever heard. The light began to fade, the shadows lengthening, twisting into grotesque shapes. The air grew heavy, charged with an unnatural stillness. The knocking stopped. A prickling sensation crawled across my skin. I felt we were being watched. Then, through the dense foliage, I saw it. A fleeting glimpse of something large, dark, moving with surprising agility through the undergrowth. A hulking silhouette against the dying light. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Did you see that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Amelia, ever the intrepid explorer, lowered her camera, a strange excitement in her eyes. "See what, Silas?" she asked, her voice a little too steady. Before I could answer, a guttural growl echoed through the trees, a sound so primal, so utterly inhuman, that it sent a shiver down my spine. This time, we all heard it. The color drained from Emily's face. David cursed under his breath. Amelia, however, simply smiled, her phone camera already rolling. "Totally going viral," she muttered, her eyes gleaming with a morbid fascination. The growling intensified, closer now, accompanied by the rhythmic knocking, which I now realized wasn't knocking at all. It was the sound of stones, smooth stones being struck together. A slow, deliberate, terrifying percussion. Then they appeared, not one but three. Towering figures, their forms elongated, distorted by the fading light. They were draped in coarse, shapeless garments, their faces hidden within deep hoods. They stood motionless among the trees, their presence radiating an unnerving stillness. In their hands, they held smooth, white stones, which they clicked together with a slow, hypnotic rhythm. Terror seized me. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that we had stumbled upon something ancient, something malevolent, something that lurked beneath the surface of this seemingly benign wilderness. We backed away slowly, our eyes fixed on the figures. They didn't move, didn't speak. They simply continued their clicking, the sound echoing through the trees, a chilling soundtrack to our growing terror. We turned and ran, blindly, through the dense undergrowth. Thorns tearing at our clothes, branches whipping across our faces. The clicking stones pursued us, their rhythm steady, relentless. I could hear Amelia sobbing behind me, David cursing, Emily gasping for breath. We ran until we stumbled into a small clearing. The figures emerged from the trees, their forms silhouetted against the last vestiges of twilight. They stopped at the edge of the clearing, their stones still clicking, their presence a suffocating weight in the air. Amelia, her phone still clutched in her hand, turned and faced them, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and morbid fascination. She raised her phone as if to film them, a silent challenge, a desperate plea. The figures moved closer. Their clicking intensified, becoming a frantic clatter, a terrifying crescendo. They raised their hands, their stones glinting in the fading light. I remember screaming. I remember the stones descending. I remember the sickening crunch. I remember the darkness. And then, nothing. The phone, miraculously intact, lay on the forest floor. Its screen cracked. The last image captured a blurry, distorted view of the figures, their elongated forms looming over Amelia, their white stones raised, their faces finely visible beneath their hoods. Empty sockets stared back at the lens, their violet teeth bared in a grotesque, silent smile. The clicking, though fainter, continued. Story 53. The bats. They always fascinated Amelia. Their erratic flight, their almost alien sonar, the way they owned the twilight. This trip to Davis Mountains State Park was Amelia's idea, specifically to witness the nightly exodus of the Mexican free-tailed bats from the nearby caves. I, personally, preferred the daytime birds, the colorful finches and jays, but Amelia's enthusiasm, it was infectious. So, there we were, nestled in our sleeping bags, binoculars at the ready, cameras poised. The cave mouth yawned before us, a dark maw against the darkening sky. The air, it was thick with the anticipation, the subtle musky scent of guano hanging heavy. Then, it began. A trickle, a stream, a torrent of black bodies pouring from the cave. Amelia, she was beside herself with glee, her camera whirring, capturing the spectacle. But me, I felt a prickle of unease. The sheer number of bats, it was overwhelming. And the sound, their high-pitched chirping, it was almost a shriek. That's when I saw it. Across the canyon, in a small clearing, bathed in the strange ethereal glow of the rising moon, a figure. Large, hulking. It moved with a surprising grace, almost gliding across the clearing. It was covered in dark hair, and even from this distance, I could see its massive shoulders, its powerful limbs. Amelia, completely absorbed in her bat frenzy, hadn't noticed. "David, look," she whispered, her voice trembling with excitement. "They're forming a vortex. It's incredible." I tried to steer her attention across the canyon. "Amelia," I said, my voice tight, "look over there." She glanced up, finally tearing her gaze away from the bats. Then, she saw it. Her camera slowly lowered, her excitement replaced by a dawning horror. The figure in the clearing, it had stopped. It stood motionless, as if listening. Then, I heard it. A low, guttural growl rumbling from the trees surrounding the clearing. It wasn't the sound of a mountain lion, not a bear, not anything I'd ever heard before. Suddenly, shapes emerged from the trees. Dark shapes, moving low to the ground, wolves. A whole pack of them, their eyes glowing in the moonlight. They circled the figure, their growls growing louder, more menacing. The figure, it didn't flinch. It simply stood there, its massive form silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Then, it let out a roar, a sound that shook the very ground beneath us. A roar that wasn't human, not animal, but something in between. The wolves, they paused, momentarily stunned. Then, they attacked. They lunged at the figure, their teeth bared, their claws ripping. The figure fought back, its massive arms swinging, its powerful legs kicking. The air, it was filled with the sounds of snarls, growls, and the sickening thud of flesh against flesh. Amelia, she was frozen, her camera forgotten. I grabbed her hand, pulling her back towards the trail. "We need to go now," I hissed. We stumbled back through the darkness, the terrifying sounds of the battle echoing behind us. We didn't stop running, not until we reached the safety of our car. Even then, we didn't speak. We just sat there, trembling, the image of the creature, the wolves, seared into our minds. We packed up our campsite in the first pale light of dawn, neither of us mentioning the events of the night before. We just wanted to get away, to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and that horrifying clearing. As we drove down the winding mountain road, I glanced back at the canyon. The rising sun, it cast long shadows across the landscape, obscuring the clearing from view. But I knew it was still there. The creature, the wolves, their battleground. A terrifying secret, hidden in the heart of the Davis Mountains. Later that day, as we sped across the flat, unforgiving expanse of West Texas, Amelia finally broke the silence. "Do you think it was?" She started, her voice hesitant. "You know, I knew exactly what she meant. Bigfoot, Sasquatch. The creature of myth and legend. The one I had always dismissed as folklore, as a figment of overactive imaginations. But now, after what we had witnessed, I wasn't so sure. I don't know, I finally said, my voice barely a whisper. But I know one thing. We saw something terrifying, and we'll never forget it. The miles ticked by, the seemingly benign Texas landscape blurring outside. But the memory of that night, the terrifying encounter between the creature and the wolves, it lingered. A chilling reminder of the wildness that still exists, hidden just beneath the surface of the civilized world. A wildness that we had glimpsed, however briefly, and that would forever haunt our dreams. The bats, they had become a distant memory, overshadowed by something far more primal, far more terrifying. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that we would never look at the twilight, or the wilderness, the same way again. The eerie quiet of the mountains, it had been shattered, replaced by the echoes of a battle, a struggle for survival, witnessed by two terrified campers, forever marked by the horrors they had seen. Story 54. The peaches, they were the reason. Alara, my perpetually cheerful and slightly obsessive best friend, had become fixated on starlight peaches. Peaches so unique, so impossibly sweet, that they existed only in whispered legends and blurry Instagram photos. So, naturally, our annual spring break trip became a pilgrimage to this mythical orchard somewhere north of nowhere, in the heart of East Texas. David, our designated driver and resident cynic, grumbled about the lack of cell service and the questionable wisdom of chasing phantom fruit. Amelia, perpetually attached to her phone, documented every pothole and every roadside oddity for her non-existent online audience. I, Emily, sat quietly, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach, the vast, empty Texas landscape pressing in on me like a physical weight. The orchard materialized abruptly, a splash of vibrant, unnatural color against the muted greens and browns of the scrubland. The trees were heavy with fruit, enormous, glistening orbs of a deep, almost violet hue. A sickly sweet aroma hung in the air, thick and cloying, like overripe fruit rotting in the sun. A small, ramshackle fruit stand sat near the entrance, a single flickering fluorescent light casting a sickly yellow glow. A woman emerged from the shadows, her face obscured by a wide-brimmed straw hat. She handed us each a peach, her fingers surprisingly strong, her touch lingering a moment too long. We took hesitant bites, the sweetness exploding across our palates. An almost overwhelming rush of sugar. David coughed, his face contorted. These are, well, intense. Alara, however, was ecstatic. See, I told you, she declared, already snapping pictures. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of blood orange, I noticed something move in the periphery. A flicker among the trees, a shifting shadow. Then another, and another. Figures, tall and lanky, their bodies draped in rough, burlap sacks. They seemed to glide rather than walk, their movements unsettlingly smooth. Alara, I whispered, pointing towards the trees. She glanced up, her usual cheerfulness replaced by a flicker of unease. The figures were closer now, their forms becoming more distinct in the fading light. They carried smooth, white stones, and as they moved, a rhythmic clicking sound echoed through the orchard, a steady, unsettling percussion. David slammed the car doors locked, his voice tight. "Get in," he hissed. We scrambled inside, the clicking sound growing louder, closer. David cranked the engine, the tires spinning in the loose gravel. As we pulled away, I looked back, the figures now clearly visible in the twilight. They stood motionless, their faces hidden within their burlap sacks, their white stones raised, glinting in the last rays of sunlight. Their silence was more terrifying than any scream. We drove for what felt like hours, the clicking sound fading, then returning, always there, a haunting reminder of the orchard. The unease in my stomach had blossomed into full-blown terror. We finally stopped at a dusty motel, its vacancy sign buzzing weakly. The motel owner, a stout woman with a disturbingly fixed smile, handed us keys to adjoining rooms. The peach-themed decor, once charmingly kitsch, now seemed sinister, each stylized peach a mocking reminder of our encounter. I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the motel, every rustle of leaves outside, sent shivers down my spine. The clicking sound, though fainter, still echoed in my mind. I finally drifted off just before dawn, only to be jolted awake by a frantic pounding on the door. It was David, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. "They're here," he gasped, pulling me towards the window. I looked outside. The figures from the orchard stood motionless in the parking lot, their burlap sacks now fallen away, revealing faces that were pale and gaunt, their eyes hollow, their mouths stretched into unsettling smiles. They held their white stones aloft, the early morning light reflecting off their smooth surfaces. We barricaded the door with furniture, the flimsy lock offering little comfort. Amelia sobbed quietly in the corner, her phone clutched in her hand, the screen cracked. A single image frozen on the display, a picture of herself, smiling beneath the laden branches of a starlight peach tree. The clicking started again, louder now, closer. The door began to splinter under the relentless pressure. David grabbed Amelia, pushing her towards the bathroom window. "Go," he yelled. "Run, Ba." I hesitated, a strange paralysis gripping me. I watched as Amelia squeezed through the narrow window, disappearing into the twilight darkness. The door finally burst inward, the figures swarming into the room. I remember seeing their faces, their violet smiles widening, their white stones descending. Then, darkness. The last thing I heard was the clicking. A rhythmic, hypnotic percussion, fading slowly, as if the stones themselves were receding into the vast, indifferent Texas landscape. A terrifying soundtrack to my final moments. A sound that, I know, will forever echo in the silent spaces of my memory. Story 55. We were deep in the piney woods, hunting feral hogs. Not for sport, but for Salas's Grandma Hayes' annual barbecue. She needed a lot of meat, and wild hogs were plentiful. Johnson, our designated driver and resident optimist, bounced our beat-up Ford along the barely there track, a jovial tune escaping his cracked lips. Amelia, our perpetually documenting friend, filmed every bump and jostle, narrating to her non-existent online audience. Emily, quiet and observant, scanned the woods with an intensity that bordered on predatory. I, David, clutched Salas's lucky turquoise lunchbox. It contained our meager first aid supplies, and Silas, superstitious as always, refused to let it out of his sight. The air, thick with the cloying sweetness of overripe peaches, hung heavy around us. We were miles from any known orchard, yet the scent grew stronger with every turn of the dusty track. Amelia, ever the intrepid explorer, declared it a delightful detour and urged Johnson to follow the perfume. The track eventually opened into a small, sun-drenched clearing. And there it was, an orchard, nestled amongst the towering pines, laden with enormous, glistening peaches. They were almost grotesquely perfect, an unnatural violet shade against the muted greens of the forest. The air hummed with an unsettling stillness. Even the cicadas seemed to hold their breath. Silas, usually the first to bound ahead, hesitated. He clutched the turquoise lunchbox tighter, his knuckles bone-white. "These peaches," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. "These ain't right." Ignoring him, Amelia already hopped out, camera rolling, captivated by the enchanting beauty. Emily followed close behind, her usual cheerfulness replaced by a quiet apprehension. Johnson, ever the optimist, grumbled something about overpriced produce and the questionable wisdom of eating random fruit, but joined us nonetheless. I, uneasy but unwilling to be left alone, trailed behind, the weight of the turquoise lunchbox suddenly heavy in my hands. As we ventured deeper into the orchard, the silence deepened. The air grew colder, the sweet smell becoming almost suffocating. Then, we heard it. A faint clicking sound, rhythmic and steady, echoing through the perfectly spaced trees. Amelia, ever the documentarian, filmed the sound, narrating every detail for her non-existent viewers. But her usually jovial tone had a nervous tremor. The clicking grew louder, closer. And then, we saw them. Emerging from the shadows between the trees, 3 figures. Tall, lanky, draped in rough, burlap sacks that concealed their heads. Their movements were unsettlingly smooth, almost gliding. In their long, skeletal hands, they clutched smooth, white stones. Stones that clicked against each other with a deliberate, terrifying rhythm. Terror seized me. I wanted to run, to scream. But I found myself frozen, the weight of the turquoise lunchbox anchoring me to the spot. Amelia, to her credit, kept filming, though her camera shook violently. Emily, pale and wide-eyed, stood rooted beside me. Johnson, his usual optimism finally faltering, muttered something about getting out of there. The figures stopped their advance a few feet from us. They stood motionless, their heads bowed, the clicking of their stones echoing through the unnatural stillness of the orchard. Then, the tallest figure slowly raised its head. The burlap sack fell away, revealing not a human face but something else. Something canine. A snout filled with sharp, pointed teeth, eyes that glowed with an unnatural violet light. And a smile. A horrifying, predatory smile. A primal shriek ripped through the quiet of the orchard. It wasn't from any of us. It came from the creature echoing through the trees, amplified by the unnatural stillness. The other figures raised their heads, their burlap sacks falling away, revealing identical faces, identical smiles. Panic erupted. I grabbed Emily, pulling her with me as I turned to run. Amelia, still filming, screamed as Johnson shoved her behind him, shielding her with his surprisingly solid frame. The creatures lunged. I remember running, the turquoise lunchbox banging against my leg with every stride. I remember Emily's terrified screams behind me. I remember the sickening crunch beneath my feet. The overripe peaches bursting under our frantic flight. And the clicking. The relentless clicking of the stones, growing louder, closer. We burst from the orchard into the blessed sunlight of the clearing. Johnson's truck was just a few yards away. Silas, his face white with terror, scrambled inside, urging us to hurry. Emily reached the truck, tumbling inside. I shoved her towards the center, shielding her with my body as I fumbled for the door handle, the turquoise lunchbox still clutched tightly in my other hand. Then I felt it. A searing pain in my back. I looked down. A white stone, embedded in my flesh, and behind me the largest creature, its violet eyes burning into mine, its smile widening. Its claws, long and sharp, dripping with a shimmering, violet fluid, reached for me. The last thing I saw before darkness consumed me was the turquoise lunchbox, lying open on the ground. Its contents spilled across the dusty earth, and the creatures, their white stones aloft, their violet smiles fixed in a grotesque mockery of triumph. Their clicking stones, their horrifying harvest. The peach orchard, silent once more, waiting. Story 56. The Guadalupe Mountains, usually majestic under the Texas sun, felt oppressive. Their jagged peaks, like crooked teeth, seemed to bite into the vast, indifferent sky. I, captivated by the wilderness, pushed deeper into the secluded canyon, the trail little more than a suggestion scratched across the stony earth. My solitude, previously cherished, began to soar, turning into a prickling awareness of being watched. The chirping cicadas, initially a soothing soundtrack, now seemed to mock my growing unease. It was then I found it. A clearing, unnatural in its circular perfection, amidst the chaotic wilderness. The ground within the circle was bare, packed earth. In the center, a crude nest of woven branches and leaves, and scattered around, smooth, white stones, almost luminescent under the filtering sunlight. The air, thick with an unfamiliar musky scent, vibrated with an unspoken tension. My instinct screamed at me to leave, but a morbid curiosity, a hunger for something unusual in my otherwise ordinary life, held me rooted to the spot. I bent down, picking up one of the stones. It was surprisingly heavy, perfectly smooth, and cold against my skin. As I turned it over in my hand, a faint clicking sound started. From the periphery of the clearing, shadows moved. My heart pounded against my ribs. 3 figures emerged from the trees. Tall, their bodies draped in rough, shapeless garments that concealed their heads. Their forms, elongated and distorted against the fading sunlight, sent a shiver of pure, primal fear down my spine. They moved with an unnerving grace, almost gliding across the ground. Their hands, concealed within their robes, seemed to clutch something. As they drew closer, the clicking sound intensified. It was then I realized the source. Each figure held several of the smooth, white stones, clicking them rhythmically against each other. The sound, amplified by the surrounding cliffs, resonated through my very bones. Terror, cold and sharp, seized me. I stumbled backward, dropping the stone I held. The click, click, click of their stones became a terrifying soundtrack to my growing panic. I turned and ran, scrambling through the undergrowth, the sharp branches tearing at my clothes. The clicking sound pursued me, relentless, gaining momentum. The shadows lengthened, twisting the trees into grotesque, menacing shapes. I stumbled, falling hard onto the unforgiving earth. The clicking intensified, closer now. I scrambled to my feet, glancing back. The figures were almost upon me, their forms looming, nightmarish, against the deepening twilight. Their heads, still concealed, seemed to tilt forward, as if sniffing the air, tracking me. My breath caught in my throat, a primal shriek trapped inside. I pushed onward, the adrenaline surging through my veins. The canyon, once a place of serene beauty, had transformed into a horrifying labyrinth, the trees my jailers. The clicking stones, like a death knell, echoed through the growing darkness. I could hear them behind me, their gliding strides eating up the ground between us. I stumbled into another clearing, smaller than the first. In the center, a large boulder perched precariously, casting a long, distorted shadow. As I circled it, frantically searching for an escape, I saw them. More figures, emerging silently from the shadows, encircling me. Their stones clicked in unison, a horrifying chorus that drowned out the last vestiges of my hope. Trapped, with nowhere to run, I turned to face them. They stopped their advance, forming a perfect circle around me. Their movements became synchronized, a slow, ritualistic dance, their stones clicking in a steady, hypnotic rhythm. The air grew thick with the musky scent, almost suffocating, and then they raised their heads. The rough fabric fell away, revealing not faces, but smooth white surfaces, reflecting the last rays of the setting sun. The surfaces shifted, contorted, forming features. Not human features, but something else, something ancient, something predatory. Their mouths, stretched into grotesque smiles, revealed rows of sharp, violet teeth. The stones in their hands, now glowing with an unnatural violet light, clicked faster, the rhythm intensifying, becoming a frantic, terrifying crescendo. I screamed, a primal sound born of pure terror. But the sound was swallowed by the canyon, lost in the chilling percussion of the stones. The figures closed in, their violet smiles widening, their stones descending. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me, was the glint of those smooth, white stones. And the horrifying realization that the wilderness, in its indifference, had chosen me as its offering. The clicking stones became a searing brand, a final, terrifying memory burned into my soul. Story 57. The Brazos, normally placid, almost welcoming, gurgled ominously around our kayaks. Cypress knees, usually picturesque, now seemed like skeletal fingers beckoning us deeper into the swamp. The sun, a molten orange eye sinking below the horizon, cast long, twisting shadows that danced across the water. This kayaking trip, Amelia's idea, an authentic Texan experience, she declared, was quickly losing its charm. The air, thick with the smell of overripe peaches, became cloying, almost nauseating. The aroma seemed to emanate from a grove of pecan trees we'd spotted earlier, nestled incongruously amongst the cypress and tupelo. Amelia, perpetually optimistic, our designated photographer and social media butterfly, had become fixated on reaching it. She envisioned idyllic photos, baskets overflowing with enormous, glistening fruit. Emily, our resident cynic, grumbled about mosquitoes and the questionable wisdom of trespassing, but followed nonetheless. David and I exchanged uneasy glances, a prickling sensation, a premonition of something wrong, beginning to crawl across our skin. The current, surprisingly strong, swept us along, closer to the orchard. The sweet smell intensified, becoming almost suffocating. The trees, impossibly gnarled, their branches heavy with grotesque, oversized fruit, formed a grotesque oasis in the deepening twilight. A strange stillness hung in the air, broken only by the gurgling water and the frantic chirping of unseen insects. The usual sounds of the swamp, the croaking frogs, the rustling of unseen creatures, were gone. As we drifted closer, we noticed something moving amongst the trees. At first, they seemed like shadows, distorted by the fading light. But then, they solidified, becoming figures. Tall, lanky figures robed in coarse brown fabric. Their heads were obscured by hoods, or perhaps burlap sacks. I couldn't quite tell. They stood motionless, their forms elongated and unsettling against the fiery backdrop. Amelia, usually perpetually filming, hesitated. Her camera, normally a constant companion, remained lowered. Even she, it seemed, sensed the shift in atmosphere. The figures remained still, their presence radiating an unnatural quiet. Then, one of them moved, slowly raising a hand. It held something. Something white, almost luminescent under the dying light, a stone. A smooth, polished stone. The figure brought the stone down, striking it against another held in its other hand. A sharp, deliberate click echoed through the stillness. Another figure followed suit. Then another, and another. A chorus of clicks, rhythmic and precise, filled the air. The sound, though simple, resonated with a chilling intensity. It felt ancient, ritualistic. Emily, close behind me, whispered, "This is getting weird." David, our designated driver, usually jovial, remained silent, his grip tightening on his paddle. The clicking intensified, becoming a frantic, almost hypnotic percussion. The figures began to move, their movements jerky and unsettlingly smooth. They were coming towards the water, towards us. Amelia, finally tearing her gaze away from the horrifying spectacle, whispered, "We need to go. Now." We paddled frantically, the flimsy plastic of our kayaks scraping against submerged branches. The clicking pursued us, growing louder, closer. The figures were at the water's edge now, their forms silhouetted against the fading twilight. They raised their stones, their movements synchronized, their clicking reaching a terrifying crescendo. We rounded a bend in the river, the orchard momentarily obscured by a thick stand of cypress. The clicking faded slightly, but the oppressive stillness remained. We paddled on, desperate to put as much distance between ourselves and the orchard as possible. We finally reached our campsite, a small clearing further downriver. We dragged our kayaks onto the bank, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. The silence of the swamp had returned, but it no longer felt peaceful. It felt heavy, menacing, as though something watched us from the shadows. We quickly set up our tents, our hands shaking, our usual chatter replaced by a tense silence. The sweet smell of peaches still lingered in the air, a sickening reminder of what we'd witnessed. As darkness descended, we huddled around a small fire, our faces illuminated by the flickering flames. Amelia, still shaken, finally spoke. "Did you see their faces?" she whispered. "Or what they were holding?" David and Emily shook their heads. I, however, had seen. In the last fleeting moments, as we rounded the bend, the moonlight had shifted. For a brief, terrifying instant, the hood of the closest figure had fallen back, revealing not a human face, but something canine. Something elongated. Something with sharp, pointed teeth, and eyes that glowed with an unnatural violet light. And in its hands, I hadn't seen smooth white stones. I'd seen something else. Something longer. Something white. Something that looked disturbingly like bone. The clicking started again, faint at first, then steadily growing louder. It was coming from the woods, from the direction of the orchard. We scrambled to our feet, our hearts pounding against our ribs. We grabbed our belongings, scattering into the darkness. I stumbled through the undergrowth, the clicking growing closer, the sweet smell of peaches becoming overwhelming. I could hear my friends shouting, their voices filled with panic. Then, I saw it. Standing between the trees, its elongated form silhouetted against the moonlight. Its head was no longer concealed, its canine features, its violet eyes burning into my memory. It raised its hands, its long, white claws glinting in the moonlight, and I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that I would never leave this orchard. That I, like the peaches ripening on the gnarled branches, was part of their horrifying harvest. The clicking intensified, becoming a deafening roar as the creature lunged, its claws outstretched, and the darkness consumed me. Story 58. The starlight painted the Texas hill country in shades of indigo and violet. I, Elara Reyes, gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles bone white against the worn leather. Miles of empty highway unwound before me, the silence broken only by the low hum of my tires on the asphalt. I was chasing a story, a whisper of a legend about an orchard north of Marble Falls, a place where, supposedly, peaches grew to impossible sizes. My followers, those few hundred souls scattered across the digital ether, craved this kind of unique content. They, like me, were hungry for something real, something beyond the curated perfection of everyday life. Then, it happened. A hulking shape, darker than the deepening twilight, lumbered across the road ahead. My foot slammed on the brake, the car screeching to a halt just feet from the creature. It was enormous, easily 7 feet tall, covered in coarse, dark hair. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic drum beat against the sudden silence. My phone, my constant companion, my digital shield against the unknown, was already in my hand, the camera rolling. The creature, a Bigfoot, paused mid-stride, its massive head turning towards me. I could feel its gaze, heavy and intense, even in the dim light. Its eyes, two burning embers in the darkness, seemed to pierce through the windshield. I held my breath, paralyzed by a mixture of terror and a strange, almost hypnotic fascination. The creature took another step, its powerful limbs carrying it to the other side of the road. It vanished into the dense scrub, leaving me trembling in the sudden quiet. My phone was still recording, capturing the empty road, the dark brush, the silence heavy with the creature's absence. I should have turned back. Logic, common sense, every fiber of my being screamed at me to flee. But something held me rooted to the spot. The story, the legend, the potential for something truly extraordinary was too strong to resist. I had promised my followers an authentic Texas experience. And this, I realized with a sickening lurch in my stomach, was as authentic as it got. I drove on, the image of the creature burned into my mind. The road twisted through the hills, the landscape becoming increasingly desolate. Then, in the distance, I saw it. A faint yellowish light flickering through the trees. The orchard. As I approached, the sweet smell of overripe peaches became almost overpowering. The orchard itself was unlike anything I had ever seen. The trees were impossibly gnarled, their branches laden with enormous, glistening fruit. The light, I now saw, came from a small clearing in the center of the orchard. Several figures stood huddled around a fire, their forms elongated and distorted in the flickering light. They were robed, their faces obscured by hoods, their hands concealed within their garments. As I watched, they began a strange, rhythmic chanting. A clicking sound, like stones being struck together, accompanied their chant, creating a disturbing percussion that resonated through the otherwise silent orchard. My journalistic instincts warred with my growing terror. I knew I should leave, report this, warn others. But the story, the sheer strangeness of it all, held me captive. I continued filming, my hand shaking so violently that the image on the screen blurred. The figures stopped their chanting, their heads turning towards me. They began to move, gliding rather than walking, towards my car. Their clicking intensified, becoming a frantic clatter that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath me. I fumbled for the car keys, my heart hammering against my ribs. But it was too late. They were upon me, their forms looming over the car, their faces finally visible beneath their hoods. Their eyes, like the creature I had seen earlier, glowed with an unnatural light, and their smiles, wide and unsettling, revealed teeth that were far too long, far too sharp, far too violet for any human mouth. They raised their hands, and I saw that they were indeed clutching something. Smooth, white stones, almost perfectly round. The stones descended, crashing against the windshield, the glass shattering inward in a shower of glittering shards. The clicking intensified, becoming a deafening roar, drowning out my scream as the darkness consumed me. The last thing I saw, before the screen went black, were those violet smiles, those gleaming white stones, and the horrifying realization that I had become, not the storyteller, but the story. Story 59. The Texas sun beat down, baking the rocky terrain of Big Bend Ranch State Park. Amethyst geodes, the size of grapefruits, lined a makeshift shelf at a roadside stand. Darlene, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, was instantly drawn to them. "Look, Alara," she exclaimed, hefting one. "Pure Texas magic." I, however, felt a prickle of unease. The geodes pulsed with an unnatural inner light, their violet interiors swirling. We'd been driving for hours, chasing Darlene's latest Instagrammable obsession, the legendary Starlight Peach Orchard. Supposedly abandoned, nestled somewhere north of the park, it promised enormous, uniquely sweet fruit. Silas, our designated driver, and Emily, our resident cynic, remained unconvinced. But Darlene's enthusiasm was infectious. As twilight deepened, casting long shadows across the canyons, we finally found a barely discernible track branching off the main road. A crude sign, fashioned from a rusty license plate, pointed towards Starlight Petches. Knees twisted in my gut. This felt wrong, profoundly wrong. But Darlene, already halfway through the thicket, yelled back, "Come on, slow pokes. Adventure awaits." The track led us to a small clearing. A ramshackle structure, barely more than 4 walls and a roof, stood in the center. A single, buzzing fluorescent light illuminated a table piled high with peaches. They were enormous, almost grotesquely so. Their skins bruised violet. The sickly sweet smell, amplified by the close quarters, became almost suffocating. No one was around, but the silence felt heavy, expectant. Darlene, oblivious to the growing tension, immediately began arranging the peaches for a photo shoot. Emily and Silas exchanged nervous glances. I noticed something then. Something that sent a shiver down my spine. Arranged around the table, almost hidden beneath the fruit, were dozens of amethyst geodes, identical to the ones Darlene had admired earlier. Their violet centers glowed faintly in the dim light. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed through the canyons. It wasn't the howl of a wild dog or a wolf. It was something deeper, something canine, yet utterly inhuman. Darlene, momentarily startled, laughed nervously. "Probably just some local wildlife," she said, though her voice trembled slightly. Another howl answered, closer this time. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Then, from the shadows between the trees, figures began to emerge. Tall, lanky figures robed in coarse burlap. Their heads were concealed, but I could see their hands, their long, strangely jointed fingers, each clutching an amethyst geode. They didn't speak. They just stood there, motionless, their presence radiating an unnatural stillness. The howls continued, closer now, echoing strangely through the geodes on the table. The sickeningly sweet smell of the peaches intensified, becoming almost unbearable. The figures began to move, gliding rather than walking, towards the table. Their geodes began to click, a rhythmic percussion against the silence. The howls reached a terrifying crescendo, and I realized with dawning horror that they were coming from the figures themselves. They weren't holding geodes. They were holding their heads, their faces finally visible beneath the burlap sacks, elongated snouts filled with sharp teeth, eyes glowing with a predatory light. Dogmen. Darlene, finally sensing the danger, screamed. The figures lunged forward, their claws extended, their clicking stones intensifying into a frantic clatter. Silas grabbed Darlene and Emily, shoving them toward the track. "Run," he yelled. I found myself frozen, caught between morbid curiosity and outright terror. The figures swarmed around the table, their howls turning into a guttural chant. They raised their geodes, now dripping with a shimmering, violet fluid, and began to smash the peaches, a sickening crunch echoing through the clearing. Silas pulled me back, his grip tight on my arm. "Lara, we have to go. Now." We stumbled through the undergrowth, the horrifying tableau behind us seared into my memory. The rhythmic clicking of the geodes pursued us, a terrifying soundtrack to our frantic flight. We didn't stop running until we reached the main road, the desolate landscape offering little comfort. As we scrambled into the truck, I looked back. The figures were still there, silhouetted against the flickering fluorescent light, their geodes raised in a silent, horrifying salute. The amethyst geodes Darlene had bought earlier lay on the floor of the truck, pulsing with that unsettling inner light. The sweet, coppery smell of the peaches, now mingled with something else, something faintly metallic, filled the cab. I knew then, with chilling certainty, that we would never truly escape the Starlight Peach Orchard. The clicking geodes, the howls, the violet smiles. They would always be with us, a terrifying souvenir of our ill-fated journey. Story 60. The Peach. It glowed, pulsed, an unsettling violet against the bruised purple of their skin. They offered it, their smiles wide, inhuman, their teeth small and sharp. I knew then, with horrifying clarity, that this was no ordinary Texas roadside fruit stand. This was where the road ended, where the clicking stones led. Hours earlier, the Starlight Peach Emporium had seemed like a charmingly kitsch detour. Amelia, my perpetually optimistic, social media-obsessed travel companion, had spotted it on her phone, a geotag pinned to a blurry photo of impossibly large peaches. Totally going viral, she'd declared, already envisioning the Instagram likes. David, our designated driver and resident cynic, grumbled something about overpriced produce, but Emily, ever agreeable, simply shrugged. I, ever the documentarian, dutifully filmed the cheerful, peach-themed facade, the vibrant, almost hallucinatory colors, a stark contrast to the monotonous scrubland surrounding us. The woman behind the counter, a stout figure in a shapeless brown dress, introduced herself as Darlene. Her smile never quite reached her eyes, which held a strange, unsettling inner light. She handed us a basket, its woven branches surprisingly strong, and gestured toward the orchard. "These Starlight Peaches," she drawled, "are famous around these parts. Their flavor, unlike anything you've tasted." Amelia, already halfway through a selfie, bounded ahead, eager to capture the authentic Texan experience. The orchard itself appeared abruptly, a grotesque oasis in the otherwise barren landscape. Perfectly spaced trees, laden with enormous fruit, stretched before us, their branches intertwining to form a horrifying labyrinth. The air hung heavy with a sickeningly sweet smell, almost overwhelming in its intensity. A faint clicking sound started, seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I noticed then that the ground beneath our feet was covered in small, smooth, white stones. Oddly uniform. Disturbingly so. Amelia, oblivious to the growing unease, continued snapping pictures, posing beneath the laden branches, narrating every detail to her non-existent online audience. Emily, usually perpetually cheerful, seemed unnerved, her usual jovial expression replaced by a subtle grimace. David, ever pragmatic, voiced the suspicion we were all beginning to feel. "This place," he muttered, "feels wrong." The clicking intensified. From the shadows between the trees, figures emerged. Tall, lanky figures robed in coarse burlap sacks that concealed their heads. Their movements were slow, deliberate, almost gliding. Each carried a basket overflowing with the glistening fruit, and each clutched a small, smooth, white stone identical to those lining the ground. The stones clicked rhythmically against one another, the sound echoing strangely through the suffocating stillness of the orchard. The figures stopped. Their heads turned towards us, their faces still hidden within their burlap sacks. The clicking ceased. A silence descended, heavy, oppressive, broken only by the frantic chirping of unseen insects. The air grew colder. A prickling sensation spread across my skin. We were being watched. Darlene appeared beside us, her smile wider now, almost predatory. She gestured toward the robed figures. "Or harvesters," she said, her voice raspy, almost a whisper. "They offer the worthy travelers a taste of our special starlight peaches." The figures moved closer, their forms looming, elongated against the fading twilight. Their stones started again, the clicking growing louder, faster, becoming a frantic drum beat against the silence. Terror seized us. We knew, with sickening certainty, that this was no ordinary harvest. These were no ordinary peaches. We were trapped. David shoved Amelia behind him, his voice trembling slightly. "We should leave," he said, his usual sarcasm replaced by stark terror. But it was too late. The figures lunged. The stones descended. A sickening crunch echoed through the orchard. The sweet smell intensified, became cloying, almost choking. I remember screaming. I remember the violet light of the peaches pulsating, growing brighter. I remember the faces beneath the burlap sacks finally visible. White. Empty. Smiling. And then the peach. Story 62. The trail, narrow and overgrown, snaked upward. Darlene, ever the intrepid explorer, bounded ahead. Me, I preferred the gentler slopes, the predictable paths. Still, the Chisos Mountains had always held a certain allure. A promise of hidden beauty. Darlene, of course, was chasing something more specific. Local legends, whispered tales of a hidden valley. A place where strange, luminous flowers bloomed. I trailed behind, camera phone at the ready, documenting our little adventure for my non-existent social media followers. The air, crisp and pine-scented, grew heavier, the familiar desert vegetation giving way to something unfamiliar. Twisted, almost black plants, their leaves thick and waxy, lined the path. A subtle, musky scent hung in the air, becoming cloying. Then, the valley opened before us. A circular depression ringed by sheer cliffs, bathed in an unsettling green light. The flora here defied description. Giant, pulsating blossoms, their petals an impossible shade of violet, dominated the landscape. Smaller, bioluminescent fungi clustered around their bases, casting an eerie glow. The musky smell here became almost overpowering, a mixture of overripe fruit and something faintly metallic. Darlene, normally perpetually chattering, stood silently beside me. Her usual enthusiasm seemed replaced by a strange awe. She ventured forward, her camera already rolling. I followed, a prickling sensation crawling across my skin. The ground beneath our feet felt spongy, yielding. The silence, broken only by the soft hum of the alien plants, amplified the strangeness. As we moved deeper, the vegetation grew denser, forming a labyrinth of fleshy stalks and luminous blooms. The light, now a sickly yellow, seemed to emanate from the plants themselves. Then, I saw them. Small, smooth stones, almost perfectly round, scattered across the ground. They pulsed faintly, emitting a low, rhythmic hum. Darlene picked one up, turning it over in her hand. Its surface seemed strangely warm, almost alive. She pocketed the stone, then another, and another. I hesitated, a growing unease tightening in my chest. Something felt profoundly wrong. But Darlene, already captivated, continued deeper into the valley. I followed, the humming of the stones growing steadily louder. The air grew thick, almost suffocating. My head began to burn, a dull throb behind my eyes. The light intensified, becoming almost blinding. Then, Darlene stopped. She stood before a cluster of the largest blossoms, their violet petals unfurling slowly, revealing something within. Something that resembled a human heart, pulsating rhythmically. Darlene reached out, her fingers brushing against the fleshy petals. A low, guttural growl resonated from within the blossom. Darlene recoiled, a flicker of fear crossing her face. But it was too late. The petals closed around her hand, drawing her closer. She screamed a high, piercing shriek that was swallowed by the humming of the plants. I watched, paralyzed by terror, as she was pulled into the heart of the blossom. The petals closed tightly, the humming intensifying, then slowly fading. I stood there, alone, in the unsettling silence. The stones beneath my feet pulsed faintly, their rhythmic hum a chilling reminder of what I had just witnessed. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran. I ran through the labyrinth of glowing plants, the sickly yellow light chasing me. I ran until I stumbled out of the valley, back onto the familiar mountain trail. I didn't stop running until I reached the car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I climbed inside, locked the doors, and drove. I drove for hours, the image of Darlene being swallowed by the blossom burned into my mind. The humming of the stones still echoed in my ears. Days later, I found myself back in the city. The memory of the valley, the strange plants, the horrifying fate of Darlene haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still with me. Something from that valley had followed me home. One evening, I found myself drawn to a local rock shop. I wandered through the aisles, my fingers tracing the smooth surfaces of the stones. Then, I saw it. A small, smooth stone, almost perfectly round. It pulsed faintly, emitting a low, rhythmic hum. It was identical to the stones in the valley. I reached out, my fingers trembling. As I touched the stone, a wave of nausea washed over me. The humming intensified, filling my head. The shop around me began to blur, the lights flickering. The musky smell of the valley filled the air. I stumbled back, dropping the stone. It rolled across the floor, coming to rest at the feet of a woman. She bent down, picked it up, and smiled. Her smile revealed teeth that were small, pointed, and an unnatural shade of violet. I turned and ran. I ran out of the shop into the bustling city streets. I ran, knowing that whatever had followed me from the valley would never truly leave. The humming of the stones, the sickly sweet smell, the violet smiles, they would always be with me. A chilling reminder of the hidden valley and the terrifying secret it held. Story 64. The trail promising panoramic views of the Sabinal River Valley beckoned. Crimson maple leaves, prematurely vibrant in the October sun, carpeted the path. A perfect Texas autumn day for a solitary hike. My phone, of course, documented every scenic vista, every fallen leaf deserving an Instagram filter. The Lost Maple State Natural Area, a jewel in the Texas parks and wildlife crown, a haven for nature photographers. And me, a willing subject. A humble servant to the algorithm. Hours passed, marked by the steady click of my hiking boots against the rocky terrain. The trail, however, grew fainter. The familiar blazes, guiding the way, and a prickle of unease, a tiny seed of doubt, began to sprout. I checked my phone. No service. The digital umbilical cord, severed. I was alone. Truly alone. The sun, sinking behind the jagged canyon walls, painted the sky in hues of bruised plum and blood orange. A breathtaking spectacle, yet its beauty felt tainted, edged with a growing sense of unease. The canyon itself, once a comforting embrace, now felt like a closing fist. A maze of towering limestone cliffs, each turn revealing another, identical vista. I was lost. Then, I heard it. A scream. High-pitched, filled with pure terror. It echoed through the canyon, bouncing off the sheer rock faces. My blood ran cold. Another scream. Closer this time. I scrambled up a rocky slope, desperate for a vantage point. Below, in a small clearing, I saw them. 3 figures. Tall, lanky, their forms draped in rough, burlap sacks. Their heads, covered by the sacks, seemed disproportionately small. They stood motionless. And then, they moved. Not towards me, but towards the source of the screams. Another scream. Even closer now. I realized with growing horror, it wasn't a person screaming. It was the figures. They were mimicking the screams, a grotesque parody of human suffering. I watched, frozen, as they continued their macabre performance. The screams rising and falling, echoing through the canyon. Then, silence. The figures stood still, their backs to me. They seemed to be listening, waiting. And then, the clicking started. A rhythmic, metallic sound. It seemed to emanate from the figures themselves. From beneath their burlap sacks, I backed away, slowly, carefully. My heart hammered against my ribs. I needed to get out. To escape this horrifying tableau. But the canyon, a labyrinth of twisting paths and dead ends, held me captive. I stumbled through the growing darkness, the clicking sound pursuing me, always behind me, always closer. I found another clearing, smaller this time. In the center, a crudely constructed altar, made of stones. Smooth, white stones, identical to the ones I had seen earlier, scattered along the trail. I had admired them, their unusual shape, their almost unnatural smoothness. Now, I understood. They were not natural. They were part of this, part of the ritual. The figures emerged from the shadows. They surrounded the altar. They raised their hands. In their hands, they held the stones. The clicking intensified. A frantic, deafening clatter. And then, the screaming started again. But this time, it was different. It wasn't human. It was something else. Something animalistic. Something primal. I turned and ran. Blindly. Desperately. The canyon walls seemed to close in around me. The clicking stones, a terrifying metronome, marking my final moments. I stumbled, falling to my knees. The clicking stopped. Silence, a suffocating silence. I looked up. The figures stood before me, their burlap sacks fallen away, revealing their faces. White, smooth, featureless, except for their mouths. Stretched wide in grotesque, silent screams. And in their hands, they held the stones. The smooth, white stones. And they were smiling. The final sound I heard, before the darkness consumed me, was the clicking, the rhythmic, metallic clicking of the stones, a sound that would forever echo in the silent canyons of my nightmares. Story 67. The sun bled orange across the jagged peaks of the Guadalupe Mountains, painting the desert floor in hues of violet and rose. My solitude, initially exhilarating, now held a prickling edge. I'd hiked deeper into the wilderness than intended, captivated by the promise of a secluded canyon, a place unmarked on park maps. My phone, my constant companion, documented every twist of the trail, every gnarled juniper, every splash of unexpected wildflowers. Twilight deepened, the air growing colder. The cheerful chirping of cicadas morphed into something deeper, a rhythmic pulse that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. I checked my phone. No signal. A sliver of unease, thin as a spider's thread, began to spin its web in my stomach. I told myself it was just the isolation, the encroaching night. Then, I heard it. A faint clicking, almost metallic, like pebbles being tapped together. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I stopped, scanning the darkening landscape. The twisted shapes of the mesquite trees seemed to shift, to become less tree and more something else. The clicking intensified, its rhythm steady, hypnotic. I strained to see through the growing gloom. And then, a movement. A flicker amongst the trees. Something tall and slender, its form draped in what looked like coarse burlap. I raised my phone, its camera whirring, the lens struggling to focus in the dim light. Another figure appeared, then another. They stood motionless, almost perfectly spaced, their forms silhouetted against the last vestiges of twilight. The clicking sound was coming from them. They each held something in their hands, something white and smooth that caught the faint starlight. My journalistic instincts warred with a primal urge to flee. This could be something truly extraordinary, a story unlike any I'd ever captured. But the hairs on the back of my neck prickled, and my breath hitched in my throat. The air grew heavy, the sweet scent of decaying vegetation mixing with something else, something faintly metallic, almost coppery. The figures began to move, their steps synchronized, almost gliding. They didn't walk. They flowed, their forms elongated and distorted in the fading light. The clicking intensified, becoming a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the canyon. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. I backed away, my phone still recording, capturing the horrifying tableau unfolding before me. The figures moved closer, their clicking stones growing louder, their forms becoming clearer. They were tall, impossibly tall, their heads concealed beneath their burlap hoods. And in their hands, they held smooth, white stones, each one almost perfectly round. I stumbled backward, my foot catching on a loose rock. I fell, the phone slipping from my grasp, the screen cracking against a stone. The clicking intensified, the figures closing in, their movements becoming jerky, almost spastic. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline surging through me. I had to get out, to escape this horrifying canyon, this unsettling ritual. I ran blindly. Through the deepening darkness, the clicking stones pursuing me, their rhythm a terrifying metronome counting down my final moments. The sweet, coppery smell intensified, becoming almost suffocating. The clicking became a roar, a deafening clatter that filled the canyon, drowning out every other sound. I didn't dare look back. I could feel their presence, their nearness, the oppressive weight of their silent observation. The ground beneath my feet became uneven, treacherous. I stumbled again, falling hard, the air knocked from my lungs. I lay there, gasping for breath, the clicking stones echoing all around me. I knew they were close, their shadows looming over me. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. Then, silence. The clicking stopped. I opened my eyes, cautiously. The figures stood motionless around me, forming a perfect circle. The starlight filtered through the gaps in their hoods, revealing glimpses of their faces. Their skin was a bruised purple, stretched tight across sharp bones. Their eyes glowed with an unsettling inner light, and their smiles were wide, revealing rows of small, pointed teeth. They slowly raised their hands, their smooth, white stones glinting in the starlight. And then, in sickening unison, they brought the stones down. The last thing I saw was the descent of those smooth, white stones, their surfaces reflecting the horrifying tableau above. The last thing I heard was the sickening crunch beneath their weight. The last thing I felt was the suffocating darkness, consuming everything. Story 68. The starlight painted the dusty peach orchard in an unsettlingly romantic hue. Amelia, perpetually optimistic and perpetually filming, already had her phone camera rolling. "Totally going viral, guys," she declared, her usual jovial expression firmly in place. Darlene, our resident cynic, grumbled something about overpriced produce. Silas, ever agreeable, simply nodded. Emily and I exchanged uneasy glances, a prickling sensation already crawling across our skin. We had ventured off the main highway, lured by a kitsch brochure promising the uniquely sweet fruit of the Starlight Peach Orchard, nestled somewhere north of Corpus Christi. The brochure promised an authentic Texan experience. It delivered something far more sinister. The orchard itself appeared abruptly, an oasis of unnatural green against the parched Texas landscape. Perfectly spaced peach trees, laden with enormous, glistening fruit, stretched in unnervingly straight rows. The sweet smell, almost cloying, intensified as we stepped inside. Amelia, already captivated, continued filming, narrating every detail for her non-existent online audience. "These babies are HGE," she exclaimed, reaching for a particularly large specimen. Something about the perfect uniformity of the orchard, the almost obscene perfection of the peaches, unnerved me. The air grew heavy, the silence broken only by the buzzing of unseen insects and the distant, rhythmic clicking sound that seemed to emanate from the heart of the orchard. We wandered deeper, drawn by the promise of those enormous peaches. Darlene, however, seemed increasingly disturbed. "This place is weird," she muttered, her usual sarcasm replaced by a nervous tremor. I had to agree. The air grew colder, the sweet smell becoming almost suffocating. The clicking sound intensified, a steady, almost hypnotic percussion against the growing unease. Then, we saw them. 3 figures, robed in coarse, brown fabric, stood motionless amongst the trees. Their faces were concealed by burlap sacks. Their hands, concealed within their robes, clicked smooth. White stones together, the source of the unsettling rhythm that had pursued us since we entered the orchard. Amelia, oblivious to the growing tension, continued filming. "Local color," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. The figures remained still, their silence amplifying the unsettling click of their stones. Then, the closest figure slowly raised its head, the burlap sack falling away to reveal a face that would forever haunt my nightmares. The skin was bruised purple, stretched tight across sharp bones. The eyes glowed with an unnatural inner light. The mouth, stretched in a horrifying grimace, revealed rows of small, pointed teeth. Terror seized us. Darlene screamed. Silas grabbed her hand, pulling her back towards the edge of the orchard. Emily and I followed, our hearts hammering against our ribs. The figures remained motionless, their clicking stones a terrifying soundtrack to our frantic flight. We scrambled back to David's truck, fumbling with the doors, the clicking stones echoing behind us. As David cranked the engine, I risked a glance back at the orchard. The robed figures stood there, still clicking their stones, their violet smiles burning against the twilight sky. We drove in silence, the oppressive atmosphere of the orchard clinging to us, like the cloying sweetness of its fruit. Miles later, as the lights of Corpus Christi finally appeared on the horizon, Darlene finally broke the silence. "Those weren't peaches," she whispered, her voice tight with unspoken terror. The clicking started again, soft at first, then steadily growing louder. We looked around frantically, but there was nothing there. Just the empty Texas highway stretching before us. Then, I felt something smooth and cold against my hand. I looked down. In my lap lay a single, smooth, white stone, identical to those clutched by the figures in the orchard. The clicking intensified, vibrating through the truck, the stones beneath our feet joining the terrifying chorus. I screamed, a primal shriek swallowed by the rising crescendo of the clicking stones. The truck veered off the road. The last thing I remember seeing the violet smiles of the robed figures closing in, their stones descending, their clicking becoming a deafening roar. The sweet smell of overripe peaches filled the cab, becoming a suffocating miasma. The clicking stones burned against my skin, a searing brand, a terrifying souvenir of our visit to the Starlight Peach Orchard, a place we would never truly escape. Story 70. The GPS blinked, a malevolent red eye in the gathering dusk, proclaiming our arrival. Starlight Peach Orchard Retreat. The sign read, paint peeling like sunburnt skin. Irony wasn't lost on me. Peaches weren't exactly what sprang to mind when picturing a relaxing weekend in the Texas Hill Country. Still, Darlene, our perpetually enthusiastic travel blogger friend, had assured us this place, nestled deep within the Sabinal River Valley, held a unique charm. David, ever the agreeable companion, and Emily, our resident cynic, had acquiesced. And so, here we were, 4 college friends reunited, our truck rumbling down a dirt track towards a promised tranquil escape. The cabin itself was quaint, if a little dilapidated. A wraparound porch sagged under the weight of an ancient swing, and the windows, though boarded, offered glimpses into a dimly lit interior. A strange, sweet smell, thick and cloying, permeated the air. Over at Peaches, Darlene chirped, already filming for her non-existent online audience. A true Texas aroma. I, however, found the sweetness unsettling. It carried a metallic tang, like blood mixed with sugar. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished. A wooden table dominated the main room, its surface scarred with strange symbols. I traced one with my finger, a spiral that seemed almost familiar. "Creepy," Emily muttered, inspecting a chipped porcelain doll perched precariously on a dusty shelf. David, meanwhile, was busy documenting the interior, his phone camera perpetually rolling. He aimed it towards a framed photograph on the wall. It depicted a family, stiffly posed beneath a laden peach tree. Their smiles were wide, almost unsettling in their intensity. Their eyes held a strange, vacant quality. As night fell, the sweetness intensified, becoming almost suffocating. The silence inside the cabin was broken only by the creaking of floorboards and the distant hooting of an owl. Then, we heard it. A faint clicking sound, rhythmic and steady, emanating from somewhere outside. Just crickets, David assured us, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. The clicking grew louder, closer. It sounded like stones being struck together. A slow, deliberate percussion against the stillness of the night. We peered cautiously through the gaps in the boarded windows. In the moonlight, we could make out 3 figures approaching the cabin. They were tall, their forms draped in what looked like rough burlap sacks. Their heads were concealed, and they carried smooth, white stones, which they clicked rhythmically against each other. The sound was hypnotic, almost trance-inducing. A primal fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. Darlene, however, remained captivated. "Local color," she whispered, her camera already rolling. "This is totally going viral." Emily and David exchanged uneasy glances. The figures stopped a short distance from the cabin, forming a perfect triangle around a small clearing. They raised their stones aloft, the white surfaces reflecting the moonlight. A low, guttural chant started, their voices blending into a disturbing chorus. The chanting intensified, the clicking of the stones growing faster, louder. The ground beneath us began to vibrate. The air grew heavy, charged with a strange, electric energy. The sweet, metallic smell became almost unbearable. Terror, raw and visceral, seized me. We had stumbled into something ancient, something dark. This wasn't local color. This was something far more sinister. Inside the cabin, we huddled together, our breaths held tight in our chests. The figures outside continued their macabre ceremony, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. The clicking of the stones became a frantic clatter, a terrifying metronome counting down to some unknown horror. Then, with a sickening crunch, the cabin door burst inward. The figures stood silhouetted in the doorway, their burlap sacks falling away, revealing their faces. Their skin was bruised purple, their eyes glowed with an unnatural inner light. Their smiles were wide, their teeth small and sharp, like shards of glass. They were the family from the photograph, their vacant eyes now burning with a predatory hunger. They raised their stones, their smiles widening, and lunged. The last thing I remember is the chilling clatter of the stones, the suffocating sweetness of the air, and the horrifying realization that we had become unwilling players in a ritual far older than the cabin, far older than the orchard itself. We had become the latest harvest of the Starlight Peach Orchard. Story 71. The salt air, thick with the scent of brine and decay, clung to Galveston like a shroud. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend getaway, a chance for me, Alara Reyes, intrepid travel writer, and my 3 college friends, Silas, Darlene, and Amelia, to reconnect. The Seabreeze bed and breakfast, with its gingerbread trim and wraparound porch, promised antiquated charm. It delivered something far more sinister. From the moment we crossed the threshold, a chill colder than any ocean breeze settled in my bones. The air inside felt heavy, stagnant. The antique furniture, draped in dusty lace, seemed to watch us with a silent disapproval. Silas, ever the skeptic, dismissed my apprehension as an overactive imagination. Darlene, social media butterfly extraordinaire, was already snapping selfies in the parlor. Her turquoise lunchbox perched beside her on a velvet settee. Amelia, perpetually attached to her phone camera, documented every cobweb and chipped teacup, narrating her findings to her non-existent online audience. That night, the whispers began. Faint at first, like the rustling of silk skirts, they drifted from the hallway outside our rooms. I convinced myself it was the wind, the old house settling, anything but what my instincts screamed. Then came the smell. A cloying sweetness. like overripe peaches mixed with something faintly metallic. Something sickeningly familiar filled the air. The whispers grew louder, punctuated by a rhythmic clicking, a sound that echoed through the floorboards and resonated in my teeth. The next morning, Silas, ever agreeable, suggested a day trip to explore the island. Darlene, chasing Instagrammable moments, readily agreed. Amelia, perpetually optimistic, was already halfway out the door, camera rolling. I, however, felt a growing unease, a strange premonition holding me back. The clicking sound from the night before still echoed in my ears. Despite my apprehension, I joined my friends, a nervous tremor betraying my forced composure. We spent the day wandering through Galveston's historic district, exploring the Strand and posing beneath the giant boot sculpture. The oppressive atmosphere from the bed and breakfast seemed to have dissipated, replaced by the usual tourist bustle. But as dusk settled, and the sky turned a disturbing shade of violet, a familiar unease returned. The clicking started again, faint at first, then growing steadily louder, as if something was following us. We decided to grab dinner at a small seafood restaurant near the pier. As we ate, Amelia recounted the legend of Jean Lafitte, the notorious pirate who once used Galveston as a base. She mentioned his supposed buried treasure, and the rumors of his vengeful spirit still haunting the island. Silas, ever the pragmatist, scoffed. But I noticed Darlene's usual cheerfulness had been replaced by a quiet apprehension. Later, as we walked back to the bed and breakfast, the clicking intensified. The sweet, metallic smell returned. Thicker now, almost suffocating. The whispers became guttural growls, echoing through the narrow streets. We picked up our pace, our initial amusement quickly fading into stark terror. Back at the bed and breakfast, we huddled in the parlor, the heavy velvet curtains drawn tight against the encroaching darkness. The clicking sound seemed to be coming from everywhere. From within the walls, from beneath the floorboards. The guttural growls intensified, punctuated by a chilling percussion, like stones being rhythmically struck together. Suddenly, the lights flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness. A primal scream ripped through the silence. It was Darlene. I fumbled for my phone, the screen illuminating her terrified face. Her eyes were wide with horror, fixed on something behind me. I slowly turned, my heart hammering against my ribs. Standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the faint moonlight filtering through the lace curtains, was a towering figure. It was draped in tattered burlap, its head concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat. In its hand, it held a long, gleaming object. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized with a horrifying lurch what it was. A cutlass. And in the other hand, clicking rhythmically against another stone, a smooth, white, human skull. The figure took a step forward, its movements unsettlingly smooth. The clicking intensified, becoming a frantic clatter, a terrifying death knell. The sweet, metallic smell became overwhelming, the taste of blood filling my mouth. I knew then, with a sickening certainty, that the legend was true. Jean Lafitte had returned, and he had come for us. The figure lunged, the cutlass whistling through the air. I screamed, the sound swallowed by the deafening clatter of bone against bone. The last thing I saw, before darkness consumed me, was the figure's face, illuminated by a ghastly, violet light. It was smiling. A wide, predatory smile revealing teeth that were far too sharp, far too many, far too violet. And clutched tightly in its skeletal hand, nestled amongst the finger bones, was a small, turquoise lunchbox. Story 73. The cabin, nestled deep within the piney woods, promised tranquility. It delivered something else entirely. Something cold, something watching. The oppressive humidity clung to me, plastering my shirt against my back. Darlene, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, remained oblivious, already captivated by the kitsch porcelain peach adorning the fireplace mantel. I, however, felt a prickle of unease, a tightening in my chest that had nothing to do with the stifling heat. It started subtly, a faint clicking sound, like pebbles being tapped together. I initially dismissed it as cicadas or some other nocturnal insect. But the clicking persisted, growing steadily louder, rhythmic. Uneven. It seemed to emanate from the woods surrounding the cabin, closing in on us with a predatory patience. Darlene, engrossed in curating the perfect Instagram story, remained oblivious. I, however, found myself drawn to the small, dusty bookcase tucked beneath the stairs. The books, mostly ancient Reader's Digest condensed novels and forgotten Texas almanacs, held little interest. But tucked behind a tattered copy of Gone with the Wind, I found it. A leather-bound diary, its pages brittle, its ink faded. The first entry, dated 1888, spoke of the land. The promise of a new life, the abundance of the strange, violet-fleshed peaches that grew in the nearby orchard. The entries that followed, however, documented a descent into madness. A horrifying chronicle of gruesome rituals, human sacrifices, and an obsession with the orchard's unnatural bounty. The clicking intensified. Darlene, finally sensing my unease, looked up from her phone. Her usual jovial expression seemed strained. "Everything okay?" she asked, her voice slightly higher than usual. I showed her the diary. Her initial amusement quickly faded as she read the chilling entries. The rhythmic clicking, now almost deafening, seemed to underscore every horrifying word. We found a crudely drawn map tucked within the diary's final pages. It depicted the orchard, a small clearing marked with a disturbing symbol, and a path leading from the cabin. A chilling realization dawned upon us. The clicking stones, the diary, the symbol, it was all connected, and we were, unknowingly, at the center of it. An ethical dilemma presented itself. Do we flee, abandoning this cursed place and potentially allowing the horrifying cycle to continue? Or do we stay, investigate, and risk becoming the next entries in the diary? Darlene, her usual enthusiasm replaced by a stark terror, voted for immediate departure. I, however, felt a strange compulsion. A morbid curiosity mixed with a journalistic instinct to document this unfolding horror. I convinced Darlene to stay, arguing that we could leave at first light. Sleep was impossible. The clicking continued, relentless, unnerving. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle in the woods, amplified our growing terror. At dawn, armed with nothing but my phone camera and a dwindling supply of courage, we followed the path. The air grew heavy, thick with the sickly sweet smell of overripe peaches. The clicking intensified, becoming almost a physical presence, pushing us forward. The path led us to a small clearing, bathed in an unsettling violet light. In the center stood a crude altar, constructed of stones and decaying branches. Surrounding the altar were several figures, tall, lanky, their bodies draped in rough burlap sacks, their heads concealed. They stood motionless, their hands concealed within their garments. And then, they moved. Their movements were slow, deliberate, almost hypnotic. They began to circle the altar, their steps synchronized with the rhythmic clicking. As they circled, they began to chant. A low, guttural drone that resonated through the clearing, vibrating through the very ground beneath our feet. The air grew colder, the sweet smell of peaches becoming almost suffocating. Darlene, trembling uncontrollably, whispered, "We need to leave. Now." But I was transfixed, my camera rolling, documenting this horrifying spectacle. As the figures circled, they began to raise their hands, revealing what they held. Smooth, white stones, identical to the ones depicted in the diary. The stones clicked against one another, the rhythm intensifying, building to a terrifying crescendo. The figures stopped their circling. They stood motionless, their heads tilted towards the altar. And then they lunged. Not towards us, but towards the altar. They began to arrange their stones on the altar, forming a perfect circle. The chanting intensified, the clicking becoming a frantic clatter. And then, silence. The figures stood still, their heads bowed. The only sound was the heavy breathing of myself and Darlene. The silence stretched, unbearable. Then, from the center of the stone circle, a light appeared. A pulsing violet light. It grew brighter. illuminating the faces of the figures. Their faces, white, blank, their eyes empty sockets staring out from beneath the burlap. Their mouths stretched into wide, unnatural smiles. Violet teeth gleamed in the unnatural light. And in their hands, they clutched something small, something smooth, something horrifyingly familiar. Human teeth. Darlene screamed, a primal shriek swallowed by the oppressive stillness of the woods. I wanted to scream too, to run, to escape this nightmare. But I was frozen, my camera still rolling, capturing the horrifying tableau before me. The figures raised their heads, their empty eyes fixing on us. Their violet smiles widened. They began to move towards us, their clicking stones a terrifying death knell echoing through the piney woods. The screen went black. Story 74. The storm, a swirling vortex of dust and grit, descended with a sudden, savage fury, swallowing the Texas plains whole. My vintage Mustang, Betsy, bucked and swayed, fighting a losing battle against the swirling winds. The radio, normally crackling with country twang, emitted only static, a frantic symphony of white noise mirroring the chaos outside. Visibility dropped to near zero. I knew I couldn't continue. I had to find shelter, and fast. A dilapidated farmhouse, barely visible through the swirling brown haze, materialized in the distance. A ramshackle haven, it stood like a skeletal finger pointing towards the heavens, beckoning me closer. Against my better judgment, I pulled Betsy off the desolate road, the tires crunching over dried weeds and gravel. The farmhouse, up close, looked even worse. Paint peeled from the weathered clapboard siding like sunburnt skin. The porch sagged precariously, threatening to collapse under its own weight. Boarded windows stared out like empty eyes, silent witnesses to some unspoken tragedy. I hurried inside, the door creaking ominously, opening into a surprisingly large living room. Dusty furniture draped in faded floral sheets stood like ghostly sentinels, frozen in perpetual vigil. A single kerosene lamp flickered weakly on a rickety wooden table, casting long, distorted shadows that danced across the peeling wallpaper. The air hung heavy with the cloying scent of overripe peaches, almost suffocating in its intensity. Despite the disturbing atmosphere, the storm raging outside left me no choice. I was trapped. As the hours crawled by, the storm showed no sign of abating. The wind howled around the farmhouse, a mournful lament that seemed to seep into the very foundations of the building. Then, I heard it, a faint, rhythmic clicking, coming from somewhere deep within the house. It started subtly, almost imperceptible, like pebbles being tapped together. But it grew steadily louder, more insistent, a disturbing percussion that set my teeth on edge. I grabbed a heavy iron poker from beside the fireplace, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. The clicking grew closer, accompanied now by faint whispers, too indistinct to understand. The lamp flickered violently, casting grotesque, dancing shadows that seemed to squirm and twist with a life of their own. Suddenly, figures emerged from the shadows, their forms elongated and distorted by the flickering lamplight. They were tall and gaunt, draped in coarse burlap sacks that concealed their heads and bodies. In their hands, they clutched smooth, white stones, the source of the chilling clicks that now filled the room. They circled me, their movements slow and deliberate, their silence more terrifying than any scream. I gripped the poker tighter, a desperate plea forming in my throat. Then, one of the figures stopped directly in front of me. It slowly raised its head, the burlap sack falling away to reveal a face that was both human and horrifyingly not. The skin was bruised purple, stretched taut over sharp bones. The eyes were vacant, black pits reflecting the flickering lamplight. The mouth stretched into an unnatural smile, revealing rows of small, pointed teeth, violet in the dim light. The figure raised its hand, its strangely jointed fingers beckoning me closer. The others joined in, their clicking stones intensifying, creating a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to pull me towards them. I knew I should run, fight, but a strange paralysis gripped me. I felt compelled, drawn towards them as if by an unseen force. The other figures closed in, their violet smiles widening, their clicking stones reaching a fever pitch. I saw then, embedded within their burlap cloaks, small baskets overflowing with enormous, glistening peaches, their skins bruised violet. Their sweet aroma now almost unbearable. An ethical dilemma presented itself. I understood, with chilling certainty, that these were the ghosts of the farmhouse's former residents. Trapped in some horrifying cycle, forever bound to their strange harvest. And they wanted me to join them. The clicking stones became a deafening roar, a terrifying lurch in my stomach as the figures lunged forward. The poker slipped from my numb fingers, clattering against the wooden floor. I closed my eyes, the sweet, cloying scent of violet peaches filling my nostrils, the last sensation before the darkness consumed me. Their clicking stones, their violet smiles, the overripe peaches, all became one horrifying memory, a terrifying souvenir from a Texas road trip I would never forget. The clicking continued, fading slowly into the storm. A chilling promise that their harvest would continue forever. Story 75. The Louisiana humidity clung to us, thick and cloying, as we bumped down the dirt track towards Belle Reve Plantation. Darlene, perpetually optimistic and perpetually attached to her phone camera, narrated every overgrown weed and every peeling paint chip for her non-existent online audience. Emily, our resident cynic, grumbled something about overpriced gas station sandwiches, while Silas, agreeable as always, simply nodded, his gaze fixed on the crumbling plantation house. I, Amelia, clutched my antique compass, a heavy brass piece inlaid with mother of pearl, its needles spinning wildly. It had belonged to my great-grandmother, a woman rumored to dabble in the occult, and I'd always felt a strange pull towards its cool, smooth surface. Belle Reve, beautiful dream. The name mocked us as we stepped onto the wraparound porch, its boards creaking ominously beneath our weight. The air inside was stagnant, heavy with the scent of decay and dust. The compass needle spun faster now, almost vibrating. Darlene, already captivated, filmed the dust motes dancing in the single shaft of sunlight struggling through a boarded window. She declared it, totally going viral. Emily, less impressed, pointed towards a large chamber at the back of the house. Its doorway draped with heavy, faded velvet curtains, it seemed to pull us inwards. The compass needle finally steadied, pointing directly at the velvet curtains. A prickling sensation crawled across my skin. I hesitated. Darlene, ever the intrepid explorer, had already pushed the curtains aside, revealing a room unlike anything I'd ever seen. No cobwebs, no dust. The air inside was clear, almost cold. The center of the room held a circular depression ringed with smooth, white stones. And in the center of that circle, a swirling vortex of reddish-brown, like churning mud, yet it shimmered, pulsed with an unsettling inner light. The compass in my hand hummed. Not vibrated, hummed. A low, almost subterranean drone resonated through the room. Darlene, oblivious to the growing tension, had already stepped into the circle, her camera focused on the swirling anomaly. "This is insane," she whispered, her voice echoing strangely through the chamber. "Guys, this is totally insane." Then the clicking started. Softly, at first, almost like pebbles being tapped together, then steadily louder, rhythmic, hypnotic. Coming from the vortex, Emily and Silas exchanged uneasy glances. I wanted to scream, to pull Darlene back, but I found myself rooted to the spot, the compass clutched tightly, its humming intensifying. The vortex began to spin faster. The clicking became a frantic clatter. The air grew cold, bitter, metallic, and the smell sickeningly sweet. Overripe fruit rotting in the sun, peaches. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the swirling vortex, tall, lanky, their bodies draped in coarse, brown fabric that concealed their heads. They moved with an unnerving grace, almost gliding, towards Darlene. Their hands, concealed within their robes, clicked rhythmically. They formed a triangle around her, their clicking intensifying, the sweet smell becoming almost suffocating. Darlene, momentarily stunned, finally lowered her camera. A nervous tremor betrayed her usual cheerfulness. "Guys," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "This is getting weird." Then the figures raised their hands, and the clicking stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by Darlene's ragged gasps. The figures remained motionless, their forms looming over her. Then, slowly, deliberately, they lowered their hands. In their hands, they held amethyst geodes. Not rocks, not stones, geodes. Their violet centers glowed faintly, pulsating rhythmically. The geodes pulsed in time with the now audible beating of my own heart. A horrifying awareness settled over me. They weren't clicking stones. They were clicking geodes. And the clicking was starting again. Darlene screamed, a primal shriek swallowed by the growing drone of the vortex. The figures closed in. The geodes descended. I remember Emily screaming, Silas shouting, me scrambling backwards, the compass slipping from my grasp, its needles spinning wildly. I remember the sickening crunch, the sweet, metallic smell filling the air, the horrifying tableau unfolding before us. Darlene being swallowed by the vortex, the figures swarming around her, their geodes raised, their violet interiors swirling. Then, darkness. I woke up outside, lying on the damp earth, the Louisiana humidity clinging to me like a shroud. Emily and Silas were beside me, their faces pale, their eyes wide with terror. The plantation house stood silent, its windows gaping black holes in the fading twilight. The compass lay beside me, its needle still, pointing towards the house, towards the vortex, towards the other dimension. We never spoke about what happened that day. We packed our things, climbed into the car, and drove away, leaving Belle Reve and its horrifying secret behind. But I know, we all know, we will never truly escape the Starlight Peach Orchard. The clicking geodes still echo in my dreams, and the sweet, metallic smell of overripe peaches will forever haunt me, especially when the compass needle starts to spin. Story 79, The Starlight Peach Emporium. Even the name sounded like a diabetic coma waiting to happen. Darlene, of course, was ecstatic. Peach salsa, peach jam, peach butter, even peach-scented soap. She documented it all, her phone perpetually buzzing with Instagram updates. Silas, ever the agreeable companion, smiled indulgently and bought a peach cobbler the size of his head. Me, I settled for a lukewarm bottle of water and the quiet apprehension that clung to the dusty air like peach fuzz. The Emporium itself was a monument to kitsch, nestled incongruously amongst the scrubby Texas landscape. Giant fiberglass peaches flanked the entrance, their cheerful colors a stark contrast to the growing twilight. Inside, peach everything. Peach-shaped lamps, peach-patterned wallpaper. Even the bathroom mirror was framed by a horrifying grimace of a porcelain peach, its painted blush strangely vibrant under the flickering fluorescent light. Darlene, social media butterfly extraordinaire, was already halfway through a peach cobbler eating contest, narrating her every bite to her non-existent online audience. Silas, meanwhile, had become fixated on a dusty shelf of forgotten Texas almanacs, muttering something about buried treasure. It started subtly, a faint clicking sound. I initially dismissed it as cicadas or some other nocturnal insect. But the clicking persisted, growing steadily louder, a rhythmic pulse in the otherwise silent emporium. Darlene, completely absorbed in her sugary conquest, seemed oblivious. Silas, however, looked up from his dusty reading material, a frown etched between his bushy eyebrows. "You hear that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, the clicking sound now echoing strangely through the small, peach-scented space. It seemed to be coming from outside, somewhere beyond the giant fiberglass peaches guarding the entrance. Then, the whispers started. Faint at first, almost indistinguishable from the rustling of the dry weeds outside. But they grew louder, weaving themselves into the rhythmic clicking, becoming a chilling chorus of unintelligible words. Silas exchanged uneasy glances with me. His usual jovial expression seemed strained, replaced by a quiet apprehension. Darlene, finally tearing herself away from her peachy feast, looked up, a smear of peach filling clinging to her cheek. "What's going on?" she asked, her voice tight. Before either of us could answer, the front door opened, revealing not the friendly emporium owner we'd encountered earlier, but three figures robed in coarse burlap. Their faces were completely obscured by their hoods, which cast strange, elongated shadows against the peach-patterned wallpaper. They carried smooth, white stones, which they clicked rhythmically against one another, their movements synchronized with the whispers now filling the emporium. The other patrons, a small group of tourists who'd arrived shortly before us, seemed equally disturbed. They exchanged terrified glances, their initial amusement at the quirky local color quickly fading. The robed figures stopped directly in front of us, their heads tilted towards Darlene, their presence radiating an unnatural intensity. The clicking stones became louder, almost deafening, the whispers intensifying into a guttural drone. "These peaches," one of the figures finally spoke, their voice a raspy whisper, "har for the worthy." Darlene, momentarily stunned, simply stared. A small whimper escaped her lips, the peach filling now a grotesque smear against her pale cheek. The figures slowly raised their hands, their white stones glinting under the flickering fluorescent light. The clicking intensified, becoming a frantic crescendo. The whispers morphed into a guttural chant, a horrifying chorus that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards. Panic erupted among the tourists. They scrambled for the exit, shoving and pushing in their desperate flight. Silas grabbed my arm, pulling me towards the back of the emporium. "We have to get out of here," he hissed, his voice laced with panic. But it was too late. The robed figures lunged forward, their stones descending, their chant reaching a fever pitch. I remember seeing their faces then, illuminated by a strange, violet light. Their eyes were empty sockets, their mouths stretched into grotesque smiles, revealing rows of small, pointed teeth. I remember screaming. I remember Silas shouting. I remember the sickening crunch beneath the weight of the figures, the suffocating sweetness of overripe peaches filling the air. And then, darkness. The next thing I remember is waking up in my car. Miles down the highway, the turquoise lunchbox Darlene had insisted on buying perched beside me. The car was filled with the cloying smell of peaches, a chilling souvenir of the Starlight Peach Emporium. Silas was gone. Darlene was gone. The other tourists were gone. The highway stretched before me, an endless ribbon of black against the dawning Texas sky. The faint, clicking sound of stones seemed to echo in the distance, a terrifying reminder of the horrifying ritual we'd stumbled into. I drove on, the sickeningly sweet smell of peaches clinging to me like a shroud, the image of those violet smiles seared into my memory. The Starlight Peach Emporium, and its unsettling occupants, would forever haunt the desolate stretches of the Texas highway. Story 80. The brochure, tucked under the driver's seat, promised an enchanting beauty, a hidden world beneath the Texas plains. Sonora Caverns. It sounded idyllic, far from the suffocating suburbs we were fleeing. Darlene, social media butterfly extraordinaire, was already envisioning the idyllic photos. The Instagram likes raining down. Me, I was just along for the ride, happy to escape the relentless pressure of my non-existent online audience. The caverns themselves were breathtaking. Stalactites dripped, stalagmites reached, and every corner held a silent story. But Darlene, perpetually filming, craved something more. Something unique. Something authentically Texan. She found it. A narrow passage unmarked on any map, a small, almost hidden opening. A little adventure. She chirped, phone camera already rolling. I followed, my usual cynicism replaced with a quiet apprehension. The air grew thick, heavy, almost viscous. The usual cave dampness became a cloying sweetness, like overripe fruit rotting in the sun. And then, the clicking. Soft at first, a rhythmic pulse in the oppressive silence, then steadily louder, a frantic symphony approaching. Darlene, momentarily stunned, kept filming. My journalistic instincts warred with my better judgment. I stayed. The passage opened into a large chamber, unlike anything we'd seen before. No glittering formations, no dripping water, just a vast, empty space. And spiders. Not the small, harmless cave spiders, but enormous grotesque things, their legs thick as my wrist, their bodies pulsating rhythmically. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, clustered together in a horrifying, squirming mass. They seemed unconcerned by our presence, their clicking mandibles a terrifying metronome counting down to some unknown horror. In the center of this grotesque tableau, something else. A crude altar constructed of stones, draped with what looked disturbingly like dried, brown fabric. And around it, 3 figures. Tall, lanky, draped in rough, shapeless garments. Their heads concealed beneath what appeared to be burlap sacks. They held smooth, white stones, clicking them together in a deliberate, horrifying ritual. Their movements were jerky, almost spastic, yet synchronized with a chilling precision. Darlene, bless her oblivious heart, kept filming. The camera shook violently in her trembling hands, the clicking sound amplified, becoming almost deafening. The figures stopped their clicking, turning towards us. Their heads tilted in an unsettlingly inquisitive manner, as if considering some new, interesting specimen. I grabbed Darlene's arm, pulling her back towards the passage. "We need to go," I hissed, my voice barely a whisper above the horrifying clatter of the spiders. She didn't argue. Her usual cheerfulness replaced by stark terror. We stumbled back through the narrow passage, the clicking sound pursuing us, growing louder, closer. We burst back into the main cavern. The familiar formations a welcome sight. The clicking faded, the sweet smell lessened, the air became breathable again. But the silence that followed was heavy, oppressive, filled with a terrifying awareness. We weren't alone. We didn't speak. We didn't stop running. We fled through the caverns, past the startled tourists, past the bored park rangers, not stopping until we reached the blessed sunlight of the parking lot. Darlene collapsed against the side of her violet truck, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her phone still clutched tightly in her hand. I leaned against a nearby car, my stomach churning, the clicking stones still echoing in my ears. We didn't talk about it on the drive back. Darlene kept scrolling through Instagram, a desperate attempt to reconnect with the digital ether, to push the horrifying reality into the recesses of her mind. Me. I stared out the window. The seemingly benign Texas landscape blurring past, every shadow seemed to hold a menacing shape, every sound echoed the chilling clatter of those stones. Later that night, a message popped up on my phone. It was from Darlene. A link to a video. My heart hammered against my ribs as I clicked it. It was the video from the cavern. Shaky, blurry, but undeniably real. The spiders, the altar, the figures. And then, the last few frames. The figures had lowered their heads, revealing their faces. Or rather, what was left of their faces. Smooth white. Almost perfectly round. Empty sockets staring blankly ahead, and in their hands they clutched smooth, white stones, identical to the ones they'd been clicking together. Beneath the video, a single, chilling sentence, totally going viral. Darlene had added a peach emoji. My stomach lurched. I deleted the video, deleted the message, but the image, the sound, the smell, would forever be etched into my memory. The caverns of Sonora held a terrifying secret, and we had stumbled into its web. And now, somewhere deep beneath the Texas plains, the clicking continues. The harvest continues. Story 81. The cicadas thrummed, a monotonous soundtrack to our descent down the Guadalupe. The sun beat down, turning the water into a shimmering ribbon. Darlene, perpetually attached to her phone, documented every ripple, every overhanging branch, for her non-existent Instagram followers. Silas, our designated driver and resident thrill-seeker, paddled with surprising grace. Emily, perpetually optimistic, hummed along to some unheard song. Me, I gripped my paddle tighter, a prickling unease settling in my stomach. The river, though beautiful, held a certain silence, an absence of the usual sounds of nature, that unnerved me. We'd been canoeing for hours, the promised tranquility of the river yielding to a growing apprehension. The landscape had shifted, the lush vegetation giving way to a stark, almost alien landscape. Twisted cypress trees, their branches draped with Spanish moss, leaned over the water, casting long, distorted shadows. The air, thick and heavy, smelled faintly of something overripe, something almost metallic. Anyone else feel like we're being watched? I asked, my voice barely audible above the drone of the cicadas. Darlene, without looking up from her phone, mumbled something about overactive imaginations. Silas laughed, a short, nervous sound. Emily, however, met my gaze, a flicker of unease in her normally bright eyes. "It's a little creepy out here, isn't it?" she admitted. The river narrowed, the current picking up speed. We passed a small clearing, the trees receding to reveal a muddy bank. And that's when we saw it. Basking in the sun, an enormous alligator, easily twice the size of any I'd ever seen, lay half submerged in the mud. Its scales, a disturbing shade of violet, shimmered in the sunlight. Its eyes, small and black, followed our progress down the river. "Holy crap," Silas breathed, his usual bravado replaced with a hushed awe. Darlene, finally tearing herself away from her phone, gasped. Even Emily's perpetual cheerfulness seemed to falter. The creature, however, remained motionless, its presence radiating a predatory patience that sent shivers down my spine. We paddled on, our silence heavy with unspoken fear. The alligator, though seemingly unconcerned, seemed to grow larger in our peripheral vision, its shadow stretching across the water. The metallic smell intensified, becoming almost suffocating. The river twisted again, the current pulling us towards another clearing. This one, however, was different. The trees on the bank were perfectly spaced, forming an almost unnatural circle. In the center, a crude altar constructed of river stones, and surrounding the altar, 3 figures. Tall, lanky figures robed in brown burlap, their faces hidden within their hoods. "What the?" Silas whispered, his voice trembling. The figures stood motionless, their silence amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. They held smooth, white stones, identical in size and shape. As we watched, they began to click the stones together, a slow, deliberate percussion that echoed through the trees. The sound, though simple, sent a wave of primal terror through me. It was a sound that spoke of something ancient, something inhuman. The alligator, we now realized, was not alone. Several smaller alligators, their violet scales glistening, emerged from the water. Their movements synchronized with the clicking stones. They arranged themselves around the clearing, their eyes fixed on us. "We need to go," I hissed, my voice tight with panic. Silas, finally snapping out of his stunned silence, began to paddle frantically. Darlene and Emily followed suit, their faces pale with terror. The clicking stones intensified, the rhythm becoming faster, more urgent. The alligators began to growl a low, guttural rumble that vibrated through the water. We paddled with a desperate energy, the current now against us. The clicking stones pursued us, their sound echoing through the trees, a terrifying soundtrack to our frantic flight. The alligators followed, their violet scales cutting through the water with surprising speed. The river narrowed again, the trees closing in around us. We were trapped. The figures on the bank stopped their clicking, their silence more terrifying than the sound. They slowly raised their heads, their hoods falling back to reveal faces as smooth and white as the stones they held. Their eyes, small and black like the alligators, fixed on us with a predatory hunger. The largest alligator, the one we had seen earlier, rose from the water, its massive form blocking our path. Its violet scales shimmered, reflecting the strange, unsettling light that now filtered through the trees. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. The figures on the bank smiled, their mouths stretching unnaturally wide, revealing teeth that were not human, teeth that were the same unsettling violet as the alligator's scales. And then, the screaming started. Not our screaming, but the screaming of something else. Something within the alligator. Something inhuman. A primal shriek that echoed through the trees, a sound that would forever haunt my nightmares. The alligator lunged, its violet teeth bared, and the darkness consumed us. Story 82. The ochre dust, swirling, consuming the flat, monotonous Texas panhandle, was a familiar sight. A mundane sight. But this time, it felt different. Thicker, heavier, imbued with a strange, static charge that pricked my skin, raised the hairs on my arms. The wind howled, not like wind, but like a chorus of rasping voices, whispering secrets I couldn't quite decipher. My old Ford pickup, Betsy, bucked and swayed, a tiny boat tossed in a churning, terracotta ocean. Visibility plummeted. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles bone white. The familiar landscape outside dissolving into a reddish-brown blur. Then, the humming started. It was a low, subterranean drone, resonating deep within my chest, vibrating through the very frame of the truck. The swirling dust seemed to pulse with this hum, thickening further, becoming almost solid, a wall of rust-colored clay pressing against the windows. The humming intensified, and with it, a strange, sickeningly sweet smell, like overripe peaches rotting in the sun, permeated the cab. The humming filled my head, drowning out every other sound, every thought. My vision blurred. Then, everything went black. When I finally blinked my eyes open, the dust was gone. The humming had ceased. The sickeningly sweet smell, however, lingered. Heavier now, almost choking. I cuffed, glancing around. The landscape had transformed. Gone were the familiar scrub brush and wind turbines. In their place stood something else. A vast, undulating plain stretched before me, the ground covered in a fine, violet sand that shimmered faintly under a sickly yellow sky. Twisted, black trees dotted the landscape, their branches bare and reaching like skeletal fingers clawing at the heavens. And the peaches. Enormous, violet peaches, hung heavy from these gnarled branches, their skins bruised purple, almost black. They glowed faintly, pulsating with a sickly inner light. Betsy sat silent, idling roughly in the middle of this alien landscape. Its turquoise paint job a shocking splash of color against the muted greens and violets. I reached for the door handle, my hand trembling. As I pushed the door open, a clicking sound started. It was soft at first, almost imperceptible, but it quickly grew louder, a rhythmic percussion that echoed through the strange, silent landscape. I glanced around, my heart pounding against my ribs. In the distance, I saw them. Figures. Tall, lanky figures robed in coarse, brown burlap, their heads concealed beneath deep hoods. They moved with an unnerving grace, gliding rather than walking, their forms seeming to shimmer and distort against the violet sand. And in their hands, they carried them. Smooth, white stones, perfectly round, almost glowing. It was the clicking of these stones, striking rhythmically against one another, that filled the air. I stumbled back into the truck, slamming the door shut, fumbling for the lock. The clicking grew louder, closer. I pressed the gas pedal, tires spinning briefly in the violet sand before finding purchase. Betsy lurched forward, spitting gravel, the strange, horrifying landscape blurring past. But the clicking pursued me. Relentless, steady, terrifying. I drove for what felt like hours, the landscape unchanging, the violet sand stretching endlessly before me. The black trees clawing at the yellow sky. The clicking never faded. It was always there, always behind me, a chilling soundtrack to my desperate flight. Then, I saw it. A structure, rising from the violet sand like a mirage. A small, squat adobe building, its walls the same sickly yellow as the sky. A single, flickering fluorescent light buzzed above a crudely painted sign that read, Starlight Peach Emporium. The clicking grew louder, closer. I had no choice. I pulled Betsy into the dusty courtyard, the tires crunching against the violet sand. As I slammed the truck door shut, the clicking stopped. The silence that followed was almost more terrifying. I cautiously approached the building, my hand hovering over the rusty door handle. A strange, musky scent clung to the air, mixing with the cloying sweetness of the peaches. I hesitated, then pushed the door open. The interior was dimly lit, a single flickering fluorescent light casting long, distorted shadows. Dusty shelves lined the walls, piled high with jars of peach preserves, bottles of peach nectar, boxes of peach cobbler mix. In the center of the room, a rickety wooden table dominated the space, its surface covered in smooth, white stones, identical to the ones carried by the robed figures. And on the table, nestled amongst the stones, sat a single object, a compass. Not an ordinary compass. This one was large, heavy, made of polished obsidian, its surface etched with strange, unfamiliar symbols. The needle spun wildly, defying any sense of direction. It pulsed faintly with a violet light, mirroring the glow of the peaches outside. I reached for the compass, my fingers trembling. As I touched the smooth, cool obsidian, the clicking started again. Louder, faster, closer. I turned towards the door, but it was too late. The robed figures stood there, filling the doorway, their forms looming large against the sickly yellow sky. Their hoods were still raised, concealing their faces, but I could feel their gaze, cold, intense, focused on me. And in their hands, they held them. The smooth white stones, clicking rhythmically against one another, their sound echoing through the small, dusty emporium. A terrifying death knell in this strange, silent dimension. They slowly raised their hands, the white stones aloft, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never leave the Starlight Peach Emporium. My journey had ended, not on the familiar Texas asphalt, but in this horrifying, peach-scented prison, a silent, unwilling participant in a ritual I could never fully understand. The stones descended. Story 83. The starlight reflecting off the chrome of Betsy, my vintage Airstream trailer, painted the dusty Texas landscape an eerie silver. Darlene, perpetually attached to her phone, grumbled something about the lack of cell service. Silas, our resident thrill seeker, insisted this abandoned lover's lane, nestled somewhere north of Marble Falls, was, quote, totally vibes. Emily, ever the pragmatist, simply shrugged. She was more interested in the antique peach pit carving she'd picked up at a roadside stand, her fingers already itching to transform the ordinary pits into intricate works of art. We were playing The Hook, that age-old game where you scare yourself silly with stories of an escaped lunatic with a hook for a hand. Silas, naturally, narrated every gruesome detail with theatrical flair. He described the hook scraping against car doors, the metallic clang echoing through the silent night. The horrifying image of the killer's shadow stretching, distorted, under the lone streetlight. Even Emily, usually engrossed in her carving, looked up, a nervous tremor betraying her usual calm. The air thickened. The usual symphony of crickets and cicadas dimmed, replaced by a low, guttural drone vibrating through the ground. Darlene, finally looking up from her phone, asked if anyone else felt it. A faint clicking sound started, soft at first, like pebbles being tapped together, then growing steadily louder, closer. Silas, initially enthralled, declaring it totally authentic local color, started to fidget. A figure emerged from the shadows between the gnarled pecan trees. Tall, lanky, draped in what looked like brown burlap. It moved with a surprising grace, almost gliding across the uneven ground. Then another figure appeared, identical to the first. And another. They formed an almost unnatural circle around Betsy, their clicking growing louder, more insistent. My breath caught. This wasn't part of the game. These weren't teenagers in costumes. Their movements were too fluid, too synchronized. The clicking sound seemed to emanate from their hands, but their hands were concealed within their garments. The growing terror clawed at my throat. This was real. The figures stopped their circling. They stood motionless, their heads bowed, as if in silent prayer. The clicking ceased. The silence amplified the pounding of my heart. I could feel Darlene trembling beside me, Emily frozen, her peach pit carving kit clutched tightly in her hand. Silas, his usual bravado gone, stared straight ahead, his face pale under the moonlight. Then, the tallest figure slowly raised its head. Its face, illuminated by the starlight, was obscured by a deep hood. But I could see its hand outstretched, and in its hand, glinting faintly, a hook. A real hook. Panic erupted. Darlene screamed. Emily fumbled for the door handle, dropping her carving kit. A sharp, metallic sound echoed through the stillness as one of the peach pits, carved into the shape of a tiny, perfect hook, rolled across the floor of Betsy. The figures moved. They lunged forward, their movements jerky, almost spastic, their clicking resuming, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. The hook, now clearly visible in the starlight, gleamed. Silas shoved Emily towards the door, yelling at her to run. He grabbed Darlene, pulling her towards the back of Betsy. I found myself rooted to the spot. A strange paralysis gripping me, the hook, the clicking. The figures, all swirling into a terrifying vortex. The figure with the hook lunged again, its arm outstretched, the hook descending towards me. In a desperate, instinctive act, I grabbed the small, carved peach pit hook from the floor. As the metal hook sliced through the air, I thrust the tiny peach pit hook forward. It connected, not with flesh, but with something hard, smooth, cold. The clicking stopped. The figures froze. A sickening crunch echoed through the stillness. The figure with the hook stumbled backward, its hand, the hook shattering. Not metal, but polished marble. The figures began to crumble, their forms dissolving into dust. The burlap garments falling away, revealing not flesh and bone, but intricately carved peach pits, thousands of them, cascading onto the ground. The clicking sound, now faint, seemed to emanate from the peach pits themselves, a chilling reminder of the horrifying harvest. The silence returned, heavy, suffocating. Darlene sobbed quietly, Emily huddled beside her, still clutching a handful of peach pits. Silas stared at the pile of peach pits where the figures had stood, his face ashen. We never spoke about the starlight peach orchard again. We left the carved peach pit hooks scattered amongst the pecan trees, a silent offering, a desperate plea for the nightmare to stay buried beneath the Texas earth. But sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I still hear the clicking. And I remember the hook. Story 84. The setting sun painted the Texas hill country in shades of bruised plum and fading apricot. I, Sarah, gripped the steering wheel of my vintage Mustang, Betsy, the warm leather a small comfort against the growing chill. This impulsive solo road trip, a desperate attempt to outrun a suffocating breakup, had led me deeper into the heart of Texas than I'd ever intended. The highway, a black ribbon unspooling through an increasingly desolate landscape, offered a strange, solitary peace. My destination, a supposedly charming bed and breakfast nestled somewhere north of Marble Falls, remained stubbornly elusive. The GPS signal, already weak, finally vanished completely, leaving me at the mercy of a tattered, hand-drawn map a quirky gas station attendant had insisted was more reliable than any fancy gadget. I, however, was beginning to question the wisdom of trusting a man whose handlebar mustache seemed to defy gravity. Night descended quickly, blanketing the hills in an oppressive darkness punctuated only by the occasional, indifferent blink of distant headlights. The air, thick with the smell of cedar and something faintly, unsettlingly sweet, grew heavy. I rolled down the window, hoping to dispel the cloying aroma, and was met by a low, persistent hum. At first, I dismissed it as the usual nocturnal symphony of cicadas and crickets. But the humming intensified, becoming a frantic buzz, a vibrating drone that seemed to press against the car itself. Then, I saw them. In the headlights' glare, a swirling cloud, a dense, pulsating mass descended. My heart hammered against my ribs. They were bees. Thousands, maybe millions of them. Their bodies gleaming like polished obsidian in the stark light. They swarmed around Betsy, their buzzing a deafening roar that drowned out every other sound. I slammed the window shut, the electric motors whirring in protest as the first bees began to batter against the glass. Panic clawed at my throat. I floored the accelerator, Betsy's engine roaring in defiance as we lurched forward. The bees pursued relentlessly, a dark, undulating wave against the pale backdrop of the road. I swerved wildly, desperate to shake them off. But they clung to the car, their buzzing a terrifying soundtrack to my frantic flight. The road ahead twisted sharply, the headlights momentarily illuminating a narrow track branching off into the dense undergrowth. Without thinking, I spun the wheel, Betsy's tires spitting gravel as we veered onto the rough, unpaved surface. The branches of gnarled mesquite trees scraped against the car, the rhythmic thump a terrifying counterpoint to the relentless buzzing of the bees. The track eventually opened into a small clearing. In the center stood a ramshackle structure, a single, flickering fluorescent light illuminating its dilapidated facade. It was a fruit stand, its weathered wooden boards displaying hand-painted signs advertising Starlight Peaches, the sweetest in Texas. A strange, almost overwhelming sweetness hung in the air, mingling with the musky scent of the bees. I slammed on the brakes, Betsy skidding to a halt beside a rusty pickup truck. The bees, still swarming around the car, seemed momentarily disoriented. I hesitated, trapped between the terrifying certainty of the bees and the unsettling stillness of the clearing. The light inside the fruit stand flickered again, revealing a shadowy figure moving within. My breath hitched in my throat. The figure emerged, a tall, lanky man dressed in faded denim and a brimmed straw hat. He carried a small basket overflowing with enormous, glistening peaches. Their skins, a deep, almost unnatural violet, shimmered faintly in the flickering light. The man smiled, his teeth small and oddly pointed. He gestured towards the peaches, his voice a raspy whisper, "Care for a taste, missy? Our starlight peaches are a unique experience." The bees, seemingly drawn to the peaches' intense sweetness, began to cluster around the man and his basket. He seemed unconcerned, his unsettling smile widening as he held out a particularly large specimen. Its skin seemed almost translucent, revealing a swirling reddish-brown interior. I recoiled, a primal terror seizing me. Something about those peaches, about the man, about the unsettling stillness of the clearing, screamed danger. I fumbled for the car door handle, my heart pounding against my ribs. As I threw open the door, I noticed something glinting on the ground beneath the fruit stand. 3 smooth, white stones arranged in a perfect triangle. I'd seen that symbol before, etched into the gas station map, marked on the dusty road signs I'd passed. A chilling realization dawned. This wasn't a random encounter. I'd been led here. The bees surged forward, their buzzing reaching a fever pitch. The man with the peaches stepped closer, his smile widening, revealing rows of small, violet teeth. He held out the peach again, his voice a low, hypnotic drone. "Thee crave the sweetness, missy. Just like you." The bees swarmed around me, their buzzing drowning out every other sound. I screamed, a primal shriek swallowed by the deafening roar. I remember the sickeningly sweet smell of the peaches, the unsettling violet of the man's smile, the chilling certainty that this was no ordinary swarm. Then darkness. I woke to the sound of a low, rhythmic clicking. I was lying on the dusty floor of the fruit stand, my body atching, my clothes stained with a sticky, sweet residue. The fluorescent light buzzed weakly overhead. The man with the peaches was gone, the basket empty. The bees, too, had vanished. But the clicking continued, a steady, deliberate percussion against stone. I sat up, my heart hammering against my ribs. In the center of the clearing, bathed in the pale moonlight, stood 3 figures. They were robed in coarse, brown burlap, their heads concealed beneath deep hoods. Their hands, long and strangely jointed, held smooth, white stones. They clicked the stones together, rhythmically, their movements synchronized with a chilling precision. The stones themselves, I realized with dawning horror, were covered in the same sticky, sweet residue that coated my clothes. The residue of the starlight petches. The figures stopped their clicking, their heads turning towards me. The hoods fell back, revealing their faces. Their skin, a bruised, violet hue, shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Their eyes, wide and empty, stared blankly ahead. Their mouths, stretched into identical, unsettling smiles, revealed rows of small, pointed, violet teeth. They raised their stones, the smooth white surfaces gleaming in the moonlight, and began to click again, the rhythmic percussion echoing through the silent, terrifying Texas night. Their harvest had begun. Story 86. The Terlingua Desert, baked under a merciless sun, stretched before me silent and vast. Dust devils, small whirlwinds of terracotta and grit, danced across the cracked earth. My boyfriend, David, gripped the steering wheel of his beat-up Jeep, his eyes scanning the horizon. He was humming along to some forgotten country tune, blissfully oblivious to the prickling unease that had settled over me since we'd entered this desolate expanse. We were on a mission to explore Terlingua, a ghost town nestled deep in the heart of Texas, a place whispered to be more haunted than hallowed. The town itself, or what remained of it, materialized abruptly, a cluster of squat adobe buildings huddled together as if for protection against the unforgiving landscape. Emptiness hung heavy in the air, a tangible presence that pressed against my chest. The silence, broken only by the occasional groan of the wind whistling through broken windows, felt amplified, almost deafening. We parked near the Starlight Saloon, its weathered wooden facade a stark canvas against the cloudless sky. The swing doors hung precariously, a silent invitation into the unknown. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of dust and decay. A single, flickering fluorescent light cast long, distorted shadows, transforming ordinary objects into menacing shapes. A rickety wooden table dominated the room, its surface scarred with countless rings and burns. I ran a finger across its rough surface, a shiver crawling up my arm. David, perpetually enthusiastic, was already snapping pictures, his camera whirring, documenting every cobweb and peeling paint chip. We wandered deeper into the town, exploring the skeletal remains of homes, shops, and the post office. In the general store, dusty shelves lined with forgotten merchandise offered a glimpse into a life long gone. I picked up a tarnished peach keychain, its surface surprisingly smooth, and slipped it into my pocket. A strange chill settled over me then, a sudden drop in temperature that defied the blazing sun outside. As the afternoon wore away, a faint clicking sound started, soft and rhythmic, almost like pebbles being tapped together. I dismissed it initially, attributing it to the wind or some desert creature. But the clicking persisted, growing steadily louder, and seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. David, usually engrossed in his photography, finally paused, a frown etched between his bushy eyebrows. "You hear that?" he asked, his voice slightly hoarse. I nodded, my heart pounding against my ribs. The clicking intensified, becoming a frantic drumbeat against the silence. Then, in the fading twilight, we saw them. Emerging from the shadows of the abandoned buildings, lanky figures robed in coarse brown burlap materialized. Their heads were concealed beneath their hoods, their faces hidden from view. They moved with an unsettling grace, their steps synchronized, their forms almost gliding across the dusty ground. And in their hands they held smooth, white stones, clicking them rhythmically against one another. Terror, primal and suffocating, seized me. I grabbed David's arm, my fingers digging into his flesh. He stared at the figures, his usual jovial expression replaced by a look of stunned disbelief. The figures stopped, forming an almost unnatural circle around us. Their clicking continued, the sound echoing through the deserted town, a terrifying chorus that seemed to vibrate through the very earth beneath our feet. The air grew thick, heavy with an almost metallic scent, and the temperature plummeted again. I felt a strange pressure against my chest, making it hard to breathe. As the last sliver of sunlight dipped below the horizon, The figures slowly raised their heads. Their hoods fell back, revealing their faces. And in that horrifying instant, under the cold light of the emerging stars, I saw their smiles. Wide, violet smiles that stretched unnaturally across their faces, revealing rows of small, pointed teeth. The clicking intensified, becoming a frantic clatter against the silence. The figures closed in, their forms looming large against the darkening sky. I screamed, a primal shriek ripped from my throat, but the sound was swallowed by the desert, lost in the horrifying tableau unfolding before us. I felt a sharp pain in my arm as David pulled me towards the jeep, his face pale with terror. He fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking uncontrollably, the clicking stones growing louder, closer. We scrambled inside, the engine roaring to life, the jeep spitting gravel as we lurched forward, fleeing blindly into the night. The figures pursued us, their lanky frames silhouetted against the fading light, their clicking stones echoing behind us. A terrifying reminder of the horror we had witnessed in the ghost town of Terlingua. The desert stretched before us, an endless black ribbon unspooling through the darkness, the clicking stones burning against the silence. A chilling promise that we would never truly escape the horrors we had unearthed. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that those violet smiles would forever haunt my dreams. Story 87. The San Antonio skyline, shimmering beneath the oppressive Texas sun, seemed to mock our enthusiasm. Darlene, our perpetually optimistic travel blogger friend, chattered excitedly about the Alamo, her phone already snapping selfies. Silas, our resident skeptic, grumbled something about overpriced tourist attractions. Emily, ever the agreeable companion, simply smiled and adjusted her sunglasses. I, armed with my trusty notebook and a growing sense of unease, documented the unfolding journey. The Alamo itself was admittedly impressive. Its weathered stone walls whispered silent stories of bravery and sacrifice. We wandered through the cool, dark interior, absorbing the weight of history. But beneath the reverence, a subtle prickling sensation danced across my skin. The air felt heavy, stagnant. The usual tourist chatter seemed oddly muted, almost swallowed by the thick stone walls. It was later, as twilight painted the sky in bruised hues of violet and orange, that things truly shifted. Darlene, ever chasing those unique photo opportunities, had discovered a small, unmarked track branching off the main road north of the city. A crudely painted sign proclaimed, "Starlight Peach Orchard, authentic Texan treat." Darlene, obsessed with all things authentically Texan, was instantly intrigued. Silas, though clearly skeptical, agreed to the detour. Emily, ever agreeable, simply shrugged. And me, captivated by a strange compulsion I couldn't explain, found myself nodding along. The track, barely more than 2 tire ruts, carved into the parched earth, snaked through increasingly desolate terrain. The familiar Texas scrub brush gave way to something almost alien. Black, thorny plants, their violet centers glowing faintly, lined the track. The sweet, cloying smell of overripe peaches filled the air, becoming almost suffocating. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to squirm and twist. The orchard itself appeared abruptly. A dense cluster of impossibly gnarled peach trees, their branches laden with enormous, glistening fruit. And standing among the trees, motionless, silent, were figures. Tall, lanky figures, robed in coarse brown burlap, their faces completely obscured by their hoods. They held smooth, white stones in their hands. The stones clicked rhythmically against each other, a steady, unsettling percussion that echoed through the growing darkness. Darlene, initially enthralled, had already hopped out of the car, her camera rolling. She approached the figures, narrating every detail for her non-existent online audience. "Look at this, guys. Totally authentic local color. Totally going viral ball." She stepped closer, her voice becoming strained. "They're not even moving. It's like they're frozen in time, so creepy." The clicking of the stones intensified. The figures remained motionless, their faces still hidden, A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. I screamed for Darlene to come back, but my voice was swallowed by the oppressive stillness of the orchard. She didn't hear me. She stepped closer, her camera fixated on the closest figure. The figure slowly raised its head, the hood falling back to reveal a face, white as bone, with empty, black sockets staring blankly ahead. Its mouth stretched into an unnatural, violet smile. The clicking of the stones became a frantic clatter. Darlene screamed. A primal, terrified shriek that ripped through the silence. The other figures raised their heads, revealing identical faces, identical violet smiles. They began to move, their movements jerky, almost spastic. They moved toward Darlene, their stones clicking faster, louder, a terrifying death knell echoing through the orchard. I scrambled out of the car, adrenaline surging through me. Silas and Emily followed close behind, their faces pale with terror. We ran towards Darlene, but the figures closed in, their lanky frames looming large against the darkening sky. Their stones descended, a flurry of white against the bruised purple of their skin. I remember seeing Darlene being swallowed by the figures, their stones clicking against her flesh, a sickening crunch echoing through the night. I remember Silas shouting, Emily screaming. The terrifying chorus of clicking stones pursuing us relentlessly. I remember running, fleeing blindly through the gnarled trees, the sweet, cloying smell of peaches filling my lungs, choking me. I don't remember reaching the car. I don't remember driving away. My next memory is waking up in the harsh light of morning, huddled in the back seat, Silas and Emily beside me, their faces etched with stark terror. The car was parked on the side of the highway, miles from the orchard. The turquoise lunchbox Darlene, always carefully placed between the seats, was gone. We never spoke about what happened that night. We never went back to San Antonio. But sometimes, in the quiet moments, I can still hear the clicking of stones, the sweet, sickening smell of peaches. And I see those violet smiles burning in the darkness. The Starlight Peach Orchard, I know, will forever haunt my dreams. It holds a terrifying secret, a secret I fear we only glimpsed. A secret I pray we never fully understand. Story 89. The shimmering heat haze rising from the asphalt blurred the already indistinct horizon. Dusk in West Texas felt less like a transition, and more like the landscape itself, exhaling a final, scorching breath before succumbing to the night. I was hours into a drive I hadn't planned, a detour inspired by a gas station pamphlet boasting of a hidden spring tucked away in the Davis Mountains. The pamphlet, printed on cheap paper with a faded photograph of impossibly clear water, had sparked something. A yearning for something more than the sterile predictability of the interstate. The paved highway eventually gave way to a rough, unpaved track. Dust billowed behind my rented sedan, coating everything in a fine, gritty film. My phone, my constant companion, my link to the digital world, had lost service miles back. A small, nagging unease began to prickle at the edges of my awareness. This detour, driven by a thirst for something authentic, something untamed, felt a little risky now. Then, I saw it. A faint flicker in the distance. A light dancing and bobbing just above the horizon. It was a pale, yellowish white. Ethereal. Like a flame without a source, or a star fallen to earth. A will-o'-the-wisp my mind supplied. Folklore, superstition. Things I'd always dismissed as the product of overactive imaginations. But here it was. Real. Beckoning. My curiosity. That same impulse that had led me down this forgotten track overrode any sense of caution. I pressed on, the wisp pulling me forward like a moth to a flame. The track wound through increasingly barren terrain. Twisted mesquite trees clawed at the darkening sky, their skeletal branches reaching towards me like grasping fingers. The air grew heavy, thick with a sweet, almost cloying aroma. It smelled like overripe peaches, but amplified. Intensified. Almost nose-eating. The wisp led me to a clearing. In the center stood a small, squat adobe structure. A single, flickering kerosene lamp illuminated the interior through a grimy window. Parked outside was a rusty pickup truck. The wisp hovered above the truck's bed, its light pulsing rhythmically. Despite the growing unease twisting in my gut, I pulled over. I had to see, had to know. As I approached the truck, the wisp vanished. The sudden absence of its light left the clearing plunged in near darkness. The sweet, peachy smell intensified, becoming almost suffocating. Then I heard it. A faint clicking sound. Rhythmic. Deliberate. Coming from inside the adobe building. Hesitantly, I approached the single wooden door. It was slightly ajar, revealing a dimly lit interior. The clicking continued, steady, unwavering. I pushed the door open, stepping inside. The interior was sparsely furnished. A rickety wooden table dominated the center of the room. Around the table sat 3 figures, robed in coarse, brown burlap. Their heads were concealed beneath their hoods. Their hands, concealed within the folds of their robes, produced the clicking sound. They were striking smooth, white stones together. The figures didn't acknowledge my presence. They simply continued their rhythmic clicking. The sweet, overripe peach smell was overwhelming inside. It coated my tongue with a sickly film. My head began to spin. A strange paralysis gripped me. I wanted to leave, to run, but my limbs felt heavy, leaden. I was trapped. Then, one of the figures slowly raised its head. The hood fell back, revealing a face that was both human and horrifyingly not. The skin was a bruised violet, stretched tight across sharp bones. The eyes were empty sockets, staring blankly ahead. The mouth was stretched in a wide, unnatural smile. Violet teeth gleamed in the lamplight. The figure held up one of its smooth, white stones. It was almost glowing, pulsating with an unsettling inner light. A wave of nausea washed over me. The room spun. The clicking intensified. The other figures raised their heads, revealing identical faces. Identical smiles. Identical stones. They rose from the table, their movements jerky, almost spastic. They began to circle me. The clicking stones became a frantic, terrifying chorus. My mind screamed. I understood, with a horrifying clarity, that I was not a curious observer. I was an unwilling participant. An offering. The figures closed in. Their violet smiles widened. The sweet, peachy smell became a suffocating miasma. The clicking stones rose to a deafening crescendo. I stumbled backward, hitting the wall. The stones descended, and then darkness. A final, crushing darkness. I remember the feeling of the stones against my skin, smooth, cold, and then, nothing, just the echoing click, the sweet smell of decay, and the silent violet smiles, forever. That marks the end of this last story. If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to this channel would help me out a lot. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.